Farmageddon is a strategy RPG about farming in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of New San Francisco. The world has been sundered by the Great Cataclysm, reducing the environment to sand, silt, and dust. You and your scavengers must go out and scrounge enough food to sustain our colony. Join Colton, the jolly minecart, as he takes to the tracks. Colton's Runaway rails follows Colton as he sets out in search of adventure. Colton will brave the twisting, treacherous tracks of the mines on his journey, dodging obstacles, bottomless pits, and more. How far will he get? That's up to you. The year is 2075. Two treasure hunting companies will do anything to retrieve an ancient cursed Viking artifact, including murder. In The Curse of Grimsey Island from Mega Games, you play as a remote forensics investigator who must solve a case involving a cast of intriguing suspects. Is there bad blood or something more mysterious? The Curse of Grimsey Island from Mega Games is coming soon to PC. During an expedition to the moon, two astronauts find themselves in a familiar town back on Earth. They soon discover the town is the beginning of a strange and mysterious journey. A spiritual successor to their previous title, Lifeless Planet, the game features a core gameplay experience of exploration and discovery. Find and defeat the 3 Pickleball Lords to become the champion of Pickleball. Challenge opponents that use a variety of techniques from ninjutsu to teleportation. Explore the world and meet a cast of wacky characters. Super Pickleball Adventure is a free online retro action-adventure game. Voodoo Detective from Short Sleeve Studio is a hand-drawn, fully voice-acted, neo-noir 2D point-and-click adventure game with a live soundtrack by Peter McConnell. Spirit and Stone from Garden Gate Interactive is an upcoming PC title that promises block-by-block castle villages on a rich land with spiritual roots. Take charge of your people as they emerge from the ruins of a fallen empire and begin to rebuild. Pixels from Anagram is a turn-based combat roguelike where you battle with and against powerful digital creatures called pixels. Fight your way through an ever-changing virtual world where you never know what's around the corner. Recruit, battle, discover, shop, rest. What team will you lead to victory? Auto Fire combines classic car combat with a tactical RPG that roams across outlaw lands in a world where drivers are worshipped like celebrities. Salvage equipment and cars and build the sexiest, deadliest ride. Work for a corp, haul cargo, fight in a combat arena, or become a savior. The choice is yours. Riposte from Misdirection Games is a 2v2 party fighting game where players control the weapons in an awkward co-op-style medieval battle. The main game is a 2v2 dual mode and party games, and there's a single-player mode for practice. R.I.P. Tour is a visual novel where 13 people, all dressed up for a costume party, instead find themselves kidnapped and forced to vote on who among their group will die. In Unstable Scientific from Studio Castle Sudalkov, you and your friends have a makeshift lab on Toro Miro, an island rich in anomalous materials and strange phenomena. But when things go wrong in a bigger lab, you have to scramble to defend your friends. Explore, collect resources, rescue other researchers, and build up your lab, all while discovering the real secrets behind the weirdness in Toro Miro. Peglin is a pachinko roguelike. Fight enemies by collecting special orbs and popping pegs to deal damage. Acquire special relics that radically change the game and ensure no two runs are the same. Aim carefully to survive in this unique turn-based RPG. Byte Lynx is a sci-fi real-time strategy game about battling for territory by constructing and disrupting power lines and buildings. You take territory by either cutting off power or building customizable platforms to crush enemy defenses in this unusual RTS without the units. Maru is a minimalist puzzler where you flip tiles using a chain reaction. Flip all the X's and O's to win. In Echoes of the Plum Grove, players will find themselves on a small island as the newest villager of the humble town of Honeywood. Tasked with taking over a local farm, the player will grow crops, gather, mine, fish, and socialize with the often friendly, sometimes mean, population. But something mysterious is happening on the island. What could it be? Cirrata is a roguelite, Metroidvania-inspired action platformer. You play as a red panda named Kier. Kier is a chef who was fired from his job after a terrible work accident. He has been hiding in a secluded house in the middle of the woods. He finally regains the courage to venture out and discovers a new world corrupted by some kind of evil. Bones Cafe is a fast-paced 1-to-4 player couch co-op cooking game. Customize the layout of your kitchen to guarantee your success. Specialize your menu in ingredients and recipes to design your ultimate restaurant. Put your necromancy skills to the test and raise your own undead kitchen staff. In Bad Baby Lich Lords, infant necromancers raise the dead to wake their sleeping father, the Lich King. Invoke your dark powers, wrangle your unruly minions, and make some noise in this fast-paced competitive card game for 2 to 4 players. Take the role of a Manafinder in this Japanese-styled turn-based RPG set in the beautiful but unforgiving world of AV. Fight your way against ferocious beasts and other threats in the quest for mana stones as you define the fate of the exiled. Fisti-Fluffs is an adorable, and yes, ridiculous, physics-based party game where you tussle with other cats and destroy the environments in frenetic, over-the-top battles. Of course, you can play alone, but it's even better with friends. So get your claws out and prepare for some kitty carnage. Erwin's Retreat centers on Erwin Branford, a grumpy but affable retired astrobotanist whose wife Emma has recently passed away due to a mysterious illness. After receiving a cryptic letter urging him to go back to the woodland retreat he and his wife once shared, Erwin returns to solve the mystery of his wife's death. An old lantern may hold the key. A light-hearted, all-ages physics sim that will take you to the stars. You're the newest member of the team of Starlight Explorers, charting the galaxy and collecting information about planets you pass. The game is a story-light puzzle simulation game designed to encourage preteen girls to pursue careers in STEM fields. In Paranormal Detective, escape from the 90s from Lunabeat, explore a haunted arcade in a dead mall, unlock hidden secrets, solve logic puzzles, and play awesome retro 90s arcade games in this VR escape room adventure. Clanfolk from Min-Max Games Limited is a colony life sim set in the medieval Scottish Highlands. Clear the land, build a home, hunt, fish, gather, craft, have children, marry them off, raise livestock, farm, meet the neighbors, hire, trade, run an inn, prepare for winter. Build your home or die trying. Take to the sky and reunite a fragmented world in this surprisingly wholesome Metroidvania. In Islets, from Kyle Thompson, you help Aiko adventure across beautiful hand-painted islands, receive letters from a quirky cast of characters, and face powerful, monstrous adversaries. Far Away From Home, from Matthew Wong, is a story-driven, tactical RPG with deep customization options, along with a challenging difficulty level. You turn monstrous enemies into friends who will then join you in battle. Customize your party with a variety of builds, and craft powerful gear to enhance or completely change up your playstyle. AK-xolotl from Too Awesome Studio is a cute but deadly roguelite. You're an axolotl with an AK, duh, that goes on a rampage, shooting down their next meal. Hunt, die, regenerate, repeat. Progress through the ecosystem and show who the real apex predator is, with tons of different enemies, weapons, and power-ups. Star Stuff from Animo Game Studio is a cosmic coding puzzler that takes place in a factory that fabricates stars and shoots them into space. Play as Miha, a bright-eyed engineer, as they tackle their first day on the job. Explore thoughtful levels, code bots, and ultimately save the ever-expanding universe. Take on the role of one of the Lords of Ravage in search of a great artifact that can change the fate of the world. Deal with any heroes brave enough to interfere with your plans. Search for forbidden artifacts, forge dark alliances, and make daring raids. RoboCo is a wholesome sandbox game about designing and building robots to serve the needs of squishy, hapless humans in the world of tomorrow. Build, test, and control your robots to conquer tricky challenge levels. Or use the powerful and easy-to-learn Python language to automate your creations and let your robots conquer the challenges while you kick back and relax. Design and simulate the starship of your dreams. Command it in epic battles and manage your crew while exploring a dangerous galaxy. Play alone or with friends. Test your ship in online PvP and let your imagination reach for the stars. Lander is a fast-paced, twist-filled local co-op game inspired by Lunar Lander. 2 players control 1 rocket, use thrusters, rotation, and special abilities to solve puzzles, whiz around obstacles, and dodge enemies. Test your skills and your friendships.
Welcome to Seattle Indies Expo Online, otherwise known as Six Online. I'm your host, Mac and Cheese Please, joined by the spectacular Stephazoid, the amazing Alchemist Joker, and terrific Tim. Today is going to be a fun-filled day where we talk about indie games. Are y'all so excited?
I am excited.
There've been so excited. Games I've seen that I just want to play.
So many games.
Also,
so
I
many
approve
games.
of your alliteration intro. It was great.
So we're going to be interviewing Tim. I am so excited to hear what's in store for Six Online this year. The past couple of years have just been amazing, and you find out about these really cool games that are made right here in Seattle.
Mm-hmm. There have been a couple that have found their way into my Steam libraries, and my wallet weeps every time Six comes around, because it's just like, I know that you can't control yourself. It's okay.
It's okay, and it's impossible. And you know what? That is a really good segue into knowing that the Steam sale's happening right now. So the games that you're going to be seeing today, you can add them to your wish list. Some of them are on sale. So I don't know, might want to have Steam open while we're hosting today. No?
Absolutely. Confirm or deny I am opening Steam now.
See,
I mean,
there you go. That's the attitude I love. All right. What is some of the things that you guys are excited about with Six this year?
Oh man, Alchemist, you want to start this one off?
So, just by name alone, AK-xolotl is something that I am super hyped about. I want to see more about that. Peglin is a game that I've been playing a bunch that's a lot of fun. Riposte, I think, will be something that people should definitely check out, because it is a party game unlike any you've ever seen before. It is a lot of fun.
That is true. I am also here for AK-xolotl because even just the name is glorious. There's so many names though. We've got names coming back, which I'm excited about. You mentioned Peglin. Breakwaters is coming back, which if nobody's seen that one yet, I loved it from past years. It's beautiful. Oh, yeah. I got a chance to play it last year and it is fantastic, even where it's at. Or we have Fisti-Fluffs, which even just by name, I am all for, because Fisti-Fluffs. What about you, Mac? You have anything that you are super hyped up for?
Listen, you guys have been hyping AK-xolotl this entire time, even when we were before the stream. So now I need to know what that's about. I need to know. I'm excited. It's going to be a fun day. I don't know. Every time you get to just talk to devs about games, I tingle. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I want to have a huge thanks to our sponsors, Azure, as well as Play Everywhere, Premac Roger PC, AIE, 4Culture, Hooded Horse, Mega Crit, and Unbound Creations, Stoic Studio for our partner sponsors, and our community sponsors, UG Locators, Universe Sandbox, The Purple Arcade, 3R Technology. Thank you all so much for sponsoring Seattle Indies Online. We couldn't do this without you. And thank you so much to our Patreon supporters. For as little as $1 a month, you can support Seattle Indies and help us put out great events like Six. You can go to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find out more. Maybe there will be a link in the chat. So thank you so much. Let's get started with the day. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to start talking about games and devs, and I don't know if you can see it on my face, but I'm gleaming. I'm gleaming here.
I'm definitely noticing the shine comes through.
The shine comes through. Speaking of shine, we have terrific Tim Cullings. What is going on?
Hey everybody, just getting excited for Six Online. Happy to have you all here hosting again this year, and happy to have the people watching that either came to Six in person, which we actually got to do again this year, which was a ton of fun, and then if you didn't, you get to see all the games today, plus a few more that weren't at Six in person.
I am excited.
Tell us a little bit about Six Online versus Six in person this year, which we haven't been able to do in several years.
Yeah, this was the first time since 2019 that we've had a Six in person. It was a lot of fun to see everybody again. But during the pandemic, we came up with this concept of Six Online that you all helped us so graciously and generously host the past couple of years, and we had so much fun doing it that we decided to keep going, and it was just like, it seemed like a good thing to do for the community and for everyone, to get another look at all the games and to get some one-on-one time with the developers in a more intimate setting, I guess, where you're not surrounded by tons of people and not loud noises. You know, you're just getting a little chat with you all and the Twitch viewers and the online viewers and the developers who are going to be, some of them who will be here live today.
Whenever I'm here, there's always loud noises, Tim. You know that. Like, no matter what, even if we're not at an event, if I am in the stream, there are loud noises. Now, I have a question for you, because Mac asked us an exceptional question about what games we were looking forward to. But are there any? I know that in your case, you're not allowed to have a favorite because these are all your kids. But we all know that parents have a favorite kid. And so, what games are you looking forward to from this year's Six Online?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. You're right. It is hard to pick a favorite. The best part about Six in person for me this year was that everybody I talked to had a different favorite game. Like, there's so much variety. Like, there's a game for everybody, really. There's strategy, there's adventure, there's city building simulators, there's, shooters, like you mentioned. I mean, there's space strategy games, there's post-apocalyptic farming strategy games. There's a game made by a 12-year-old developer that you're going to meet in a little while. That's like,
oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Astrolander,
so
right?
there's really, yeah, Astrolander. So yeah, there's, and I enjoy Peglin a lot. That's one of my favorite games too. So that's always a good one to see here. Our friends from up north in Canada joining us for Six today. So yeah, and we had people from all over the world submitted this year, and we'll see a few of those games that weren't at Six in person. So I'm looking forward to getting a chance to see those. There's a game called Islets that looks really amazing, like a Metroidvania type game that looks. The art's really great, so I would love to get a chance to actually play it at some point. So yeah, so all those really just, it's going to be a fun day.
So you're talking about all the different varieties of games. If there is a budding game dev in the chat today, how do they get on Seattle Indies? What is the process look like for picking all the games that we're going to see today?
So for the games that make it into Six, we had over 70 games submit this year. They start submitting in May about, and then we have a panel of jurors that are, I think we had about 60 or 70 jurors this year. We had a ton, and they would play at least 5 games each and give feedback and scores, and then we picked the top 25 of those to show at Six in person and Six online. Things were a little different this year with Six in person. Some people either couldn't make it here or just didn't feel comfortable being at an in-person setting yet. So that's why we have a few extra games. We had some people who, were like filled in for the people who couldn't make it, or for personal reasons didn't want to be at the in-person event. So yeah, so that's why we're gonna have a few extra games today. But that's always great to see more games.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone ever said I don't want to see more games.
No, never.
And if you were that person in chat, don't do it.
Don't
be that person.
Don't be that person.
Right? Yeah, and for people who are looking to just get involved in the community, you can go to seattleindies.org and find all our information there. We have a very active Discord where people chat about game making constantly. It's more busy than I can keep up with usually. There's so many channels and every discipline and everything you could wonder about making a game, people are there to chat about, and our community is super helpful, super involved. We have events all throughout the month, going on constantly, from our big social meetup that happens every third Tuesday at Optimism Brewing on Capitol Hill, where we get 100+ people come out every month to just hang out and chat about making games. We have an Eastside meetup that's similar over in Redmond every first Tuesday of the month, and recently started one up in North Seattle that happens on the second Thursday, I believe, or second or third Thursday. So yeah, that information's all on our website. We have every Saturday we have our indie co-working group that meets over at AIE Seattle, who's one of our sponsors today, and people just bring their laptops and hang out and learn from each other and make games. And that's really a great place to start if you've never even made a game. Like, there's people there who will just help you out, answer your questions, point you in the right direction of tutorials or someone to ask, and you'll have a be on your way. And then there's plenty more events that you can find on our meetup page or our website to help you get involved and start making games. And maybe eventually your game will end up here on 6 online and 6 in person.
You hear that, chat?
Alchemist, I saw you like moving your calendar around trying to figure out if you can attend these events.
Well, that and trying to figure out the best way to travel to all of them, because it's like, okay, this one is the first Tuesday and this is the third Thursday. If I move this event to here and I shuffle this here, I feel like there's going to be a lot of travel. Plus with the one in Cap Hill, like I think I could actually throw a rock and hit that place from here. Like, I'm pretty sure I could. I do have a question, because there are a couple of, you mentioned AIE, which is a place that kind of is a school for game design. For any students that are in the chat watching this, do you have anything to kind of like tell them why they should come to Seattle Indies to kind of help supplement their educational experience?
Yeah, I mean, networking is a huge part of being in the games industry. If you want to make connections, meet people, can help find you jobs. Like if somebody knows that you're good at a thing and they know somebody who's looking for somebody who does that thing, they can be like, oh, I met this person at this event, here's their information, let me connect you with them. And that's how a lot of these things happen in the industry, is not by just cold applying to jobs that you see posted online, but meeting somebody in person, getting to know them, getting them to know you and what you're good at, and finding your way into opportunities that way is certainly a great thing to do. Plus, you'll meet a lot of awesome devs, a lot of experienced devs. They can share their wisdom. They're always willing to chat and let you know, here's some, give you some pointers on what you should and shouldn't do, and help you on your way. That's what we're here for.
All throughout, I guess the last several minutes, you've really pinpointed, I feel like, what makes Seattle Indies so special. It's the community aspect, that there's so many people willing to help. They're not gatekeeping secrets. Like, you aren't a competitor to them, you're a peer, and they want to see you thrive just as much as they want, as you want to see them thrive. And I think that is just so special to have in a community and to cultivate. So it makes me excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we love partnering with SOBA as well, who you all represent, Seattle Online Broadcasters Association. They a very similar vibe and similar reasons for existing, is to help lift each other up and make open pathways for people to follow their dreams and go into the industry that they want to get into, as whether it's game making or online broadcasting. So those groups are both here to help you up with that.
Oh, my heart. Oh.
So you guys like us.
You like us. You really like us.
We couldn't do this without you, so yeah, absolutely.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Tim. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Steph.
No. I am just so excited for these games. And thank you so much, Tim, for coming in, giving us the intro into this. And I'm so ready.
I am ready. I don't think you guys know what's coming up. We have a full hour of nothing but hype. Is your body ready? Did you have your coffee this morning, or your tea, or your water? Because
this is cup 3.
You need sustenance for all the hype we're going to bring for the next hour. I hope you guys enjoy it, because we're going to showcase and preview all the games we're going to see today.
Have fun, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will be right back with Hype Hour. Welcome back for Hype Over Hour! Terrific Tim has been replaced by Radical Richter. What's going on, guys?
I'm so impressed with that. I was waiting to see if you were going to have another one, and I'm like, is she going to go with Radical or Marvel? I'm not.
Oh yeah, you weren't here when we talked about the terms.
No.
No, I missed that. Crap.
Well, I do like being radical. And speaking of radical, we got some radically awesome games today.
Absolutely. This is a radical car.
It's like a post-apocalyptic build your car.
Twisted metal.
Ooh.
Yes, Rick. Yes. Auto fire, if I am not mistaken, and it is like post-apocalyptic, just RPG style carness, and I love it.
I'm getting like Mad Max vibes.
Yes, definitely Mad Max.
I like it.
Yeah, definitely.
Like Mad Max plus XCOM. If Mad Max and XCOM had a kid and then sent that kid into the wasteland to go get gas, I guess.
Go get gas.
Whoa,
I
tons
love
of
that.
weapons and cars. Wow.
See, as a car guy, I'm kind of digging some of these vehicles. Like, I'm from Detroit, so the North American International Auto Show is something I would go to every year. And so to see some of those cars, like, who hasn't been in traffic and had the thought, you know, this traffic would be this commute to work would be a lot easier if I had a rocket launcher mounted to the hood of my car. Like, am I the only person that's thought that?
I mean,
Not
Seattle
really.
traffic can get pretty bad, so.
It can get pretty bad, yeah.
See, I have a
Oh,
motorcycle,
the
so I can't
movement.
mount a rocket launcher in front of it. Maybe a minigun. Wait, that's...
So in this game, you can salvage equipment and you can build your car kind of to what you want, which is really, really cool. And there's like the RPG aspect of it creates like different things that you might want to do, which is insane to me. So there's different pathways you can take for this, and it's so cool.
Hey, here goes the game that we're talking about.
Oh, here it is.
The axolotl.
Oh. My body is ready. Give it to me.
I see a little cute axolotl.
This is so dope.
Oh, it has a sword. Oh, nice. Okay, so you get to have melee weapons.
This is gonna be my new
Nope,
favorite.
there's the
But
AK.
why would you use a melee weapon when you can get an AK?
What is that?
It's called AK-xolotl for
There's
what
little
movie was it?
snakes on the ground.
I think it was Jackie Brown, where he said an AK-47. You absolutely positively got to kill everybody in the room except no substitutes. And this axolotl subscribes to that. Whoa, baby axolotls!
I'm gonna cry. It's so exciting.
Aww.
Look at him.
Can I just say how cute these graphics are, and then you just have like guns and swords, and we're like, yeah!
I love it so much.
On
Boss fights, look, he's got a knife!
He's got a mustache.
He's got a knife and a mustache. Look at that cute little face.
That lovely weapon.
Whoa.
What is...
Rawr.
Oh, oh no.
Back me on Kickstarter, I love
Hello,
that!
I'm Daniel Piqueras from Valencia,
There's a
Spain.
kitten
I'm the creator of Axolotl.
in a
Axolotl
mech
is my first project as a developer.
with a rocket, with
Started
a
as
cannon
video
coming
with
out of
friends,
it.
has become a full-fledged project where I can bring my
Is he
chaotic
wearing a
ideas to life.
bandolier?
Since announcing
Yeah.
the game
And
back
an
in
axolotl
2020,
onesie?
initially as a simple
I need an
text figure,
axolotl
the
onesie,
community
guys.
has grown so much. And it's super heartwarming to see that many
I
people love the game
Didn't
as
know I
much as I
did
do.
an axolotl onesie
I
until I
honestly
saw
believe
that.
the game had the potential to be much more.
I'm 100% going to the ring in an
this year,
axolotl onesie, and I
thanks to the
dare someone to
incredible
say
amount
something
of
to me
support
about it.
we've been receiving, we decided to take a step further. So Axolotl was announced as a top-down roguelite. Since then,
Ooh.
the team has expanded and the game is finally turning into what I always intended it to be, a love letter to some of my favorite games. If you want to help fully bring my vision to life, please consider supporting our Kickstarter campaign that is now live. There's some really banger rewards for all of our backers, so I hope you're as hyped as I am about them. So
That is a
thank you
prompt
so
gun,
much, and I
chat.
will
Just so
see
you
you
know,
later.
that is not a real AK in his hands. That was a prompt
Ready?
AK.
Let's do this.
Okay, go,
This
go,
game is cool. Okay.
Go, 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 go.
Okay.
What?
Turn.
Let's
Turn,
go.
turn,
This
turn,
is
turn, turn,
Astro
watch,
Man,
watch out.
and that kid
Watch out.
right there
Don't go to
developed
lightning,
this
don't go to
game.
lightning.
Wow.
Hey, whoa.
Is this
Whoa.
two-player?
That was your fault.
Yes,
That
it
was
is
your
a
fault.
Yeah.
cooperative
Sure.
rocket
could've
launcher game.
Let's go. Hey, drop it.
You have to work together in order to do this, and it's
So you're both the rocket.
Yes.
There.
One controls thrust, one controls rotation. So
Oh
remember
my
how Tim was talking about some of the
gosh.
local events that we have?
Okay, let's go.
I got to see this game at one of the local events they had. I
Turn,
want to say it was in like May, and I got to meet that kid. And one, that kid is exceptional at selling his game to be 12. Like he was able to hook me in this game after walking past him for like half a second. And the game looks really cool. It's one of the ones I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to talking to you more about that game. So I think you guys are going to dig it.
All right.
Well,
Oh, this is a card game.
what do we have? A deck builder? Or...
Oh,
I always love seeing more card games because I feel like we don't see enough of them anymore.
That's true.
The other cool thing about this is it shows you, if you're in chat and you're wondering like, well, I don't want to make video games. I want to make a card game, or I want to make a tabletop RPG. Seattle Indies does not just do video games. They do card games, they do tabletop RPGs. The indie game scene is so cool because anything that you want to make, there is usually a dev that can help you do this. And it's only, I feel like the indie game scene is a place where you get a lot more experimentation. Like we hear people complain all the time about how games are released every year that are the same as the previous year's game, but with slightly better graphics. In the indie game scene, you can find, again, when are you going to hear the sentence, post-apocalyptic farming simulator in a game ever?
ooh.
And
I
here,
like having a
speaking
little
of
cafe.
Yeah, speaking of post-apocalyptics, here goes the, I think it's Bones. Shoot, what was it? It's like Bones Cafe or something like that. So you're like the Grim Reaper serving up food.
Why does that make my heart so full? I love this.
Just imagining the Grim Reaper doing everyday jobs, you know?
Yep.
All the time. Being your chef.
I imagine the Grim Reaper would be the best sous chef on the planet because that scythe,
Oh,
you probably just throw an onion up and just wave the scythe past it, and it's just like
There you
the
go.
onion cries when a Grim Reaper chops it instead of it being the other way around.
Exactly. It's gonna be like super epic cutscenes too, you know what I mean, with it, like in your brain. That's it. That's all I got is super epic cutscenes to this.
Anime style.
Yeah.
Twirl the scythe, catch it, dash past a table full of ingredients, and then there's just an empanada left there.
I'm not mad at it.
Oh,
Not at all. Look at the little mouse.
Miss Taco Bell's empanadas.
You know, this kind of reminds me
How
of
dare you.
Overcooked in a way, but like,
It does.
yeah.
Wait, you can also
Whoa.
automate your cafe, so you can set
I
it up in
like
such a
it.
way that I love those types of things in games where you can kind of automate things because it lets you really try to figure out the most efficient way to play a game and be lazy. I know that sounds horrible because when you play a game, you're supposed to play it to be effective. But sometimes playing a game and like automating it so that you don't have to do much is dope. Okay, I gotta pause. What was it, 2 years ago, Steph, that we first saw this game? That's
I
it.
believe
That's
so.
right there. That thing
It's
that you just
Breakwaters.
saw is the reason that I was sold on this game. Giant monsters in the ocean shooting beams of light. If that doesn't scream, come punch me in the face, I don't know what does. Like,
So
I
I
had built
started-
an entire brand.
Exactly. But I started playing this last year because I got to preview this for Seattle Indies last year, and it is honestly one of the most fun games I have played as far as just like a world, like just a world that you're able to explore and build and craft and do those things. So like if you think of like almost like Raft, right, where you're creating this stuff but on the island and having like a maze of water like we just saw, and the graphics are just gorgeous. I cannot rave enough about this game. Like just in seeing it as well as in the trailers, it is honestly a gorgeous game and so well done. There's so much thought into this and it makes me so happy to see it every time.
I can't wait to talk to the dev and learn like I mean, this has just been a year. How far they've come, what they've added. I'm excited.
What is this?
Okay. Looks like a circuit board, maybe?
It does. Looks like a circuit board.
I just watched the trailer for this one. It was like
Maybe
automation.
Yeah. Baby's first automation game? No.
No. Oh no.
Is this one Byte
It looks-
Lynx?
I think this is Byte Lynx.
Yeah.
Ooh, Control
It's-
Conquer.
Yeah.
Byte
Lynx.
Lynx. That looks cool.
Wish
I like
list.
that.
Done.
I love games
Oh.
like that. They're the best post-stream games.
121.
They're-
The building's on fire. We're trapped. We can't get out.
So,
I knew that.
That's a lot of
Has the
days.
building
Built
been
an
on fire for 121 days? Because that's problematic.
I feel like these people aren't doing very well if this building has been on fire for that long.
Oh, nice!
Maybe
It's like a
like a-
prison architect. Nice. I love these games.
Or they're invincible.
oh, so that was day 121, and this is day 1 now. So it's like showing how did we get
Are they-
here?
Were
That's
they
how I feel
washing
about
that
it, too.
baby? I
Does
think
the
they were
baby
washing
have
that
a
baby in the
beard?
water.
No, he's got a little bag. Okay.
Oh, I hope the baby had a
It does
beard.
look like it has a beard.
I would have been so excited.
I wanted to have a beard now.
I know, right?
Wait, did it put the baby in a sack and then the baby was running around?
Well, the baby's got a little sack. They all need little sacks.
Wait, why do babies need? You know what? I'm not gonna ask any questions.
He's got to pick up his own little shiny things, all right?
Yep.
Have you ever
Gotta
met
put
a
that baby
kid
to
that
work.
doesn't just stuff things into their pocket? Give them a bag.
Oh, yeah, forget about them stuffing things in their pocket.
Doesn't even matter what it is. Is it mushy? It's going in the pocket.
The number of times I've done that, and it's been like, why is that? Okay, you can't. Why is this in your pocket? When did
Baby
this go in your
beard.
pocket?
Everything's
that fire
on fire.
looks really cool in this game.
No.
Also,
Cemeteries.
Yeah, so they're like building out their civilization.
Whoa.
Now they're strong.
Now there's trouble.
Clanfolk laddie.
I love the music with this too. It's pretty calming
yeah.
when it comes to this. Everything's on fire, but the music is very calm. I'm here for
It's
it.
fine.
This is fine. Everything's okay.
Why do I love this?
Cat,
Serrata?
raccoon.
No,
that's why you love it.
No, that's not a raccoon.
That is not a raccoon, sir. It's the fox thing.
The fox.
Yeah,
Oh.
I can't remember the name of it either.
Or is it a red
the
I
red
panda?
saw the
fox.
tail and I
Red
thought
panda. There you
raccoon.
go.
That's my
I was like,
bad.
Yeah,
fox is
red
not the
panda.
right one. I was like, red panda.
Oh, Shifu.
The dude just threw that frog man.
Wow.
Ooh,
That's okay.
side scroll.
Also, ask an enemy studio. You cannot steal my mug. This mug is important and special. You cannot have it. Sorry. My mug.
I'm like entranced by the graphics, like the
Right.
layers of detail. I'm entranced.
The art style is fantastic.
Yes.
I'm digging this music though.
The line work
Yeah.
this is beautiful.
You know, it's usually the really pretty games that end up being punishingly difficult. So I'm already kind of,
Oh, yeah.
as beautiful as
Oh,
this
yeah,
game
absolutely.
is, I'm real curious as to how hard this game is going to kick my butt.
Oh, it's going to.
'Cause-
You see that man right there? He's gonna eat you.
Oh yeah, he's gonna.
I
he's
don't
gonna
want to
smash
be
you.
eaten.
Clockwork
I don't
anomaly.
want to be eaten.
Okay. See what the.
Oh, happy little minecart. Let's
Dude!
go.
Oh
Oh,
my
what?
gosh.
Wait, you play
A
as the
rail
minecart?
runner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Anyone else?
So this is
Okay.
gonna sound really, really like off for this, but it reminds me of the brave little toaster, and I can't explain why.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
with you.
Yes.
To see that.
in the mouth.
I cannot explain why.
You can check it
pirate
out.
ship main car, my car.
Whoa. Oh, it goes from
This
like
is one of those
side
games where
scrolling
you,
to all around.
yeah, like you just play it and you can like zone out and play it and not have to think. Like the the Maze Runner
Runaway.
game where you're just like a little dude collecting coins. It gives me that
Yeah.
vibes.
Starships by placing weapons, thrusters, and other modules on a
Another
grid
automation
using an
game?
intuitive editor.
Yeah, this
Battles
is
between starships are exciting.
Cosmoteer, Starship,
Victory
and
depending
Architect
on not
Commander,
just the tactical skill of the
Ooh.
ship's
which is
crew,
like
but even more
FTL, but
so
you get
on
to
the
build your ship
effectiveness
with
of
people
its
inside
design.
helping reloading the
Physics-driven
guns and
combat
fixing
and
things.
module-based
It's
destruction
it's
combine to make
bonkers.
designing
I'm
ships
excited
a
for this
deeply
one.
interesting challenge.
Oh,
Inside each starship is a fully automated simulation
Yeah.
of the
Make
as
my
they
own
operate its
starship.
controls and to transport munitions and batteries.
Look at that. That's so cool. You get to automate everything.
Charging my lasers,
Because how
guys.
quickly a weapon can shoot or how long a shield can stay charged depends on how
I'm
quickly
going
the
to
crew
get this
play
and
it
name my
and
starship the
systems or
USS
power.
Texas and see if
In
I
the
can
main
get the
single-player
same
career
lean
mode,
that it did
player starts
in,
with a
what was it,
small
World War
scout
II?
ship and
They
only
had
a
the
handful of
lean and
crew.
shot
I
shells.
Over the
love
course
it.
of many hours, they will explore a galaxy.
Look at
fight
all the,
pirates,
wait, is that, are those all places you can go?
Cosmoteer.
and mine
Yeah.
resources, all
That's
while
Whoa,
really
you get to
cool.
mine?
and improving their own ship. And
Oh,
for players
that's
who just want to design
cool.
awesome
So that means you
starships,
could
there is,
build
of course, a
multiple
creative
ships
mode
for
where they
different
can create
jobs.
whatever they want
Yeah,
with
yeah.
weapons.
Go different
know what else
places.
this gives me
Career and
different
creative
vibes
modes
of?
support online
You remember the
for
gummy
players who want
ships
to test
in
their starship
Kingdom
Yeah.
Hearts?
command skills
Like a
Yeah.
lot
Yes.
of people wasn't like didn't like that, but that was one of my favorite parts of that. And this feels like taking the gummy ships
The
and
publicly
putting them on
available demo already
steroids
has
and
tens of thousands
and
of
and
Cosmoteer.
and then launching them into
Early
space. Like
access launch is
look,
expected
I'm gonna
in
have so
late
many questions about this
2022.
game.
Farming community, everything's safe and sound.
And Plum
No
Grove
danger
looks pretty
afoot.
beautiful.
Yeah, I love this art style.
Yeah. It's like
guess
2D.
it's gonna go bad.
It's
2.5.
2D3.
What'd you do, Alchemist?
I didn't do it. 2.5D.
2.5D.
I like it.
I do too.
I'm worried this is gonna go bad though, because it's really calm. The trailer's really calm, and then like everything's gonna be on fire.
No. Can't
No.
be. It's too perfect.
Fire right there. See, that's where it starts.
No. Oh no, the wind is coming.
Oh,
It was okay.
Okay.
In development? Yeah, that was sweet.
okay.
That
Maybe
was
this
really
one won't
sweet and
be-
relaxing.
It was. This demo requires the use of a controller. Okay, I have two of them on my desk. Let's go. What you got?
You gotta use both of them.
The
At the
anticipation.
same time.
Hmm.
Erwin's retreat.
Hands and feet.
Hands and feet, yeah.
Cycle ammo.
Roll, melee.
I'm so excited already. The menu looks adorable.
So far,
I want to
so
be my
good.
best camper self.
Okay.
Save point. Okay.
Wasn't
Like it?
expecting that to happen.
Cute
Isometric
style.
view. Yeah.
Like his little
right.
footsie.
Told you.
Fire.
Flashlight. Hey. Oh.
Dodge roll
Oh, that's the bad guy.
for all you Dark Souls ones out there.
Oh, don't tell me this is the Souls like.
Oh man.
I mean, anytime I see a dodge roll, my brain thinks iframes.
It's too cute.
If this is a Souls-like, that is amazing.
I don't know.
It may not be.
Like a Souls-like in this style it's always so nice.
Listen, I was tricked by Tunic and I cried, okay?
No.
I
Whoa.
was tricked.
I haven't
It
beaten
was
one
too
yet.
cute. I was like, there's no way. And then I was like, oh my god, I can't finish it. It's too hard.
I mean, Tunic was supposed to be like the OG Legend of Zelda, and please remember, the original Legend of Zelda was terrifying. Like,
No, it was a Souls-like with a Zelda skin.
oh, that sounds too much.
Yeah.
It's a cute little fox.
That's pretty much what it was.
There's a lot of enemies.
Alan Wake.
You
That's
can
what I'm
burn
trying to
them.
remember.
Yeah, I get that.
Oh, yeah,
Wolves.
tactic style. Nice.
Give me
Let's
all
go.
this. Let's go.
Love me some tactical games.
Fastball special. Okay. The comic book
well.
nerd is already excited.
He got eaten by that wall.
Mhm. I love games like this.
I do like when there's like a lot of strategy involved.
I think the first game like this that I ever got hooked on was Final Fantasy Tactics on the PlayStation, and then ever since then, I've just loved these style of games.
Sure.
And this one looked like
befriend the dog.
the spiritual. You can pet the doggo.
You can have doggo.
Friend.
You can level up doggo.
I really love the style too. The contrast between
Yeah.
the artwork on the side for the character art versus the game art is fantastic. I love the contrast there.
Agreed, yeah.
My poor wallet.
Far away from home. Okay. So
Ooh.
This is it.
Don't give me all
This
of
is it.
my
Is this
tactics.
it? They look like little
Divorce.
zergling spiders.
chicken.
Is that a chicken on my team?
A chicken.
This is Farmageddon, right? This
If this has to be fun.
Did that chicken just cast magic? What?
Don't question the chicken and its motives.
I am never going to question the chicken casting magic. Mostly because it might fry me instead of me frying it.
I love it so much.
Wow, yeah.
Oh, so the animals fight, or the fruit, vegetables, whatever the things, they fight. for you.
Animals. I don't
Pig
know.
plant? That is that bacon
It's a
and
cauliflower
salad
sheep.
together?
Turnip pig and
See,
cauliflower
that's a
sheep.
Sheep, yeah, cauliflower sheep.
Call a sheep or sheep flower?
Sheep of flour.
I love
Sheep,
them so
collie,
much.
Collie sheep? I don't know.
Cabbage.
I'm sure there's a cooler
rooster?
name.
Cabbage. Cabooster. Yeah.
Cabooster?
Cabooster. Well, that's a carrot pig.
Carrot pig?
Oh, is that a carrot pig?
Carrot
Is the
pig.
chicken a
Carrot pig?
turnip? Onion?
Is that...
No, chicken looks like a
Eggplant?
eggplant.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Farmageddon.
Yeah, that is an eggplant.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I love the creativity that the animals are also part vegetable. That's really fun.
Fisti-Fluffs!
Fisti-Fluffs?
Fisti-Fluff. Whoa.
It's got little shark outfits!
If I'm not mistaken, was this here last year?
I don't
Or-
remember
I don't
Fisti-Fluffs.
Yeah, I don't remember this one.
Then I am
I
mistaken.
think you're thinking of Calico.
Yeah,
I
Calico was the
know
cafe
you're
one.
Probably right.
Oh, playing
But it's a
fish.
shark cat. Oh,
That's awesome.
this just got very metal.
Every time something's super cute, you're like, wow, it's so adorable. They're like, metal. I love them so much. I like it too. The contrast is so fun. We're here to wreck stuff up because we're cats. Where's the nearest
It's a
glass of
screamo
water
cat.
so I can pow it on the ground?
It's Calico
Yeah.
meets Agritsuko.
I need that.
Another Kage.
Oh, here's a little creature.
He lights up.
Oh.
Here's your Souls like. Here you go.
I
All of
like
you that like
this.
Hollow Knight.
Yeah,
I do
Hollow
like
Knight.
Hollow Knight.
Really,
It's like
Metroidvania.
Hollow Knight meets Gris.
yeah, it's really pretty. Connect the broken world. I love Metroidvania games. Please give me.
Yeah, Metroidvania is my favorite genre.
Oh, that's a big map.
Oh, I love Metroidvanias. They're fantastic.
Please don't step into any traps and die. Any tour-related deaths would be really bad for business.
The bunny.
That looks angry.
Does that look just like a cat, like a killer cat with knives?
Very angry.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is cool.
This is gorgeous.
There's
Yeah.
so much going on.
That's
What?
dope.
Oh,
Fancy man. This is actually really, really, really.
So if you haven't already, open up your Steam wish lists because you know we have that Steam sale going on.
How many games?
I
Or
can't do it right now, guys.
I'm I'm totally not adding things to my wish list as we're sitting here. That's
I have all of them written down in a notebook in front of me, and I'm just like going through and like circling all of them as we go. Like, these are the ones I want.
I am totally not adding things to my wish list as we go.
You're like, that's not me.
No, I would never do that. That's irresponsible.
I want them all.
Actually, all jokes aside, for all of you in chat who don't know this, a lot of indie dev games like will say like, hey, wishlist this on Steam. And it's not just because they want you to add it to the wish list. It's because it lets them then go to publishers and go, hey, look, we've had 2,000, 3,000 people wishlist our game, which then lets them go to people like Microsoft or Nintendo and go, hey, look, we have this game on Steam. It's an indie game. We've had all this many people that have wishlisted it. You should let us bring it to your console as well. So when if you see a game during this that you think is really cool and you hear us say, make sure to go wishlist it on Steam, not only does it let you know when the game is available and maybe give you the chance to pick up the early access version, it also supports the developers. I know this is going to sound very cliche because all of us here are content creators, so we say this all the time, but wishlisting following is the cheapest way to support indie dev games that you like, because just the act of wishlisting can let them then take that and show people like, hey, people are interested. So if you see something here you like and you don't have the time right now to purchase it or the money, first of all, you just be saving that money for Sticks Online every year, because that's what I do. But also like consider wishlisting so that you can kind of show that support.
I want to obliterate the heroes, guys.
Lords
of Ravage. That is so cool.
And there are other things you can do. Aspen Enemy Studio says that there are other things you can do to support them as well. But I do want to say, wishlisting it is always a good start. Totally gonna go.
A reminder that wishlisting games is completely free.
It's true.
This is really cute too.
Got them puppers following you. Uh-oh. Battle time.
This.
Whoa, nice.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, it's
Old school RPG
combat.
vibes.
Yeah.
Get them puppers.
The dog's name is Scar.
Do not touch my doggo.
Whoa.
That's trippy.
Get hypnotized by an elephant.
I'm hypnotized by the game. It's so, I really like this.
That art style.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm suddenly like 6 years old again, and I'm in heaven.
I'm with you.
Uh-oh. Such childish.
Oh no.
Oh.
I wonder if those choices matter later on. If I say like, I'm gonna help out this
I
buddy,
wonder
and the
if
other
it
dude
does,
becomes
yeah.
a boss later.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Different
Oh, wow.
paths to
He
take
looks
throughout the game.
epic.
And there's
Yeah.
mining.
Resource gathering. Probably have to have certain tools and stuff to get past areas.
Sure.
Whoa,
Flappy
Bird.
Flashbacks.
Ah.
Great minds, Rick.
Wait, what was that drawing?
Behold my art.
I love it.
Yeah. Into
That's
space?
cool.
That's really cool.
Manafinder or Manafinder.
Mana.
Okay.
Mana.
Dope.
Interesting.
I don't know about you. I'm always trying to find mana. I always end up losing it.
Oh, yeah.
VR?
Whoa. Haven't seen an indie VR game yet.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Doing
Is
some
this-
karaoke?
It's gonna be a scary game.
What?
Wait.
It's the paranormal one about the 90s.
I love the 90s.
Is it Escape the 90s, I think it is?
Hog.
Top secret for the code. I dig that they did that for the trailer so that you don't get an advantage. All of you at home that might be getting this game, no advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What? Oh.
Oh.
What?
Yes.
Solving clues? What?
This is
You're
so
like a
cool.
detective.
I feel like 2 games in a row now, I've been sent back to my childhood.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Y'all been talking about this the whole time.
So
It's so good.
This was on 6 last year, and then I got to do a Seattle Indies kind of like showcase of this game earlier this year. I had the devs on. The music in this game is spectacular, and I guarantee, like, just from where it was when I played it earlier this year and where they are now is like night and day difference. They have added more orbs in. Like this is another example of one of those games that if you support the game and you support the dev, make sure to go to their Discord. Most of these devs will have a Discord for their game, but they will add in new things. They'll add in new features, and this dev in particular listens a lot to their the people in their Discord. Also, there's nothing more satisfying than launching a peg and then watching it deal 20,000 damage. Like it.
Little bat. What is the fancy sheep man lady?
Marty Martini. That's the name.
Okay, so we have fighting.
Hex style movement.
Totally not.
But combat fighting.
Yeah.
Like Pokemon style.
It does look very Pokemon style. And yeah, chat, like the Artful said in chat, wishlist is a pre-launch feedback to let the developer know what they're doing right, which is always a good thing. And then again, follow their Discord. Find out where you can give feedback, because a lot of these indie devs are much more closely connected to their communities. What is going on?
We're about to play a game. That's what's going on.
Last time someone said, "Would you like to play a game?" I ended up in a bear trap.
Yeah,
wait, is this social deception? I read vote for fellow players.
Punish.
It's another social deception game.
Maybe.
If it is, I'm not playing it with Mac.
I love social deception games.
I love them too, but when I play them with you, I end up dying or getting voted out immediately.
Listen.
Don't think I forgot that you are my nemesis, Mac. Like, I know we have been cordial here, but you still owe me a rematch for Among Us. I remember what you did to me in Among Us. Turned an entire room against me. Nothing wrong.
Listen, Alchemist Joker is not to be trusted in social deception games. Voting him out early is the only way.
I agree.
I feel attacked. Okay, this is Riposte. So this is another game I did on the Seattle Indies stream, and this game is a lot of fun. I played the single player version of this. You play as a knight, and you basically are trying to attack your opponent, but you have multiple weapons. So like some weapons are better at like parrying, some weapons are good with attacks. You have armor that you wear as well. So like as you see the like as you hit a person, it'll knock their armor off, right? And then once you actually hit that area again, it actually kills the opponent. You also have sword arts, which are really cool. I'm telling you, this game is spectacular. I genuinely, it's meant to be a party game, but I played the single player version of this, and I think I ended up playing this for 2 hours on stream, and then after the stream was done and I went offline, I went to play it again. Went through the single player mode, which teaches you how to play the game. There are 10 levels. Did that. Then I wanted to do it without losing any armor. Then I wanted to do it by taking off all of my opponent's armor, which they might add that in as an achievement. Hint, hint. Riposte is dope. You should try it.
Oh yeah, RoboCo.
Predicaments.
This is the one with
I
Python,
added this
right?
to my wish list. I know that
Humanity has one
last
hope.
Dun, dun, dun.
It looks so sad.
It's all on you.
Robots.
Oh, he's so cute.
Oh, you get to build your own little robot. Will they further the chaos?
If Steph makes them, they will. If Steph makes the robot, it will further the chaos.
They're little eyeballs.
Just trying to help out at a birthday party.
By holding that man by the neck.
Goose Game meets robot. Or like, I'm just gonna annoy you.
Cool.
Look at him, he's so happy.
All of the chaos.
Oh.
Okay, Spiderbot.
A house cleaner.
Wow, it's so cute. Ooh, that's this quarter.
It's all fun and games until they flip your desk over. Then it's
We
just
flip our
games.
own desks.
Sure.
Oh man, this one too.
Oh.
I think this is Spirit and Stone. Yeah, it is.
This is
Uh, So you get to build your castle however you want, but you also have to hextile base, go through the world and build farms, and there's like story elements of exploring and just it's pretty neat. I like the aspect of being able to build your town your way instead of just like normal settlement things. It's like you place a thing down and you're like, all right, cool, it'll build. And it's like, no, you get to build how you want to build and then go explore.
I love these types of games just because they make the best kind of relaxing, chill games. Like, if you, like, I play when I was streaming, I would play first-person shooters, which can be kind of hectic and kind of tense. And then after stream, when I would, like, turn off the camera and, like, rate another channel, I would play games like this because they're very nice to relax to, kind of wind down your day. Even if you're not a streamer, if you have a stressful job or some other thing, like having a game like this in your library lets you just kind of relax at the end. Just build something kind of cool, get artistic with it. So definitely, totally not adding this one to my wish list as well. Cough, cough.
Not at all.
Don't look at my wish list, by the way. It's just a bad idea.
Can you look at other people's wish list?
I am not certain. Intense pickleball action? Also, it's an adventure game. Okay. Ninjas.
So,
doubles.
Time travel. There's so many things. Dog.
Fishing.
Cowboy. Portals.
What is
Super Pickleball?
I'm gonna have so many questions. All the things.
Hot.
Solar system. We in space?
Starlight Explorers.
You're ready to learn
this art
about
style
space
is
things?
Set your velocity.
That's cool.
I wonder if you have to like navigate around obstacles to try to get to the point at which you need to be.
And it lets you
Gravity?
see how gravity affects your. Okay, this is
yeah.
this looks
really
cool.
cool.
I like games that teach you.
Yeah. Like I was just like Mac took the thought right out of my head.
I got you. I knew what you were saying.
I wonder how many times can I get it to slingshot around the galaxy. This is why I don't work at NASA. I would just waste it. And the art style is adorable.
I love the art style.
Cough, cough. Don't pay attention to my camera.
Look at him.
Oh,
Look at his little
so
face.
Oh, your first day on the job? Okay.
Look at him go. He's so determined.
Embark on a cosmic journey
That's cool.
in this puzzle adventure game.
I do love puzzle games. They're so fun.
I like the bubbly artwork of this. It feels more underwatery than spacey, but it flows together so well and I like it.
Code bots to do.
Yeah, I love
Wait,
the artwork.
Boop.
Oh, so is this is
Yeah.
that a second player or maybe a robot friend?
It's like they're robot companions that you can code to have them do little tasks for you.
I
like
like it.
Starstone.
When you say code, do you mean like just code?
I don't-
as in.
I'm not sure how you command them.
There's a demo for it.
Oh,
So
this
you're
is
in
a
chat.
stark contrast.
It is.
Oh,
I was just thinking that.
Oh.
This is Grimsey Island, right?
Yeah, Grimsey Island.
Yeah, there is.
The curse
A crime
of
was
Grimsey
committed.
Island.
Dun
Kind
dun
of
dun.
crime. It's scary. There's blood on the ground.
It's like
Going
futuristic.
spoopy chat.
Oh, search for
Search
clues.
for clues.
What I do with my time is not
That
really
man is very
any of
dead.
your business.
He
And
dead
if you're
dead.
implying
He
something,
did.
just say it.
I say it.
Get the revolver. Oh,
I can't find any trace of John.
It almost feels
How
like
did he
this would
finish so
be a
quickly?
VR game.
it does feel like that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you can view your friends' wish lists, so keep your eyes on my wish list stuff, Mac. and Rick.
This
No-
is
no
for
looky. No
everyone.
looky look.
Stay focused.
Who are you talking about? I have your wish list up. That's why I can.
Don't let any of the
Don't-
Just all the
Don't
time.
away from
It's
that.
just here.
But then you see all the games I add, and then hopefully you add them as
Uh-huh.
well. Yeah, no, you can look at my wish list. It's cool.
I
There you go.
hired each of you to do a job, so do it.
Just don't judge me for it.
Oh, I'm always judging you. That's how
Okay.
friendships work.
Occupation has-
It's like
right.
getting missed.
The Curse of
Mistfield
Grimsey
vibes.
Island or Isles? Ooh.
Wish listed on Steam. Yeah, good.
Demo
good
for that one
music.
as well.
Ooh,
Or a necromancer. I'm
Okay.
here for it already.
Holds
The world holds it against you.
Holds that against you.
Another card game?
Looks like it.
Yes, I love card games.
Is this Throne of Bone?
I think so.
Think I could be wrong.
I think it is. Yeah, Throne of Bone. I thought it was kind of like a deck builder,
Sure.
but it's.
It
I
does.
don't.
It does remind me of a deck builder.
Mummification.
But you can level up your cards.
You can do that in Slay the Spire. You can level up your cards.
Ah.
True, but it looks like you can level them up multiple times. It's like it would be like every card was Searing Blow in Slay the Spire, where you can upgrade it
All right.
infinity times.
Well,
But this looks.
I like it.
Oh, give me
Oh
this.
yeah, this game.
Already the
Yeah.
music style.
yes.
It's like Leisure Suit Larry, but
Well,
Not
drat.
rated PG-13 or R.
yeah. Really good music.
Yeah, I'm like,
Love
let's
those
go.
games.
Is the soundtrack going to be released on Spotify?
We'll have to ask the developer.
Ooh.
What is he collecting?
Or like old
Bubble
school,
pogo stick?
old school Duke Nukem side scroll. Yeah,
Or like Earthworm Jim. Yeah.
yeah.
With inner
But there's a lot to do in here.
build up a lab full of friends. So it also has like a base building kind of component.
There's so many enemies.
Yeah.
Oh, the
That looks
platforming.
large.
Oh, no.
Oh, the platforming.
I do like platforming.
And Metroidvania style stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hidden compartments maybe.
This is cool.
Unstable Scientific. We're gonna have to ask them about their music stuff.
for adventure, you will find it.
This is last but not least on our list.
Yeah.
Voodoo.
Voodoo Detective.
I can offer you a $200 advance plus expenses.
This is voice acted.
That kind of cabbage. I'd voodoo investigate.
Which I love.
No mystery, he won't investigate.
Okay, so I love this so much.
No
Yes.
crime he can't solve.
I'm on to you, crumbs for
Like the old timey, like reportery voice. Fave. Love it.
Dig
Now
that.
he takes on his most
Plus, it has that feel of like Curse of Monkey Island, like those old school like point and click adventure games.
of amnesia.
Yeah.
Memory unlocked.
You lost your memory, huh? Did you check the couch cushions?
There's
Oh my goodness.
Also, like everything about him is fantastic.
Yes.
Just so good.
Core.
voice cast. Nice.
I'm totally digging this.
Wow. Okay. I can't wait to talk to this dev. This is going to be awesome. Was that the hypest hour of your life or what?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
That
goodness.
was pretty hype. That was pretty
That
hype.
was pretty hype. Well,
how many games have I added to my wish list from just
too many?
that hour? Let's see.
Too many.
My answer is too many.
I think I added at least 10 at minimum.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The hype is going to continue for the rest of the day as we get to actually sit down and talk with the devs that made the games that y'all have seen this hype hour. It's going to be a full-fledged fun day of talking about games. What can be any better way to spend your Saturday? So don't forget to check out 6.seattleindies.org for more info on all the games that you've seen today. And don't forget about the Steam sale happening now, which you can find linked in the chat. Get discounts on some of the release games you're seeing today, as well as wish list the items and games that aren't out yet and get notifications when they are released. If you want your very own 2022 t-shirt that you can see right there, let's go. Head over to the store page on seattleindies.org to buy one for yourself. And of course, 6 wouldn't be anywhere it is today without our generous sponsors and Patreon supporters. For as little as $1 a month, that's just $1, you too can support the Seattle Indies and help us put on great events like 6. So go to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find more. That link as well will be in the chat. Huge thanks to our headline sponsor, Azure. Free access to developer tools and support for industry experts. Take full advantage of the cloud to build and grow your games. Visit aka.ms/Seattle Indies 2022. And a huge thank you to our champion sponsors, Play Everywhere, Pre-Mac Rogers PC, AIE, For Culture, Hooded Horse, Mega Crit, our partner sponsors, Unbound Creations, Stoic Studio, and our community sponsors, GG Locators, Universe Sandbox, The Purple Arcade, and 3R Technology. Y'all, don't go anywhere. We have an ad break coming up, and up next, we're going to talk to the devs with Autofire. See you soon.
For an extremely limited time, you'll get a whopping 500.
Hello and welcome back. Joining us now is Patrick Lipo from AutoFire. Hello, hello.
Hi there. Super excited to be here.
I'm excited to see your game, AutoFire. We saw a little bit of it during Hype Hour. Let's take a look at the trailer right now and give everyone a refresher of what AutoFire is all about.
Okay, let's do it.
I need this real bad.
Yes. All right. So AutoFire looks amazing. Tell us about your game and all the mechanics that go along with it.
Well, I first of all, I said it was a turn-based RPG, and yeah, what you look at on screen might look real time, but the action only advances when you do. So it's up to you to manage all your weapons and armor on all four sides, maintain control of your grip so you don't start skidding, and yeah, you can play it fast or slow. It's designed to feel like driving and skidding and all that cool car stuff. Yeah, and I guess the other thing that's probably good to know is that you might get like Mad Max vibes or something like this.
Yes.
But it isn't really your typical like dust and misery apocalypse. Everyone's awful. Most of the population, they're alive. They're living in these sort of boring lives. They're tucked away in these corporate-run citadels. And you're like one of the few individuals lucky enough to own a car, a driver that's willing to brave the badlands between the pockets of civilization. And since these people have sort of a dull existence within the Citadel, like drivers are reality stars, they're like influencers, they're celebrities, they're followed on social media, and drivers can build their brand by streaming their exploits, driving with style, all that stuff.
I think you need style when you're in the desert, right? I saw some customization options. Are the customization, is that purely cosmetic, or are they also different weapons and stuff that you can equip and stuff that you're seeing?
No, of course. Yeah, there's all sorts of different weapons you can get. Everything from rockets to lasers to flamethrowers. And again, you can mount different things on each side of your car. So you can shoot somebody with their front weapon, then do a bootlegger swivel around to use your rear weapon, and then launch something at them from behind. So yeah. So again, that's what turn-based gives you. Is while a lot of car combat games are very real time, you got your Twisted Metal and stuff like that. This is a car combat adventure, right? You're full on going out into traveling the highways and living your own life and taking jobs, but also you're able to play thoughtfully, right? You can manage different firing arcs, deal with cooldowns of various weapons, and basically play a little more of a thoughtful game, and yet still feel like you're driving and doing cool stuff at high speed.
So one of the things you mentioned is that you can skid. I'm sorry, Steph.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
One of the things you mentioned is that you can skid in this game, and since you have weapons that are on the front and back, and I assume on the sides, I guess would there be some kind of benefit in kind of learning how to control some of those more random activities? Because I feel like if you can master the art of skidding into a turn, you could hit someone with your front weapon, power slide into the side, hit them with your side weapon, and then complete the skid and hit them with your back weapon, and then boost out of there before anyone can even hit you back.
Yeah, you totally nailed it, right? Like that is what it's about. You can, if you fire a rocket, right, that takes a little while to cool down. Suddenly you can't fire out of your front, so it's up to you to kind of like bring the right side of your car to bear, or maybe the armor. Your armor on your right side is kind of weak, so you have to bring your left side and those weapons to bear. So a little bit of almost doing broadsides like like a ship combat game or something like that.
Okay.
One of the questions brought up in chat was, what's the process when developing this game? Did you go to a couple game jams? Did you have a prototype in your head? What was the design and process for this?
Well, I've been a professional game developer for like 30 years, and so I've been making games for other people, and this is a game I've always wanted to make. And a few years ago, there was a 7-day roguelike game, right, where people were making all sorts of roguelikes, little at symbols moving around. And I'm like, well, I want to try this with this car game that I've always wanted to make since I was a kid, basically. Because, in the 80s, after Mad Max, everything was car combat for a while. Yep. Right? And so I made that game in 7 days. And yeah, some of that code is still in there. It was in 2D, it was top down. I just kind of quickly whipped together some bad looking cars and moved it to 3D, added a whole overworld and Citadel system and adventuring context, and yeah, the rest is history.
I love that.
Love it. So good. Did you have any inspirations out that really kind of set you into wanting to do this game or something very similar to this when you started this process?
Well, again, kid of the 80s, right? I was playing games like Car Wars and Auto Duel and watching Mad Max and all that stuff. And I really liked tabletop. Like Car Wars is tabletop, very, very complicated. Takes a million years to play, right? That sort of thing. I love the thoughtfulness of that and all the sort of tricking out a car thing. And as time moved forward, games like Twisted Metal came out, and it sort of gave you a little bit of that. But again, this to me is the game that I wanted to play even back then that didn't really exist. There were some games like that were just really, really tough, super stat heavy, hard to play games. But this kind of is providing that punchiness, almost like Diablo on wheels, right? That sort of feel is what I was after. Where you're coming and you're getting cooler machine guns and upgrading your car, picking up a new car. You can see here that you can slot better weapons on, can move faster, have cooler engines, all that stuff. Special moves. And each car actually has different styles. So, there are certain cars that have perks when you're skidding or when you're going fast, are really good at ramming. Like, basically just choose how you want to play.
It's perfect. I love it. And like you said, having a game that you wanted to play as a kid, it's got to be super good feeling to be able to present that and make that for not only yourself, but everybody else.
Yeah, seeing it come to life.
Yeah, again, it's just sort of a 30-year dream, right, coming to fruition. So it's super exciting to be able to roll it out and show it to people.
That's so cool.
I love that. And so what platforms can people find your game? When will it be fully released if it isn't already?
It's coming to early access on Steam later this year, right around year end. That's the starting point, and then we'll check at what platforms it'll be good for in the future. Talking to a couple parties right now.
That sounds great.
Awesome. Well, Patrick, thank you so much for joining us. I cannot wait to see this come out, and don't forget to snag it on early release when it comes out, guys. And we're going to take a quick little production break, but we'll be back with AK-xolotl. Don't go anywhere.
All right, thanks a lot.
I have the ability to help people escape reality, at least for the next week or so.
Welcome back! It's time to get into AK-xolotl, which we were all gushing over during hype hour. So let's take a look and refresh our memories.
Hello, I'm Daniel Piqueras from Valencia, Spain, and I'm the creator of AK-xolotl. AK-xolotl is my first project as a developer. What started as a silly joke between friends has become a full-fledged project where I can bring my chaotic ideas to life. Since announcing the game back in 2020, initially as a simple arcade shooter, the community has grown so much, and it's super heartwarming to see that many people love the game as much as I do. I always believed the game had the potential to be much more. So, earlier this year, and thanks to the incredible amount of support we've been receiving, we decided to take a step further. So AK-xolotl was announced as a top-down roguelite. Since then, the team has expanded and the game is finally turning into what I always intended it to be, a love letter to some of my favorite games. If you want to help fully bring my vision to life, please consider supporting our Kickstarter campaign that is now live. There's some really banger rewards for a lot of our backers, so I hope you're as hyped as I am about them. So thank you so much, and I will see you in the pod.
Oh, goodness.
I'm Carolina from Awesome Studio, and today
This is like easily the game that I am most excited about right now. And that's a mix of reasons, but I love axolotls, and this is just
that suddenly becomes really hungry.
Oh my
and
god,
decides to go on
that
a
art
raid,
style is so
hunting down
awesome.
these next
Yeah, the title screen alone.
Absolutely. Oh,
I think one of the really cool features of our game is the fact that you'll be able to collect, nurture, and grow baby axolotls.
It's a twin-stick shooter as well.
Playable once they fully mature.
You can grow them!
As they grow, you'll be able to fully customize them with different sets of traits. So each one will have its own unique
These were all
traits.
my questions, and they're answering all of them for me, because I was wondering about the whole breeding thing.
Here, you can see one of the first rooms in the first biome of the game. Each
So
biome
one of the things
has
I
its
love
own
about
unique
this is
theme.
okay. So
It
twin
can
stick shooters are
range
always
from,
games that I've enjoyed
scenery,
because
like this one that you're
they
seeing, to more
their
industrial
simplicity
junkyard with a
belies
bunch of
a
toxic
difficulty
waste,
because
or
there's a
even
lot of
beautiful
there can end up being a
and
lot of things on
inspired
screen at once.
garden.
And so I dig this art style combined with this
has a
kind
heavy
of
focus on
gameplay.
and weapons
And
usability.
one of the things
So
about
you're
it that
always cycling through
I'm
different
really
weapons.
digging already is
However,
just I can already
weapon
see how the
management
difficulty in
can
this
play
game
a
can
role
spike
in some strategies
because you know
maybe
you're seeing just a
using
couple of
better
attacks
weapons
right
for
now.
elite
Could you
enemies or
imagine
bosses.
there being these huge patterns and
You'll have a
swirls of
wide
different
variety
attacks
of
coming out?
weapons,
Like
from long range, short range, melee weapons,
All the
and
dodge
even
rolls, dodge
explosives.
rolling forever.
You can really
Mhm.
experiment and make
And
it
it's
very
kind of
from
like a
scratch.
roguelike.
Yeah, roguelike smut. I love those
After
games.
clearing
I
all
love
the enemies in a
smuts.
room,
Those are really fun
you'll have
games.
different pets that you can choose
Or
from.
bullet hells, or however. There's so many terms.
Previously, you saw examples where you would have
This
different
definitely
types
has
of rooms,
bullet hell vibes all
which
over
would
it.
be weapon
Yes,
rooms, item
yes.
rooms, and killing
We're
rooms.
The
seeing a lot
mice
of like
holding that large rifle was hilarious.
different enemies in the game. And
But we're
each
seeing a
biome
lot of
will
things
have
that we
its own
see
unique
in
set
other
of
games,
enemies
and I don't know what
perfectly
those
match its
games
fight.
are that kind of influence this one or things like that. But you know, we have the three different areas that we can go. For this room, we've got 2. You've got the gun or the health kind of thing, so you get to choose which pathway you want to take and what's going to be more beneficial to your build. And for me, just in recent games, this reminds me of a lot of like the Hades format of choosing which room to go through, how to get through them, and I mean it's very similar style in that aspect, but the art style is fantastic, the axolotls, and given that this is just something that was a joke amongst friends that was turned into this full fleshed out idea is just chef's kiss.
Yes. It also the name of the game is Escape, but where the Bible emote comes from.
We've tried.
A game.
Binding of Isaac?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that, where you're going through different rooms, you have enemies, you gotta pew pew.
Yeah, there's all different styles of like
heavy metal
path building. So like you said in the Hades game, also I think it's what's that new sheep game that came out? The following
Cult of Lamb.
Cult of Lamb. That one is also that style. You go into the run and you have multiple paths to take to choose what you want to do. And those are a lot of like I love that build your own adventure style.
You can also carry 2 weapons, it seems like, and it looks like the weapons have different rarities. So if you notice, like the Luger that he was using was white, while this P90, I'm a gun nerd, but the P90 is purple. So I'm assuming that there's different rarities of weapons that have different effects, which is also very very dope, because you have like that weapon he just picked up, which is green. So I'm very curious to know if, as you go through the game, there are ways to like increase the power of different weapons. Like if you can find a purple version of that AK, or if that is always a white weapon and then each weapon is always the same kind of tier. But we also started to see in one of those rooms that it very much started to become very bullet heavy, because
the game,
I think it was the raccoon was shooting like a little arc of bullets, and I can already see that 4 of those in a room in each corner becomes
which is the main currency.
Nightmarish.
After each run, you can use the meat to unlock
new weapons. You do run out of ammo, so you're gonna have to pick up other guns as you go. These types of things are so cool.
Yeah, I was just about to say something about that, because you have to be careful with your shots, because if you run out of ammo and guns, what do you do after that? You just hit him with something?
Cool extra features coming.
I don't know. That is a good question. Does he pull out the sword? Because I swear we saw a sword in the axolotl's hand earlier.
Sword.
So,
as far as gameplay goes,
is that a pickup weapon? Is that just the default?
Maybe they're just really forgiving with ammo, and the game maybe knows when you're running low.
And it will
Could be. That would be an interesting kind of thing. I think there is a weapon that you start the run with, and I would be willing to bet that when you run out of ammo in both of your other weapons, you probably switch to that.
Sure.
Because it seems like it has never. There's never been a point yet where it seems like we're about to see now, because he's got 3 rounds left. So there is a default weapon.
A lot of different types of rewards.
And it's just the default kind of pistol, because when you ran out of ammo, it's switched to.
With a reload.
Nothing at all.
So it's that 10-shot pistol, and you have to reload it afterwards, but that becomes your default weapon.
After completing a full run, then if you're the final boss, you'll have the option to go for a second dinner, which is how we've decided to name the new Game Plus feature for our game.
So there is a fishing minigame. I don't know if you guys caught that. There's a fishing minigame that you can get cosmetics in, you get weapons.
You will be going against
those spikes in the ground?
Enemies.
Like traps that you can fall in at the top left and right?
So you can have as many layers as you want.
Those are traps or like little egg pods?
Not sure.
Oh, sure.
If those are traps, though, I wonder if you can, because some of the weapons have knockback. I wonder if you can knock back enemies into those. Oh, pun pincher! Don't pinch the mustache.
Make sure to stay put and dodge bullets.
The little mustache.
The mustache is the best part.
Don't pinch the mustache.
Don't pinch the mustache. But.
Oh, nice. So you just dodge him until he gets dizzy. Okay. He doesn't seem all that difficult.
It's a very Castlevania
the first boss
wait until phase 2.
Wait till phase 2.
In these types of games is always really difficult, but this dude seems like he's kind of a pushover. He seems like he's never mind. Okay, I stand corrected. Okay.
Yeah, wow. The moment you call him a pushover, he gets mad at you.
We're not even a full quarter of the way through his health bar yet. Give us some time, Alchemist. Give us some time.
Do you remember how Hades started off?
He just wants it to go to 100.
Stomping you immediately. So I'm used to getting immediately stomped.
You could hate life pretty quickly if you could.
Ooh.
But I mean, like, if you take things like Castlevania, right? Not all of those bosses just smushed you right off the bat. Some of them waited until you got them through to half bar or 3/4 of the way through their health bar, or just second phased them.
Yeah.
True, but he seems like he's about to be crab cakes.
Well, it looks like. Yep,
Don't judge the stash yet. Don't judge the stash yet.
Okay.
Here's another phase.
Got shields up now. Okay.
The little sound he makes.
He's got a knife.
There's the knife. Is it gonna spin with the knife now?
Look out! He's got a knife.
Oh, okay.
Whoops.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah. Dodge that.
this time.
Oh.
Thank you so much for taking this little journey with me through
there's
the
our
world of
difficult
Axolotl.
Okay,
And I hope
so
you enjoyed.
that's the end of our
The
trailer.
game will
so,
be coming out next year, so
I
make
feel
sure
like
to wish list
all
and
of us need
follow
to
us on
just go
social
ahead
media
and
so
wish
you don't
list the
miss
crap
any
out of that
updates.
game.
And thank you
Yeah,
so much
they
to
just said it's
Seattle
coming
Indies
out
Expo
next
for
year,
having
so
us. Bye
that's
bye.
exciting.
I'm so excited.
All right.
I'm so excited.
Well, I'm excited. You should put that on your Steam wish list. AK-xolotl, what we just saw. Up next, Astrolander. I'm excited to hear. Alchemist is ready. You'll be ready too. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
4110. Am I still willing to foot all this billing contact? Riding on our shiny metal horses, singing our rider's song. One of us will be forgotten, the other will be wrong. 24110, 24110. Am I transmitting? Is anyone listening? Contact. When I think of you, names in the sky, 90 feet high, contact. Riding on our shiny metal horses, singing our rider's song. One of us will be forgotten, the other will be wrong. Riding on our shiny metal horses, singing our rider's song. One of us will be forgotten, the other will be wrong. Oh, 24110, 24110. Am I still willing to foot all this billing contact?
Hello, welcome back, everybody.
Hello.
We are joined by Max with Astrolander. Hello.
Hello, thank you for having me here and for everyone putting on this amazing event.
Oh, thank you for joining us. I am so excited to hear more about Astrolander. We saw it during Hype Hour, and we learned that both people control the rocket.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a 2-player local co-op game inspired by Lunar Lander. So one player fires thrusters while the other controls rotation. Usability such as slowing down time, a cloak, and a cargo hook. And the catchphrase is test your skills and your friendships.
The moment I saw that and found out both people are controlling it, I'm like, yep, this is going to end some friendships or possibly have some controllers broken. I don't know.
Absolutely.
All right, well, let's take a look at the trailer and get a little refresher.
You ready?
Let's do this.
Okay, go.
Okay, here we go.
Go, 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 go.
Okay, turn. You're gonna get killed. Watch it. Don't go to lightning. Okay, we missed it. Okay, whoa.
That was your fault.
That was your fault. You know what? You could have turned.
You could have thrust.
Okay, whoa.
Let's go.
Okay, drop it.
Drop it. Okay.
Wait.
Up.
Hang on.
Okay. There.
Oh, up there. Okay, wait. Stop. Turn. Okay, you could have turned.
Okay, let's go. Go.
Turn.
Go. Right into the guys.
Houston, what is that?
You ready?
Let's do this.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Astrolander landing this fall. Tell us the concept. How did you land on wanting to build a game?
Okay, whoa.
Yeah, so I really enjoy kind of sandbox games, making my own, expressing myself, and I thought that kind of creating your own games really gives you complete freedom of what you want to do, what you want to create, and that's why I love creating games.
Okay, turn.
Oh, I love that.
So I got the idea for Astrolander. I really enjoy co-op games like It Takes Two and also arcade games, so like the original Lunar Lander, and I thought why not combine those two ideas together, and that's how I created Astrolander. So, but the game is more intended to be a co-op like multiplayer experience.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, there's also, because we were discussing doing this for the Seattle Indies show, and there is a way, if I'm not mistaken, that you can use Steam's like share function so that you can play. Yeah, you can use play together so that you can simulate playing together on a couch. But the reason I'm so hyped for this game is, again, there was an in-person event that Seattle Indies had, and I was there to kind of help out with that event. And when you walk in and you walk into the event, it was at this kind of big house-like setup. And Max's game was one of the first games that was there. So I remember kind of like walking past and seeing it. And you walk over, you go, hey, tell me a bit about your game. And I was immediately blown away by the amount of just polish that the game itself had. But also Max did an excellent job of kind of summing up this game and like explaining it. So I was really excited about that.
Okay, am I grabbing or grabbing?
Yeah, sorry, I had a bit of connection issues there.
Did I freeze as well? Like that? Did that entire monologue just disappear into the ether?
We did. We had some small technical difficulties, I think. So.
Well, that's fine. That just means I get to compliment Max again. I saw this game at a live event, and I went to go talk to Max about it because I was, well, tell me about your game, and I was so impressed with not only how well polished the game was, but Max did such an excellent job of describing it. Like, genuinely, no joke. I have seen developers on E3 stages that have not been as good at describing their game and showing it off as Max was. So I was very impressed with that.
Thank you. I'll mention here you can see this is one of the puzzle aspects you can see here. And unlike NASA, our SLS rocket can actually take off. But you can see here you can open doors and whatnot, and there's a puzzle you have to solve. I think you can see the little thing I did there. And then later on, there's obviously obstacles. There's a level later on that'll show that has tornadoes, and it's like kind of like a bit harder to see. So there's tons of different like wide variety of obstacles and objects and stuff you have to avoid.
I love that it's not just getting through the level, but you've added another component of puzzles and just more reasons to potentially be mad at your co-op partner. I was wondering, how did you come up with the art design? Did you design the art yourself? Did you have a friend or hire somebody? How does that work?
Yeah, so I did all the art myself. I kind of like that low poly aesthetic and then sort of the toon style. I do a bit of work in Blender, and I always really like this kind of style, and I thought it fit the game perfectly. So I just decided to go full in on it, and that's how I got the art style. And sort of everything is tried to outline, it's toon shaded, it's dynamic.
So am I hearing that you completed this 100% by yourself? No one else helped, or did you have some other help from friends and family?
So it's a demo right now. Currently, the audio and the music, that's going to be just an asset pack. I don't do that. But everything else in the game is done by me.
That's amazing. Just like honestly incredible. I wish I had cool things when I was young.
Right? What was your favorite thing about making this game?
It's probably really getting people to try it and just seeing them like their smile on their faces when they have like so much fun with their friends and everything. I think that's the best part of playing games, when people really play them and enjoy them.
Absolutely.
And what was the hardest thing or the thing that you had the most difficulty with while creating this game?
It was, I'd say it's pretty much everything. There's obviously challenges I face, coding things, all-nighters occasionally pulled during due dates. But overall, I think it was relatively good, smooth process. I tried to kind of balance it out.
How did you come up with... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was just saying that is fantastic. Like, there's so much going on here, and you've done so much for this. I'm so good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed. I'm wondering, how did you come up with the mechanics? Like, did you always know you wanted it to be like a co-op? Where, because you had mentioned that there were other games that kind of influenced this style, but did you always know that this is the direction it was going to take, or did it, in the early stages, was it one thing and now it's something else?
Yeah, so it actually, this all came because of a coding bug. I was trying to make the game 2 separate rockets, and I ended up making a coding mistake and having it one player control one part of the rocket and then the other. And I was like, okay, this is actually pretty fun. And then I'm like, you know what, let's just make the game like this. And that's how I kind of got that whole idea, the co-op aspect.
That's awesome. I absolutely love when you take what could be a negative, but you spin it to a positive. And honestly, like this looks like a lot of fun. And maybe might have someone sleeping on the couch like you suggested. So where... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, you can go.
Max.
Oh, I was going to say, where can people find this game? Where are you expecting it to be launched?
Yeah, so right now it's a PC Steam release, but I'm talking to some people at Sony, and I'm hoping to bring the game to the PS5 and incorporate some of the DualSense features. So the adaptive triggers for when you thrust and grab objects, and then the rumble so it interacts with the environment.
I just look at Alchemist's face and he's like,
There's something I want to say, because I know we're about to go to break, but I want to say, Max, I'm tremendously proud of you. I know of many people who have wanted to make games that never really take the time to realize how much work goes into it. So the fact that you have not only created this game, getting ready to launch it on Steam, but you're also having talks with people at Sony, I'm impressed with you, kid. That is exceptional. And I cannot wait to see what you do next. Like, I feel like seeing you work on this game is giving us a snapshot of what could be a AAA developer 10 years from now. So for all of you in chat, make sure you take a look at Astrolander and follow Max, because you never know. We might be looking at the next Hideo Kojima here. Just saying.
Yeah. On that note, Max, where can we find you to follow all of that information?
Yeah, so if you go to lostcartridgecreations.com, and then I also have a Twitter account, and the Steam page is linked on the website.
Well, there you go, chat. Check out Max.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We'll be right back with Bad Baby Lich Lords right after the break.
Thank you.
A new revolutionary kitchen appliance that takes care of your garbage so you don't have to. Lomi makes your life so much easier. Lomi can take your food waste, product packaging, and even compostable plastics and turn them into nutrient-rich fertilizer at the push of a button. We get it. There are definitely other ways of dealing with your waste, but a lot of them require time and space that some people just don't have. And throwing your food waste into the garbage just sends it to the landfill, where it produces methane, which contributes to climate change, and it still stinks up your house. Food waste creates more than 330 billion pounds of garbage every year in North America alone. Toss plastic and packaging on top of that, and you can see why the problem is pretty big. So far, over 100,000 of you have welcomed Lomi into your homes. And together, you've eliminated so much carbon that it's basically like unburning 5 million pounds of coal. Lomi makes garbage a thing of the past and cuts your carbon footprint in half. all while making odorless, mess-free, natural fertilizer that you can feed your plants, mix into your garden, and even sprinkle on your lawn. Together, we can do something.
Welcome back. We are joined by Patrick Kemp and Ross Cohen with Bad Baby Lich Lords.
I love that
What's going
title.
on, guys? Welcome.
Thanks. Hey, how you doing?
Good. So tell us about Bad Baby Lich Lords. First off, love the name. That's so fun.
Looks
Ross,
like we lost. Muted.
Oh, Ross, you might be muted.
Uh-oh. Well, I can talk while Ross figures that out. Yeah, so Bad Baby Lich Lords is it's a physical card game. It's a kind of fast-paced, competitive for 1 to 4 players. The name comes from kind of the theme of the game. So the story is the Lich King was tired of all the noise and in his kingdom, and so he turned everyone into skeletons so he can get some sleep. And you play as the Lich King's children, the Bad Baby Lich Lords, who are super bored because everything's dead and your dad is sleeping, and so you're basically using your dark powers to raise skeletons to life and make a ruckus and try and make noise and be the one that like wakes your dad to win his attention. Yeah, so that's where the name comes from. You're playing as Bad Baby Lich Lords.
I remember a board game called Don't Wake Daddy, and I feel like this is the opposite of that, which is Wake Daddy as fast and aggressively as possible, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, we're definitely actually referencing that game. Like our slogan is "Wake the Dad" instead of "Wake the Dead" and or "Raise the Dad." Sorry, "Raise the Dad." And when you see the art and the gameplay trailer and stuff, you'll see the art style is very much inspired from like 90s era toys and cartoons and toy commercials, which are kind of like one-on-one with the cartoons. So yeah, we're definitely there's a bit of a nostalgia throwback to games like Don't Wake Daddy.
I love that. And because it's a physical card game, correct?
Yeah.
With that, how did you decide that you wanted it to be like more in person, an actual physical game versus an online card game?
Well, so I mean, I don't know if Ross, if you have your audio back, because you're like the perfect person to talk. Sounds like you're still not. So Ross's background is in tabletop game development. He owns Heart of the Unicorn, which is a publishing company, and he's designed many tabletop role-playing games. So that's tabletop games are kind of Ross's background, and I think this is his first competitive card game. His other games are more like storytelling games, like role-playing games. And sort of the third member of the development team, Taylor Dowes, the illustrator who came up with this whole concept and the art style and everything. And they're also very passionate about card games and stuff like that. So I'm actually the kind of the odd one out because my background is digital games. Like this is my first tabletop game I've ever worked on and stuff. But like for the rest of the team, this is the normal thing.
Somewhat normal.
Somewhat
Oh, there
normal.
we go.
Hey, you're
Awesome.
back. I'm back. Cool.
Yeah. We got you.
Oh, here we go.
Now that we're at the game,
Oh, here we go.
Ross, I want to ask you a couple of questions. So, Patrick was saying that your background is more in physical games. How did you kind of come about the design of just the art style for the cards alone? Because I know that goes, that plays a big part in just kind of the story that the game tells overall.
And it's everything for this game too. I mean, obviously it's just like so charismatic. Like these characters are like so gorgeous. So this is the brainchild of Taylor Dow, who I've had the honor of working with on a couple projects in the past. Taylor's from Olympia. We're both from Olympia, Washington. Or Taylor's from Seattle originally, graduate of the Nova school. And we got involved just kind of through the game scene in Olympia. And they have this like really amazing kind of cartoon style. They're also very versatile. They've done a lot of kind of other styles as well, but this was actually started as their senior thesis project for their master's in illustration. So they did this.
Wow.
They came up with this idea for this card game. They're like, hey, and they called me up and they're like, hey, Ross, I really want to make a card game where on one side of the card, is these there's like a skeleton version on the back of each card of like the minion, and just have it all be about flipping these things over and have it. And Taylor knew they wanted it to be some kind of like, imagine these siblings would be battling each other. So that's where we started, and Taylor, over the course of the year, just developed from these really rough sketches to this really like kind of advanced color theory, optimized version of the game. They're really trying to like kind of create an antidote to the Magic the Gathering style of take a huge painting and squish it down to the size of a postage stamp. So they just wanted to like really design art that feels really toy-like. Something that feels like you just really want to grab it and kind of has, so this whole game very much has this like 90s, 80s, 90s like toy aesthetic. And I think Taylor just really, really smashed it.
So there's an obvious question I have to ask you.
I can definitely see that influence coming through. Oh, please go ahead.
There's an obvious question I have to ask here, and that is, with this being a physical tabletop game, and you have all of these cards there, are there any plans in the future for expansions or adding additional cards or things like that?
Totally.
Because I feel like this is already pre-set up to kind of add additional kids in, especially if the game is based on each individual Bad Baby Lich Lord, you can then add in more kids later.
Yeah, so what you're looking at right now, as you can see, there's actually these 3 different realms, and on the right is the Freeple Kingdom, and they're kind of like, it's kind of like trash capitalism, medievalists. And then in the middle, you have the Zard College, which is, bratty wizards messing with powers beyond their reckoning. And on the left, you have the Noblin Forest, who are kind of like these like party punk elves that are all about having a good time. And so like each one of these factions has its own unique ability. So like the Noblins are all about friendship, and they can move other minions to their same realm. And the Zards cast these like random magical spells, and you don't exactly know what they're going to do. And the Freeple boss each other, so you can use a Freeple to like activate another card, and then it'll do its actions. And then like I have this right here, so like each one kind of has its little tray. We're like getting these kind of custom made trays for the game.
Oh, cool!
So you each realm kind of sits in its own little thing, and that way it's really easy just to set up the game. It's a storage solution also, so it's really easy to set up the game and start playing right away. So then the idea is, we're going to ship the game with 4 different factions, and then if it does well on Kickstarter, we've got a bunch of practical and impractical ideas for other factions. Yeah.
When it comes to games like this, how do you come up with the mechanics that you're going to have each faction and kind of utilize?
Totally. That's a really great idea. A really great question. I mean, yeah, so it's an iterative process for us. We're on currently on version 87 of the game. We've been working on it for 2 years. And every week we spin up a new version. It's one of the beauties of analog. I mean, maybe you could talk a little bit. How's that differ between your work at Spryfox, Pat?
You mean like trying out different versions and stuff?
Yeah, iterating.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really fun iterating on this project, just because a lot of times, especially if it's like like what you're asking about, like how a faction ability works. Like, you really don't have to do anything to the game to change it. Like, there's an icon on the card, and it's just we just say what that does, right? Like, it's a rule. And like, if it was a video game, we're like, okay, let's try something else, and get an engineer to go like program a different ability. But now we're like, we can literally be playing the game, and we're like, let's try it if it does this instead, and we just like play it again. So like, it can be really freeing, like how quickly you can iterate on stuff. I don't know. It's been a really fun treat for me.
Yeah, kind of changing and mixing so that one faction isn't more overpowered than the other, and making it like a fun balancing act.
Yeah, it really is. We've got spreadsheets with all of the different, each card is its own line on the spreadsheet, and then we kind of have other places where like, okay, this is what percentage have the fight icon, and this is what percentage have the move icon, and just trying to balance that all out. It's really like, it's a real special sauce, trying to get everything to work right. And then once you get it working right, then it's kind of scary to change it, but you have to, because you can't be so scared of breaking your game that you're not afraid to change something. So that's it. Yeah. Lots of iterating.
Well, Patrick and Ross, thank you so much. Where can people go to learn more about your game and support you all?
Totally. So if you go to heartofthedeernicorn.com, that's the publisher website, and you can find out all about the game and our other games that we make there. And we've got a Kickstarter coming up next week. So we'll be, follow Deernicorn on TikTok if you don't already, and we'll tell you when that's happening.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I am excited to hear more. And
thanks, Beck. Thanks, Alchemist.
Yeah, of course. Up next, we are going to hear from Batsumaru after the break. Stay tuned.
Life is nothing but a game of obstacles. Some you win, some you lose.
Waking from a twin bed, ruffle covers back tweak, 4 a.m. tired eyes, kinda drowsy, little sleep. Mind foggy, drink water, settle down. Eat a bit, hit the desk, no time to meddle around and around. The day keeps going. Me and my gear, we're trying to get our code flowing. Talking game dev, independent type. Me and my main man, Matt, making games to delight. Peeps of all ages, our scripts take pages. New to the scene, but we're older like wise sages. Without the wisdom, we'll get there, maybe. Second game coming up, been working on it daily. Trying to learn our concepts in math, social marketing, whatever it takes to last. But there's always frustrations, things are not in unity. Sometimes it's like, what's this machine trying to do to me? It's trying to give me gray hairs. Sitting in this desk, but it's like I'm doing stairs. Nervous twitches from all the glitches. Patience, it'll come together like stitches. And I'll be feeling fly like witches. Releasing to the mass, en masse with no riches. And repeat the process. Every day is a day where we don't care what the boss says. Play to win it all. I work all day, catch me playing in the evening. Play to win it all. I work all day.
I'm not here to work for you. I'm here to teach you how to work. Work. Work.
Play to win it all. I work all day, catch me playing in the evening. Put your hands in the air and act live. I work all day, catch me play to win it all. Playing in the evening. Throw your hands in the air and act live.
Welcome back. We have Tyler Ray joining us from Batsumaru. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, glad to be here.
So tell us a little bit about Batsumaru.
So it's a small puzzle game. There's about 70 puzzles or so. And it's inspired heavily by games like Go and Othello, where you have to like look several moves ahead. And I wanted to make a game that was low scope enough that I could ship, but still learn about a decent amount of game design. And so I'm really happy with how it turned out.
Awesome. Well, let's take a look at the game trailer right now so we can get a little refresher and we'll ask more about your game. All right. So right off the bat, I'm seeing that you want to turn the X's into O's?
Yeah, that's correct. And so you'll notice in some of these levels that are playing that when you click on one of the squares, there'll be a chain reaction that moves horizontally and vertically from those tiles and changes their state. And so when you convert all of the X's to O's in a particular level, you'll have completed it.
Okay.
So one thing about this game that I already like is that just from watching the trailer, it becomes very obvious what the kind of the goal is, and it's fairly intuitive. So like one of the things like when I was watching the initial trailer is I was going like, okay, so what so when you click one of these, it changes all of them. Okay, cool. So you immediately kind of just from watching it realize how intuitive it was. How much of that was game design and how much of that was just happenstance?
I think that the mechanic is simple enough that just seeing it once kind of helps you understand what it is and how it works. And that's, I think, one reason why a lot of people will continue to play it for a while. I did get a lot of really good playtesting feedback at 6 and at other events. For that reason, people would look at it, they'd think, oh, that's not so hard, I can do this. But then it's deceptively challenging, which I'm really happy for. I'm glad that that's how the mechanic turned out.
Is there a move or turn limit, so you have to solve the puzzle in 10 moves or 5 moves, or is it unlimited and your points are dictated by how long it took you?
I did originally think about adding a par system like that, where maybe you'd have like 10 moves or 15 moves to solve a puzzle. But I thought that it didn't feel as casual as I would have liked the game to have done. And so you'll notice in the top right corner there's a 999 up there. That's actually your best score on the level. And so you're able to play against yourself if you go back and redo puzzles to try and beat your best score.
I like that. Yeah. Steph, were you going to say something on that?
I was just saying that was pretty nifty to have that, to be able to play against yourself versus having, a time frame or a certain amount of things, less pressure on you, but still a rather difficult thing to be able to accomplish even still. But what was the hardest thing for you as a dev creating this game?
Shipping it.
Understandable.
Yeah, I haven't shipped a game on my own before, and so it was really difficult and interesting learning about the process of everything it takes to actually ship a game, both polish and logistics, that sort of thing. But it was a blast.
Good.
So
I also,
one of the things that, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
One of the things I noticed about this that I think is really interesting is, you mentioned the number of turns you've taken so you can compete against yourself. I know that you mentioned you wanted the game to kind of be casual, but was there ever any consideration for adding like a leaderboard or something like that so that you could still see how you may compare to other players around the world in terms of term limits?
I have thought about it, but I haven't put any work into that feature as of this time. But the game is on Steam, and so I was thinking that maybe you could compare results with your friends.
I was going to say that I noticed that some levels have a miniature square that seemingly starts your point at a different point or turns the squares to be different. Tell us about that feature.
Right, so with some of the mechanics, I needed the ability to add and remove them during the solving of the puzzle. And so I just needed a button that you could use to start that interaction.
Okay.
They can rotate the tiles. They can cause some other effects to occur. But yeah,
kind of changes the mechanics a little bit, and maybe it's not so simple as one might have thought.
Yeah. In this puzzle, for example, it's just rotating a few different sections.
And what does that yellow, like a diamond-shaped square do?
That's an arrow block. It's actually pointing in two directions. So those two circles to the left and right of it will both invert when you click that.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Very
so
cool.
I touched on this with the team before we got in here. Is the name Batsumaru? What influenced you to do that? Was that just knowing what Batsumaru meant? Because I noticed the difference in the separation in the name as well.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that. So back in high school, I had a teacher who would grade our papers with Batsu and Maru, which is just X and circle, for whether we got right or wrong answers. And so since my game was just X's and circles, I thought, well, this kind of makes sense and it's sort of catchy. I can just combine the words and make the title for a game.
It's perfect. I love it.
It really is perfect.
Batsu.
Well, where can people learn more about your game, and when are you anticipating launch?
So the game is actually released already on Steam. So you can go to the Steam page and check it out. About 70 puzzles in length, and I hope you enjoy it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us for 6 Online. I am very excited. I love puzzle games. So, yeah, I appreciate you coming on, Tyler.
Yeah, thanks for speaking with me.
All right, next up, we'll have a game called Beacon Pines after a quick break. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Seattle Indies Expo. Pew, 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 pew. We're going to be talking about Beacon Pines, which we saw it during Hype Hour. It is very, very cute. Baby cuteness overload. I don't know if you guys are ready to see the trailer, so just prepare your eyeballs. And let's take a look at that trailer.
Let's go.
Wait, no, that's not how this is supposed to end. There has to be another way. We just need to find it. Welcome to Beacon Pines. A place where things don't always go as expected. But it's okay. We can figure this out. Together. I don't yet know how this story ends. But I do know one thing. This is a story about change.
Out now. Did you see that? Did you see that?
Yeah, that's definitely overload. This is giving me like Secret of Mana feels. It's so cool, and then you get to create your story with different events that happen within.
Winnie the Pooh meets Stranger Things.
So I got to see this game last year at a different indie show, and one of the things about this game that caught me then is the art style for the characters, because it's really cute, really cool. The writing is also spectacular, but there's a thing I want to explain about this game and how the gameplay mechanics go. So, have you ever been saying something to someone and lost a word in the sentence? And so you try to remember what word you're thinking of, and you may come up with a word that's close to what you were trying to think of, and you say that. Well, occasionally you come up with a word and you're like, this, no, it's not that word, that's a different thing. This game is that moment in gameplay. It is super cool in how it works and how the gameplay functions, and how you get your different words is from interacting with the environment. I swear you, this game is.
You'll see here it's pulling out.
Well, I heard the voiceover for this just now, and it said Winnie the Pooh meets Stranger Things, so I'm already invested, and I'm like, okay, I want to hear more. But the dev is saying because that's just an awesome description.
Those certain branching points in the narrative, you'll be able to use those to fill
Winnie
in a
the
word in
Pooh,
the
all the
text
cuteness,
and
right?
what
But then
happens in the
Stranger
story.
Things, and then you have all
So
the
you
creepiness.
won't have all the charms you need yet. So you might have to go down one story
So
branch.
as you do things in
maybe
this
hit a
game,
bad
you
ending,
unlock
but also find a
charms. The
new
words
charm
are
that
different
you can
charms,
take back
and so
from an
when you
earlier
go
point
to then go to you can then go to an earlier point in the story, and let's say you're trying to get someone to move out of your way, and none of the charms you have at that moment when you put them into the sentence doesn't cause anything to happen.
Instead of a
And then you
map,
play through the game a
dealing
little
with
bit
a
more, and you unlock, for instance, the tickle charm. And then you go, I was trying to get that dude out of my way. Now I have this tickle charm. Let me go back and see if that one will work. So you go back and you add tickle into the sentence instead of, tease. And your character will then tickle the person that's there, and that causes them to move, which then opens up a new section of the game. It's amazing.
So it's literally like them be fighting words, like, but literally, like them actually be
not
fighting
very
words.
good at being chill, as this dialogue shows.
In the form of tickling and things like that,
So as
What
you
else
get
is-
these events, are you replaying events to get different words?
Mm-hmm. And as you get different words, you replay events to maybe get different parts of the story to open up. If I'm not mistaken, this game has several different branching paths as well, and I think there might even be multiple endings, but I'm not 100% sure on that one.
I love this dialogue.
He reached forward and
we have
the jars of
three
The
devs
art
on the
is
game,
just so
and they're
good.
all
It really is.
A lot of the dialogue is done by our creative director, Matt.
There's so much
also
depth and color.
all the music,
It makes you
does
want to play the
programming
games. It
for the
makes you
game.
engaged in the characters.
And then
Yeah.
his
And I
co-writer,
love
co-designer
it.
Brent,
Give him a whisper.
brings a lot of the humor and kind of
There's so much
Waiting,
good
waiting
storytelling
to see
elements
another
to
one
some
of
of the
the
characters.
kind of dialogue moments, because it's
then,
it's one of those things
all of
that
the art
I
that
don't
you see,
think
the
I've
portraits,
seen
the
in a game
backgrounds, the sprites,
before, in
it's
terms
all
of just
done
like
by
how
our
the mechanic
artist
plays
Ilsa,
out,
who's
because it's one of those
worked
things
incredibly
that
hard.
the
so
reason
many
this one
characters,
stuck
all
out
of
to me
them
so
have
much is
different
because I remember
expressions,
seeing that and going, that's interesting.
so many details
Huh,
in these
have I
maps. We
seen
have a
it?
whole
I
other
can't
video
think
we
about
did.
every time where I've seen that before. And
that's
like I
posted
said
on
before,
TikTok,
indie
I think
games
maybe
always
YouTube,
can kind of
is the team
test out
talking
those kind of
about how
mechanics, and it's super.
Oh, yeah.
sketches of hers would turn into full.
It always starts with indie games because nobody really likes to leap out there and be like, "Oh, I want to do something different." I gotta just keep doing the old. I gotta do things
Well, it's
different.
a lot harder for
Grow,
AAA
evolve.
publishers to go into
Yeah.
things like a completely new aspect of it, which allows indie games like complete freedom to give us
crush on
things
Luca's
that
grandmother.
are out of the norm and out of the status quo.
Out a bit.
And
They don't have
like
to
that's
be
that's one of my
shareholders. Get monies.
exactly. It's one of my favorite things about indie games is the creativity that is allowed just within
And it
the
actually
industry
started as
itself.
an RPG with rhythm-based combat and a medieval fantasy setting.
And how,
so very
I mean,
different game.
most
That
of the
gameplay
time,
never
a
quite
small
clicked,
grouping
but
of people
the team
can
had kind of
create a
fallen in
really
love
great
with
game.
The characters they created in the world
Absolutely.
at that point, so they ended up focusing on
So I want to touch back onto this art style though, is like it's not even just that this art style is just fantastic, because it is like don't in no way would I ever say it is not, because it is just it's on point. Lighting and shading is great, exactly chef's kiss. But every single artwork or every character that you're seeing is just presented in such a way that you can tell their personality through just the artwork.
Yes, yes.
Which is so cool to me.
Again, it's available on PC, Switch, Xbox Game Pass. And
There you go, PC, Switch, and Xbox Game
check it
Pass.
Yeah, available right now. You can literally purchase and download this game right stinking now. So you should do it. Are you doing it? Have you done it already?
Obviously.
And if not,
Or is
add
it
it
not
on
done
your
yet?
wish list.
We're still kind of waiting to get a lot of feedback on so far.
I actually already have this game downloaded on my PC. When I saw that it went to Game Pass, I immediately was like, "Yep, picking this up." But you saw, like in the gameplay video, he unlocked the break charm. So now, if let's say there was a part back in the game where you needed to get through something and none of the charms you were using worked, now that you've unlocked the break charm, you can go back to that segment that you played before and now use that. So yeah, so he's actually showing it right now.
And so, yeah.
Also, this is although it looks very cutesy, it may not be for kids, because one of those charms is definitely a word that you don't want your kid to say.
Yeah.
You can get a lot more.
There it is. There's the one you don't want your kid to say.
I mean,
and yeah, that's Beacon Pines. Thanks so much for.
It looks cute for kids. Might not be.
Inviting us out to Seattle and throwing this event.
It was said in chat that there was just 3 core developers on this, and then all of the art is from the one lead artist, which is mentioned in this trailer. I don't know if anybody else caught on that. And it is just so good. Environment and the characters are created by them.
Yep. Beacon Pines is available right now on Xbox Game Pass, Steam, Switch. Get you that game. And if there's any other games that you've seen so far, check out 6.seattleindies.org for more info on all the games you're going to be seeing today. Don't forget to talk about the Steam. There's the Steam sale happening right now, which you can find linked in the chat. Get discounts on some of the release games you're seeing today. Wish list the games if you haven't already, or you can get notifications on when that game is going to get released. If you want your very own 2022 t-shirt, head over to the storage page on seattleindies.org to buy one for yourself. That's the store page at seattleindies.org. And of course, 6 wouldn't be made possible without the generous sponsors and Patreon supporters. For as little as $1 a month, you too can support the Seattle Indies and help us put on great events like 6. So go to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find out more. Those links will be in the chat right now. And thank you to our headline sponsor, ID Azure. Free access to developer tools and support from industry experts. Take full advantage of cloud to build and grow your games. Visit aka.ms/Seattle Indies 2022. And a huge thank to our champion sponsors, Play Everywhere, Premac Rogers PC, AIE, For Culture, Hooded Horse, Megacrit. Thank you to our partner sponsors, Unbound Creations and Stoic Studio. And a huge thank you to our community sponsors, GG Locators, Universe Sandbox, The Purple Arcade, and 3R Technology. We are going to have a sponsored break, and we will see you right back here in about 5-ish minutes to hear more about Bones Cafe.
Hello, I'm Abdullah Hamid, a Senior Product Marketing Manager at Microsoft Game Dev. I'm here to give you an introduction to ID Azure, Microsoft's new program that offers independent game developers free tools, resources, and support to quickly get started using gaming cloud services. So what is ID Azure? It's a new program to help you learn and make you successful using cloud services. ID Azure is built using the same philosophy as ID at Xbox, which means that our focus is on how we empower and enable developers with aspirations to work with the cloud. ID Azure is open to anyone developing games. This isn't a program that is only for Xbox developers. It's open to all game creators, regardless of the end platform. And finally, ID Azure is open for applications today. So what can Azure do for you? When we talk about games at ID Azure, we take a solution-focused approach, which means that we're thinking about various challenges that developers face day to day. Solutions that might help include managing distributed environments with remote team members, running multiplayer services for cross-play, cross-platform games, analyzing game data to improve your difficulty and balancing and whatnot, or working on how to make your online community as inclusive as possible by using speech-to-text, for example, or automatic translation services. ID Azure exists because all of those solutions and all this technology doesn't matter if you can't take advantage of it. We understand that cloud can be challenging for independent developers, especially those who don't have large teams or team members with experience managing infrastructure and running backend services. The goal of ID Azure is to empower independent developers to become successful using cloud services. And we're looking to deliver this in 3 key areas: develop faster, work smarter, support you in your journey. Develop faster means we want to enable developers to start working with this technology at no cost, so they can adopt it earlier in their development cycle. We're offering ID Azure program members up to $5,000 in Azure credits. We're also offering developers free access to the PlayFab standard plan for up to 2 years. This typically runs around $99 per month. And ID Azure members also get access to extended service limits across various PlayFab services. The net result is that we expect these PlayFab services to be used for no charge to the vast majority of the ID Azure members. And when it comes to working smarter, we've curated helpful resources for developing with Azure from across Microsoft in the ID Azure education portal. This is a great resource for all developers, regardless of your skill level. For developers who are new to the cloud, we have materials that explains what is possible and how to get started quickly, with a focus on managed services so that you don't have to worry about infrastructure. For developers that have more experience, we have resources that show how to extend managed services like PlayFab using native Azure services, and how to build new products natively on Azure. Finally, for developers who are very experienced and may already be working with other cloud providers, we have our Cloud Guru resources, which contain detailed information about our services, including reference architectures and how to migrate your infrastructure to Azure. Our goal is to enable developers to understand what is possible and provide you with the tools and information so that you can self-serve and be successful quickly. The final component of the ID Azure program is support. We're committed to supporting you on your journey. We know that game developers are really good at figuring things out on their own. But we also know that browsing documentations and working things out by trial and error isn't always the best experience. To help developers make progress quickly and avoid downtime, we're making it really easy to connect with cloud experts at Microsoft, who can help you. First, we're giving ID Azure program members access to Microsoft's top-tier Azure support package, Azure Rapid Response. In addition to Azure support, all ID Azure members get access to ticketed PlayFab support as part of their package. We also want to help ID Azure members connect with experts at Microsoft who spend all day working with games and game developers to help them get things done in the cloud. To achieve this, we're running regular weekly office hours sessions where ID Azure members can connect with our team in a video call and ask them anything and whatever's on their mind. In addition to office hours, we're also hosting expert sessions where we will be deep diving into some of the products and services and getting members of that team to connect with the ID Azure program. This gives you an opportunity to learn about what we're developing, but also to give us feedback and tell us what's going to meet your needs. Whether you have early questions about how to approach a new workload, or if you're looking for specific guidance on an existing solution, our Azure Game Dev experts are available to help you and provide you with suggestions and guidance. So come join us. As a reminder, anyone developing games is welcome to apply for ID Azure. And I want to reiterate that we're platform agnostic, so we're open to developers across all platforms, whether you're developing for PlayStation, Steam, Epic, Windows Store, VR, Nintendo, and of course, we always want your games on Xbox. So how do you apply? You can apply to ID Azure by visiting our website, azure.com/ID. Click the Apply button and complete our short application form, which will ask you some basic questions and contact details, some information about your studio and your project, and we'll respond to you in about 2 to 3 business days. Once you're accepted into the ID Azure program, we'll give you access to our developer hub. This is a one-stop shop for everything you need to know about ID Azure. We can't wait to see what you can accomplish with the tools we're providing through ID Azure. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's going to be awesome. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for listening. I hope you found the talk interesting and informative. If you'd like to know more or want to apply to the ID Azure program, please visit azure.com/ID. Again, I'm Abdullah Hamid, and thank you for listening.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to 6 Online. I will be your host during this segment. My name is Alchemist, and I am joined by the sensational Stephazoid, the remarkable Rick Jure, and the marvelous Mac and Cheese, please. How are you guys doing today?
Oh,
good.
Pretty fantastic.
What an awesome day of games.
The first little block of games, I think I have already added all of them to my wish list. I'm pretty sure all of them have been added. And the next game we're showing is probably not only going to be added to my wish list, but it's also going to make me a little bit hungry. So let's take a look at our next game, Bones Cafe.
Bones.
I didn't notice that the first time
I'm
around.
Sarah, the lead developer at a cute
Did
owl
you notice
studio.
that the one
I want
dude
to tell you about this adorable game
ended
called
up
Bones
keeling
Cafe.
over
frog? Yeah, did you
Yeah,
see the
keeled
frog
over
get
Together
like
with my
yeah?
husband Tim and
Yeah.
our friend
It said
Nicole Harney
exotic
for
Num, num,
ingredient.
the amazing music for it.
Okay, I didn't realize exotic ingredients
Bones Cafe is
was
about a
the
necromancy
patrons
school
of your
dropout
cafe.
who dreams of opening a cafe.
I'm kind of digging this even
Plays
more
a bit
now.
like Overcooked and
I love it so
Factorio.
much.
I
Start
like
out
the
with a
way
small,
that you can
cramped
automate
cafe with a
things.
single dish on the menu.
I thought
and
that was
grow
really
it over
cool.
time
Just sit
to a
there and like
huge cafe
it literally
serving
follows the
dozens of
time of what
complicated
you've done
dishes
in the
with a
game.
full staff of chefs and
And
servers.
then you hit go.
You can play it by yourself or with up to 4 players.
So
local
one of the
co-op.
cool things about watching trailers
You
like
can
this
also
is that
use
you
Steam Remote
you
Play
learn
to
something
play
new
with
each
friends
time you watch
remotely.
it. And I
Alright,
didn't
so
notice
I think
that
we're just
we
gonna
just
jump right
turned
into the
people
gameplay. This is
into
a
food.
typical day.
So
for
that's
Bones
something I'm
Cafe.
looking forward to. Also, the
Here's
4-player co-op feels like
I
that'll be a
set up
lot
the
of fun
menu
too.
with the dishes that
Yeah.
we're
It
going
does.
to serve today. I
Allows you
chose
to
salad,
get all
onion
type
ring,
of
cheddar
special
salad,
ingredients.
chips and salsa, and just plain
Mhm.
chips. These will be the dishes that customers can order.
You know, when you invite someone over for dinner,
And now
you
we're gonna
kind
set
of
up
mean
our
you invite
kitchen.
them over to
One
have
of the cool
dinner,
things
not
about Bones
invite them over
Cafe
to
is you
be
can lay out the kitchen
dinner.
however you
Yeah.
want.
Well, at
You
least
also
at least you give them
go
a meal
to
though.
the store from the hub menu
Before-
and
before-
buy more
True, you give them a last meal.
stations,
Also,
so
Mac,
buy,
I caught that.
counters,
I
chairs,
cannot say I mean
cutting
same
blocks,
thing.
fryers,
Now
fridge,
I know
trash
the next time
cans,
you go,
etc.
hey, I'm having dinner at my place. I am on a diet.
It does look
Another
like we do
thing
have
is
one
that
of
you
the
can
devs
summon
in
minions.
chat as
can be
well that is
servers
available
or
to answer any
chefs.
questions. If you guys
Server
had
minions
them,
will
please feel free to
automatically
ask them
take
in
the
chat.
customer's order
We do have a
and
dev
deliver their
available
food
for
when
that.
it's ready. Chef
And
minions
more importantly,
are
if you are
programmable.
liking this game, make sure to
tell
check it out
them
on
exactly
Steam
what
because you
you
know
want them to
that wish
do,
listing
and
thing,
then
as we
they'll
talked about
repeat
earlier,
it
is
in their
very
factory.
important to show support of
You
our
can see
devs.
the chef in the
And again,
top left
give you a
corner
little bit
is set up
time
on
to know
loop
when
for
games are gonna come
creating the
out.
salsa, for
I
the chips and salsa.
dig this.
And we can see a chef at the bottom who is
Wonder
making salads.
When do you poison
another
them,
one
or what it is that you do to them? It's so
Feed
like
them.
you just feed them too much.
I don't know. I'm excited for the chaos. Just so
You can
much
get more
chaos.
minions by killing
Do you notice that
first.
one has little green dots coming off of it?
Customers gets you a soul. Every
Yep,
5
that's it.
souls will get
There
you
it is, yeah.
another minion.
She said that killing customers gets you more minions.
A0 and
And then you can
undead
program the
are
minions to help you with your
You
kitchen.
can also kill customers for food.
So every
The
5
customer
soul
drops
gets you
a
a minion.
unique
So
type of ingredient.
that
For
is
example, snakes
nifty.
drop eggs.
It's rough.
With each
Ingredients
ingredient, you can
as well
discover new
as souls.
recipes.
So there you go.
New recipes will help you
additional
attract
labor,
new customers.
additional-
Who will drop new ingredients.
So
which will
better
give you
ingredients,
recipes,
additional laborers.
and the cycle
Bones Cafe.
repeats.
Is that their motto now?
Well, they also said that you can get new recipes that will attract new customers that are in turn new ingredients.
You can
So,
access the
a way to progress.
ingredients from customers.
Just
I
can't
am
kill
both.
all of them.
Depends on who's running the restaurant, because Mac looks like she would 100% be down to turn some people into ingredients.
Listen, it's the price you have to pay to be a business owner.
That's dark.
Oh,
It does have a story
goodness.
and a campaign mode.
Okay.
The goal of the game is
That was a
to
full
raise
10 minutes of
the
running a
cafe's
restaurant.
reputation
I-
to a five-star
I-
rated
As much as I would
cafe.
love to hear
You
more
do this
about
by
Mac's
serving dishes.
exotic
Every dish that you
ingredients,
serve,
I
you'll
think
get reputation.
at this point, I think we should just
Reputation
let
will
the
allow
chat know
you
that they can
to
pick this
meet
up on Steam. Make sure to go and wishlist Bones Cafe. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be taking a look at Breakwaters. So make sure to stay tuned, don't touch that dial, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to 6 Online 2022. I am joined by my spectacular co-hosts, Stephazoid, Richter, and Mac and Cheese, please. And after seeing the last game, where we got to kind of look at some food and learn about Mac's restaurant management style, we are now going to take a look at a game that I am personally very excited for, and Steph has actually played, Breakwaters. So we're going to take a look at that trailer right about now. This game looks so cool. I cannot express to you how dope this game looks.
This game has come a long way.
It has.
From the first time.
What, last year we saw it? Or was it 2 years ago?
I think
We've seen it for the past 2 years. So we saw it last year on Indies as well. And they've been completely in development, and it just keeps getting better. There's just always something more exciting to this game every time I see it.
Steph, you got to play a build of this game, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I did.
So I'm going to ask some of my questions of you then, since you played a build of this game. So one of the things about this game that looks super impressive is the water mechanics, because the water mechanics in this game look just absolutely beautiful. How did they feel to actually use them in game and play along with?
It was actually really, really cool. It's definitely, it's different is the only way that I can describe it, because I haven't played another game that has the same type of mechanics or the same type of feel that this gave with what it does, especially when it comes to the water mechanics, because the water mechanics are such a big part of this game. And it's so gorgeous, and I mean, this is gonna sound like the worst name that I could use for this, but it's so fluid, and it sounds so silly to use this term, right? But that is the only way that I can describe the water mechanics in this game, because it's so natural. It flows just perfectly well, and there's just so much you can do with it. Like, there's so many little secrets to this game that make it so cool. I had so much fun, and in all honesty, there was a lot more difficulties to this than I thought there would be first going into this game.
Man, on top of like trying to get a...
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, like, on top of like trying to go through trying to spread the water around, you have to also have to worry about like food and hunger. So you have to do crafting and hunter-gathering stuff. Oh man.
So much like games like Raft, right, which is one of the only comparisons I have at the current moment that's out that I have played for very specific here. You got that crafting aspect of, you need somewhere to be, you need to have your base and have like boxes because you only have so much room for things, and then you can get things from the trees and from the plants, and there's animals around that can attack you. And Mac, you asked, like what were some of the difficulties, and this could just be because I'm bad at games half the time, especially survival ones. I'm terrible at surviving. Was just being able to maintain your hunger, your thirst, the backspace. Backspace is like my biggest enemy in any game I ever play.
I'm a hoarder. Yes.
Exactly. I hoard everything. And I'm like, where do I put it?
That stick, I need it. I need that rock as well. I need that other rock.
I don't need it right now. I'm gonna need it like 30 levels from now, but I need it right now because I feel it's basically where that goes.
Yep. But you were saying that when you played this, there are constantly some new challenges, things that are, I guess, just constantly evolving. What were some of the challenges that you faced when playing it besides backspace?
A lot of it was like your health management and being able to find. So like the mushrooms, the grass, killing the crabs can help you to create better armor and things like that. And I didn't get super far into the game, so a lot of my feelings on it were extremely limited. You know, and this was last year that I actually played the game too. So we've come a long way. These difficulties might have changed by now, but the golems are a really cool aspect to it. Like you just saw them pop out of the ground. They're a fun little challenge mode, little fight that you have versus like the crabs and things like that. So it's really nifty game.
Yeah, get the water out. Oh, that's so cool.
So just like manipulating the water to find new treasures and secrets and enemies.
And the water isn't one of those things that you can manipulate easily. You have to have the utensils and the tools necessary to manipulate the water. If you don't have that, you can't do anything with the water. It's just there in your way.
Is that a submersible? What? What is... Oh, it was a boat. Okay. Oh, it does go into water. Whoa. So now they have like a little travel system.
One of the things that first attracted me to this game, and this is something that I don't know if we'll see in this gameplay trailer, but in the distance of this game, there are these giant golem-like creatures. And I don't know about you, but one of my favorite things in games is fighting large monsters and talking trash while doing it. How did you feel about the combat in this game, Steph? Like, did it feel very intuitive to you, or was it one of those things that you only got to scratch the surface of?
I only got to scratch the surface of it. Like I said, I didn't get very far into it. And like where we're at right now in the game in this trailer is much farther than even where I got. But like I got to fight the golems and I got to fight the crabs a little bit and play around with it. And the combat system's a little odd for me, but again, you know, I'm not necessarily, this isn't always the game that I go for as far as combat goes. So that might make a little bit of a difference in it. But overall, really easy to manage and it's really
cool. Oh, build like a little dam. This is actually... They've done so... Like, I know I said it before, they've done a lot, but they've done a lot more now.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, whoa.
I cannot wait to get my hands on this game. If for no other reason than the construction of things, because it looked like in one of the trailers that when you can build different things that actually use the water mechanics to do things. So just imagining building this fully automated kind of system where you're using a water wheel to completely like craft different things. Like it seems like the possibilities on this are endless. And just watching how like this construction system works, how seamless it is to kind of snap things together, and how when he was building that first wall, if you've ever played a game like Ark, you know how sometimes you're trying to build something and you'll be building the wall, and because the terrain is a little bit off, you'll have that gap at the bottom. And if you're like me, I'm a perfectionist, so that little gap at the bottom would drive me insane. But it seems like this building system automatically takes that into account and actually will like straight up add that little lower wall that you need to make sure that it's actually a decent looking structure. So I'm super excited about this game.
On that note, Soaring Pixels was in chat and they said, yep, water pipes and water pumps can be used with sensors to set up automation and power contraptions like workbenches. So that's really cool.
You like automation.
Build and customize. There's the ferry, which is one of the things that we just saw, which you can summon to take you places or rise those sunken boats out of the ground. So it's really cool. There's so many details.
You get to go
Here's
explore.
what I came here for.
Raise
Me and you, Rockman, we gonna fight. But right now, that looked like a. Okay, maybe not right now, Mr. Rockman. I'm gonna come back to you later.
Foamy water.
He seemed angry. But again, thank you. First of all, Soaring Pixels, thank you for being in the chat to answer questions. If you have any additional questions, you can probably hit them up. They also have a Discord that they are very active in. I should know because I am a member of that Discord and I go there to hang out all the time. And again, make sure you go wishlist this game on Steam. It is going to, just from where we have watched it progress from the last 2 years, it has just gotten more and more impressive. So make sure you go and wishlist that. You will not be disappointed. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be taking a look at Byte Lynx, which is a game that I think some of you automation nerds are going to dig. All right, so stay tuned. Don't touch that dial. We will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Online 2022. I am your host, Alchemist, and I'm joined by Stephazoid and two new faces. We have Micah and Tucker, who are here to talk to us about Byte Lynx. So before we show the trailer, I'm going to throw this out to both Micah and Tucker. Tell me a little bit about what Byte Lynx is all about.
Well, Byte Lynx is an RTS with no units. So it's all about like building these buildings to interact and take over your opponent's base. So you kind of think of it like you want to build out and strategically demolish the enemy base, and then their buildings get like depowered, and once they're depowered, they're able to be captured. So you build all those buildings out, capture all their stuff, and you'll be able to see in the trailer these like strategic plays you can make with certain buildings. So there's like a searcher that like rams into stuff. There's a puncher that punches things. There's a laser turret that kind of like blasts things with like lightning. It's great. There's lots of different strategy. RTS game, no units.
So this game is the epitome of all your base are belong to us. Is that what
Yes,
what you're telling me?
yes,
Exactly.
Exactly.
In fact, based around base theft is like half the game.
I love it. I'm
Sounds
still
like we
in
should
your
take
base.
a look at the trailer. You're not still in my base. It's my base.
I'm still in.
It's a little bit of an older
No,
trailer,
yeah.
but we'll hopefully have a new one for release in a week or so. But you know,
All right. Well, let's take
better
a look at the
screenshots
previews.
on Steam. You'll see the gameplay trailer. Go ahead.
That'll work.
Let's go.
All right. So, first thing I want to get straight is the trailer said August 12th, but Steam says October. Sorry, the trailer says August 30th. Steam says October 12th. October 12th is the date, correct?
Yes, October 12th. We were going to try to ship on the 30th, and then we had some more things we wanted to add to the game. You know, sometimes you're just like, man, this game could just be better if we put in these things. And so we're like, you know, we're gonna push it back a couple days. We can get in before Halloween still, and we just really excited about the things we're making. So yeah, this is Byte Lynx. As you can see, it's all about building stuff. You can see here in the trailer or the gameplay, it's building out these like surgers that go and ram into stuff. And once you depower them, you can see, hey, capture them. All the bases all belong to us, just like we were seeing earlier.
I love it. I'm stealing so many bases. It's happening now.
No, you're not taking my base. It's mine.
I'm taking
Keep
all
your
of the
base
bases.
off my base. Okay, so the first question I have to ask is, how did you come up with the concept of making an RTS with no units? Because every RTS I've ever seen centers around that.
So a lot of this game came out of a number of different meshes of ideas. So this was originally a DigiPen student game that I made as a freshman in college, and then the idea evolved and developed over the years, and this kind of became this more advanced version of that. And it was to say, hey, let's try to take a really elegant mechanic like Go, the ancient game that's like 4,000 years old, and then let's try to apply some dynamic play to it where the player's actions change over time, kind of in the same way that in League of Legends you have like an early game, a mid game, and a late game. And so like, how do we make this, how do we keep this idea of capture, how do we make that feel really good? And so the student game, Encroach, kind of experiments with those ideas, and then in this game we're like, go full in, make a full 20 mission campaign with tons of different ways of capturing and attacking your opponent. So that's kind of the development process of this, was prototyping with the kind of bare bones design principles brought from Go, also a little bit of chess as well, and how the units interact with, or the buildings you build, how they interact with each other, is a little bit inspired from chess in some ways, where you have like the puncher punches in two spaces in front of it, kind of like a pawn a little bit. But yeah, that's
there's a chess-like element of like looking at your enemy's setup of bases and knowing where all their stuff, and figuring out where all their stuff can attack by assembling all these different shapes together in your mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Threatened spaces.
So with that is kind of just evolution of those ideas built out, and then after working for about a year and a half on this, we kind of come to this solution, and we're really happy with it. Players seem to really enjoy capturing other people's bases. Like, it's one of those things that we, like, through development, there was one point where we kind of restricted the ability to capture a little bit, and players were just like, no, I want to capture everything. Let me capture everything. Immediate feedback that was the coolest part of the game. So, yeah, the capturing and no buildings is just, like, critical and key to the gameplay. And so just natural iteration on top of that, say what's cool, what works, and here we are. We're gonna be releasing in like 2 weeks, so we're really close. So
completely understand.
And where will you be releasing? Will it be just on Steam, or will we be able to see it in other places?
So initially we're just going to release on Steam, but we're hoping to do itch.io, maybe even a GG. Then we would probably consider maybe doing some other platforms like Switch. But that's a later on the line once we've released and seen kind of how things are in the market. I'd say a lot of those are aspirational targets. We'll see how it goes. We're just a 2-man team. Like this is the whole dev team is in this call. So it may be a while till we see other platforms. But yeah, we're going to Steam. It's going to be awesome, I think.
Well, still, with the 2-man team, you guys have done an exceptional job. I do have another question, and this is something that I don't know if I've gotten clarification on. So Steph has said a couple times that she's going to steal all the bases, and I've told her that she can't steal my base. I need to now know, is this game a multiplayer game, or is it purely single player? Do I have to be worried about Steph rolling into my stream and stealing all my stuff at some point? Like, I need to plan accordingly, get insurance, stuff like that.
That would be awesome. For Byte Lynx, we are just doing a single-player campaign. We don't quite have budget with just a 2-person team to do multiplayer. We would love to do that for a sequel game. Like, so many people are like, oh man, I want to try this out with multiplayer. They see the strategy and like, oh man, I got to play this against another human. I got to, get that competitive edge in and take them out. But for this one, we're just focusing on the single-player campaign. It's a 20-mission campaign, so it's a good amount of content. In terms of like playtime, we're expecting between 5 and 10 hours. So it's a nice campaign. You get some good gameplay in there. Multiplayer, we'll work on that next time. Maybe we'll see where that goes. But yeah, we're really excited about that multiplayer.
My base is safe from Steph, so that's good. I don't have to worry about that.
Yes, you're safe. You're safe. Don't worry. Today,
For now,
you're safe. Yeah, this game will be very, very hard as a multiplayer game. I think it's a very high skill level. I think when we crank up the AI, Tucker's working on the AI. When you turn it up to the highest metrics, it's brutal.
Oh yeah, it kicks my ass for sure.
You're like, how could a game where you just build buildings be hard? It's like, oh no, it gets hard. Trust me.
Well, the other thing that I've always found interesting, especially when it comes to this, is that as much as we say like, oh well, obviously we can crank the AI up as much as we can. You also know that there is something about the unpredictability of players to just do weird stuff. So I feel like if this game does well and ends up going to a lot of different places and maybe ending up on a couple of different platforms, maybe there might be a Byte Lynx 2 or maybe additional DLC for this game. So can you please tell the wonderful people in chat where they can find more information on Byte Lynx and just when they should start clicking the purchase button?
So we're actually doing a play test right now. So if you want to play it like even before launch, there's a request access to our play test. So if you want to get it immediately, you're like, oh my gosh, this looks so cool, I want to try it out today or as soon as possible, before even you can buy it, request access on our Steam page. We'll be opening that up actually come Monday, I think is our target date for that.
That's the plan.
So like if you want to see this immediately, go request access. Wishlist on Steam. We're coming out October 20th with the full game. So
October 12th.
Yeah, sorry, 12th. Burn brain. October 12th, so it's going to be really exciting. As far as DLC, we would like to do some small like mini campaigns post-launch between like 3 and 5 missions, but a lot of that is like it's post-launch content.
So that way you don't have to wait like 2 or 3 years for us to get multiplayer going.
Exactly.
In the meantime, more levels.
That works.
Yeah.
Well, Micah, Tucker, thank you very much for coming on and showing us Byte Lynx. Thank you as well for giving Steph something else that she can steal from people, because I know that she's going to be looking forward to stealing all of the bases from everyone. And I'm looking forward to wishlisting this, requesting this, and I want to see more of this game, because this is another unique concept that I really want to see it done to its full fruition. So thank you for coming on and sharing this amazing game with us.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having us. You guys are doing an awesome job. Thanks.
Thank you. Chat, we're going to take a quick break. Going to be about 2 minutes, but when we come back, we will be taking a look at Clanfolk. So again, don't touch that dial. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Online 2022. I have been rejoined by the remarkable Richter and the magnificent Mac and Cheese, please, joining us with the spectacular Stephazoid. And it looks like we're going to be taking a look at another very interesting game here, Clanfolk. So I'm excited to look at the trailer for this. What about you guys? How are you feeling about it?
Yes.
I'm excited for this one. It looks so interesting to me.
This was the one during Hype Hour where we were like, baby in a bag.
Yes.
Oh,
Do
that
believe
one.
this is it.
Bearded baby.
So, bearded baby in a bag. So I guess, without further ado, let's take a look at the trailer for Clanfolk.
Demo.
So this is the one where you start off at day 121 and everything's on fire. And then we see how we got there. This game looks really interesting. I'm very curious to know kind of how this one works, because I know I'm going to set everything on fire on like day 3. I can just feel it.
No.
Day 3.
Day
Rushing
3.
into that fire, aren't we?
It's like what I do in Minecraft. I just take a torch and go hit one of the trees and watch it just catch on fire and go, yeah.
Just watch everything.
I appreciate your faith, Mac. It's like, not day 3, maybe day 2.
No, day 10. I like the civilization aspect of it, though, right? Like you're building your town, you're growing your area, and you really do see the progression. So like the day 121, it reminded me of that intro where you're like, I bet you're wondering how we got here. Let's take a look, and then we go back to the beginning and you really see how you progressed as a civilization and just, go up in smoke. Oh my goodness.
I'm just, why is everything on fire at 121? What happened on day 121 that everything is on fire? Like, I'm terrified to find out what I do to light everything on fire.
My brain went.
Cow kicks it over.
Or like
Absolutely,
some type of betrayal.
Betrayal.
You clan folk, you fighting against other clans? I don't know.
That could be, yeah.
That could be it.
I do like how this reminds me of Dwarf Fortress, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's just how you can go into a mountain and then build your house inside the mountain. Those are really good.
Day 20. Everything will be on fire by day 20.
I mean, how does the time It looks like you could speed everything up too. So, prison architect, yeah, but it's Clanfolk.
Clanfolk.
I do like
people.
on their website. It says that you can build an inn, trade with other clans, have children, marry them off, live life and prosper across the generations. So you can like take your time with it, watch the kids grow up. They can have their own clan, and you're just kind of like building your civilization in a medieval colony. I really like it.
So there are other clans.
There are dun dun dun.
Well, you digging the music stuff?
I am actually digging the music. I do dig the music. The music's such a big deal to me when it comes to games, is having music that just sounds good and fits for the game is always something.
When we mentioned there being other clans, I wonder if those other clans are player controlled or AI controlled.
I think it's AI because part of it says you can have a door locking system to keep clan folk, visitors, and livestock where they belong. So maybe they're running on their own, and if you don't want them to get into the flint and steel area to set things on fire, you lock that door.
I genuinely hope that they don't start knocking stuff over.
We're gonna
Yeah, gotta keep those
everything
animals
over.
out. Don't let them near fire. You know,
Well, there's so
it looks
Go
like
ahead.
that there is going to be a lot to do and build, because if you're building a decades-long civilization,
Oh yeah.
that's a lot. Like, how big is your map? Are you going to be able to go to different zones and create outposts?
Ooh, I do like the idea of like having your own store and being able to trade and maybe like set up your own like economy.
And then hygiene levels. Oh my god, that was so funny, taking that baby and throwing it in the water. I'm gonna wash you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say it says the clan folks' needs include hunger, thirst, sleep, warmth, cleanliness, bathroom, social fun, beauty, and their inexplicable need for plaid.
Plaid.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
love it. Absolutely. Gotta
the
have
plaid
the
era.
plaid.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah. Well, because they're growing up in the Highlands, so of medieval Scotland, so
So there's a lot of complexity to this game that I didn't know about, because I've already read about it a little bit, but didn't realize how complex there's things in this. So like,
You're
not
right.
only can you send off your children to be married, but you have to like manage schedules to make sure everyone is rested or fed or happy, and having them be prepared for winters or
So the bigger
things
your
like that.
clan, yeah.
Oh.
So there's a lot of
Absolutely.
complex things to that, and your family has different traits or like dreams, and there's just little details and complexities that I didn't
Dreams.
anticipate in this, and it's so cool. Little personalities
too.
that you got to deal with. It's like having real children around.
Yeah, and that's why you got to keep them away from fire, because you know what would happen. You just want to know
We've
what it
seen it.
is. They'll catch the whole thing on fire.
It's their little fires and their plans there.
That's to get my plaid.
Yeah, it says
Well,
sparks start fires that spread throughout the environment based on moisture and object flammability levels.
Moisture.
Mo-
Whoa.
yeah, so
oh
maybe
yeah,
if there's-
dryness. Okay.
Yeah, if
Is
there's
it
a
a drought?
drought, hasn't rained in a while.
Yeah.
Now we know how we
Everything.
got to day 121.
Yeah, they had a bad drought. Is
Well, there's
the
also oh, go ahead.
nope.
No, go
for
ahead,
it.
go ahead.
I was-
Oh, I was gonna say. Also, it says that each neighbor clan comes with, in the form of a different biome with different products to trade, And you as a player can run a profitable trading post if there's enough trade traffic from the different clans. So if you have a product that's high in need, maybe you can make a little bit of money for your clan's folk.
Ooh. So you rely off of other islands to get different materials than you going to those islands.
Yeah, it seems like trading is going to be important. And then it says as seasons progress, different items become more scarce, therefore more expensive. So maybe there's like a hoarding system where you can like save all of a certain crop to get you through the winter in the trade or something.
Hey, Alchemist, welcome back.
Thank you. This game stunned me so hard that it also froze my PC. I don't understand. My computer was just like, why are we not playing Clanfolk? Why are you talking about Clanfolk instead of us playing it? So
and it threw its own fit.
It did. It had a full on upsetty spaghetti. Why are we not playing this game? So I apologize for that, both to you and the computer. Because computer, we can do that. We can play Clanfolk, but it's gonna have to be after we talk about all these other amazing games. So I need you to just chill out, chill your circuits, okay? We're gonna get to it.
Put some water on it. It'll be fine.
Listen. I heard you guys talking about throwing the baby out with the bathwater and we're not pouring water on the PC. But what we are gonna do is we're going to take a quick break to make sure that everyone else's PCs can calm down. Be happy about Clanfolk, maybe download a couple copies to satiate the PC overlords. And we're going to be talking about Cirrata when we come back. So stay tuned, don't touch that dial, appease your PCs, and we'll be right back.
Later.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Seattle Indies Online 2022. My name is Alchemist. I am joined by Stephazoid, Richter, and Mac and Cheese. Please, did you guys all appease your PC gods? Are they all good?
Oh, yeah.
Have all sacrifices been made?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Everyone's good. Chat, you guys are doing good too. Make sure everyone's good there.
Port water.
So, after seeing Clanfolk and my PC freaking out about it, we're going to be looking at another game that we saw the trailer for during the hype hour and we all got really excited about. And I want to see, the graphics for this one were dope. And the very large hammer by one of the bosses is really cool. Chat, I'm going to want to hear from you what you think is cool about this next game. We're going to take a look at the trailer for Cirrata. So, Red
Hello.
Pandas.
I'm Aaron, the
Like, I feel
developer
like
of Cirrata.
that's all I need to say to
Benji
start this one
Iniger
off.
is creating the OST and most of the sound effects in the game. I developed most of the other aspects of the game. Off
and this game gives me some definitive
This is my first
kind
game,
of Hollow
and it
Knight
has been roughly
and
5 years in development.
Dead Cells kind of vibes. What about you?
Professionally, I'm currently the lead sushi chef at a bar on Capitol Hill in Seattle.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm just getting
while I was
confused
working
by
at a
the.
ramen shop, I decided
Yeah, I'm listening to the audio from this video.
Passionate about.
Which makes sense, okay? The fact that he is a lead sushi chef completely makes sense, because part of the storyline, I don't know if either one of you guys read up on the storyline of this, is that it's this red panda that was once a great chef, but self-destructive lifestyles and an unfortunate event forced them away from their culinary venture and kind of forced them into this.
But I only use simple
So,
pencil and pen brushes.
Like, that kind of concept playing into the storyline is really, really cool to me, and I also love this art style, the kind of like darker line work that's inspired into this with the Metroidvania aspect just makes my little heart happy.
My aim for Cirrata is a game with
this
roguelite
is
aspects.
pretty
similar
impressive
to
for
Dead
his
Cells
first
and
game.
Risk of Rain, and then with added Metroidvania.
I think he said he had somebody else doing art and then him just doing other stuff, and it's like, wait,
The
is that
concepts and
two
ideas
people?
are heavily inspired by my experiences in restaurants.
So
Power-ups
this
are
is
basic
inspired by his
items,
experience in
and
restaurants.
weapons
Okay.
are mostly kitchen tools. The central
I love
hub
that
of
they're
the home
kitchen
base of the
tools.
game is a bar with a kitchen
The
run by
kitchen
frogs.
tools make such a difference. I love
The
it.
intro story for the game is you were once a great chef,
So was that
but your
giant
destructive
hammer like the
lifestyle
meat
and an
tenderizer?
unfortunate event
Is that what
forced
that
you
is?
away from your culinary adventure.
You also
You've
get to
been
like
isolated
graduate
from the
going
world
through
for
the
many
power
months.
of like
Finally,
and
after an intense vision causes
spirits
you
that you
to
find
burst
along
out
the
of
way
stupor.
and the little
You
cool
decide to stumble
things.
through the mess that has accumulated around you.
Must
You open the
nom
door to see
all
a
the
very
things.
unfamiliar world. You then decide to find a new purpose. You begin to explore the foreign territory
Oh,
outside.
that's cool.
The world has been inhabited by strange hostile creatures.
So Benji apparently does music and audio, but Cirrata themselves do everything else. I don't know who that is in chat
From
that's
here
talking,
on,
but
will
I'm
just
just
be
going to
me
refer to you as
commenting on
It is
Cirrata.
two
I'm
people.
sorry. So yeah, two people.
Yeah. Yeah, Cirrata's here. That's
Always impressive.
that's very impressive.
No, 6 never fails to impress me with the amount of people that are one man and like maximum 3-man teams, and the amount of work that they put out and the quality of that work that is presented here just blows my mind every year.
Large-scale bosses.
So also I'm always blown away by how many Seattle Indies games make me hungry afterwards. So now that we're talking about like this game is a former chef who's having to find a new job in his life, but I've noticed that there are a couple of different foods that they've picked up. There was a maki roll, there was mac and cheese, which I noticed. I'm very curious to know, and I know that you're in chat, so the answer, Aaron, will not be immediate. But was there any consideration? I wonder what kind of consideration goes into putting the food in
a new weapon.
Like I get for most like regular devs, you just put in just the stuff that you know, wall chicken and ramen and stuff like that. But for a chef, I wonder, do you choose different foods to put in because of your experience as a chef? That is a question that we definitely would want to ask Aaron if he was here live. He's in chat. So the answer would be
If you have
but
a shield charge, it will trigger your ultimate
game
first secondary.
Well, and I don't know if you noticed too, but
this
it
is the
says mac and
bar
cheese,
home
max
base.
health up 1 heart,
You can buy items
sushi
here.
collection radius increase 4 times. So the food items give you different perks as well.
Oh, I'm still working on.
Which
and
is
it looks
like
like
you
you
can have
kitchen
4 or
and
5 food items.
Oh, you do get a
buy
kitchen.
Yeah, it does look like that.
From this guy. So in the bar, there's multiple doors you can discover, and each one
in the bar there's
has,
multiple doors. Usually when I go to bars,
a
I'm not
different
allowed
set
to go
of
to multiple
challenges.
doors.
So,
So
like,
I'm
for
really,
example, this one is
really interested now to know what are in
waves
those.
of enemies, and then there's
So,
a mini boss.
One thing that
gets
always
summoned,
blows me away
and you
is
have to
the
defeat the boss to
like
progress
imagining the
to a
complexity
larger
of
scale
movement,
boss.
because when you play a Metroidvania game,
and then
right, you kind
the
of
large scale boss will
understand how
give you access to
different movement things
more
kind of add
of the
different
challenges.
sections to the game.
and that's kind of
imagining trying to design that
randomized
from a game dev standpoint seems like insane, right? Because if you imagine you make this giant map and then you like selectively
all the food items
strategically cut off parts, and then you add in the movement
stuff
to be in a different spot to unlock those additional areas.
Have a different,
also, Aaron did answer the question about the food in chat. He said so far he's been starting with Japanese food since he trained in that.
It could be anything. Like
After
I have
that, I started adding
game
just
right
other
now
popular
that
foods. He hopes
summons
to include
minions to fight for you.
Make sure you guys are ready for this.
That's a little bit
50 plus foods
to find, and
each with their own power ups.
But like the ones I have right now,
I need you to know this is like
you're granted
my inner fat kid roguelike dream come true right now. Like I cannot express to you how much my inner fat kid is just so happy with this game. The art style, the food, the roguelike Metroidvania aspect of it all is just pure happiness for my little fat kid heart.
Man, I'm always down for Metroidvania stuff, and I mean, on top of food, we all love food, but Steph really likes food. I mean,
I do.
She
I
has a box of snacks next to her at all times.
And on top of that, there's a red panda. Like, so you got red panda plus food plus sushi chef and having, kitchen utensils be your weapons. And on top of all of those things, you have a wonderful roguelike with a great art style. Like, I feel like if we're talking about food, that combination is a recipe for success. See what I did there?
I see what you did.
Puns.
Okay, listen, my pun game is not spectacular. I'm working on it, okay? But I also just, so many of these games are going to make me hungry. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break to get ready for our next game. I might grab some snacks, but after that quick break, we're going to be taking a look at Colton's Runaway Rails, which is a game that I think will definitely put us back on the right track. So we'll see you guys in just a moment.
We can help you stand out in a competitive work environment with an online business degree. At University of Phoenix, you can gain skills employers are looking for with more than 25 degree and certificate programs that align to 80 business occupations. And our degrees are accredited and consistent with industry standards. Make your mark now and in the future with an online business degree. Get started at phoenix.edu.
Coaches and consultants, if you're looking to learn YouTube ads, then I want to install our $200 million YouTube ads framework directly into your business. But instead of sending you to a training or something like that, what I want to do is actually invite you to meet one-on-one with one of my top YouTube ads advisors. I've helped my clients generate over $200 million in revenue using our YouTube ad strategies. And what we want to do is meet with you personally to map out exactly how you can install these strategies directly into your business to scale to 7 or even 8 figures and beyond. When you click the link right here on the screen, you can book a call with one of my advisors by choosing a date and time that works for you. Now, this is a call with one of my actual top advisors. We're going to be learning about your business and mapping out our proven strategy that's designed to help you scale to that next level using the power of YouTube ads. Now, not only have I helped my clients generate over $200 million in revenue, I've also used these exact same strategies for myself. like you're seeing right now. I've scaled my own business to over 8 figures, landing number 60 on the Inc. 5000 list of the fastest growing companies in America, growing 6,052% in the last 3 years. And the best part is I practice what I preach. As you can see here, I use YouTube ads to grow my own business, the same strategies we want to install directly in yours. But instead of sending you to a training or on a wild goose chase to try and figure out how to implement this in your business, I want to connect you directly with the source so you can fast track your process and condense the time it takes for you to implement YouTube ads. So you can click the link right here on the screen and book a strategy call with one of my top YouTube ads advisors. We'll map out exactly how this works directly for your business. Now, this
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Online 2022. I am your host, Alchemist, joined by Stephazoid, Richter, and the developer of Colton's Runaway Rails, William. William, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing all right.
Well, I need you to know that seeing the trailer for this game made me very excited and also kind of harkened back to some of those old school kind of 90s style platformers. So
Yep.
Before we go to the trailer, tell us a little bit about Colton's Runaway Rails.
All right. It's a single tap controlled mobile game based on the minecart stages from Donkey Kong Country back in the day. Yep. Colton's a little minecart, gets bored of his life in the mines, just hauling ore, decides to sneak off one night, and just basically goes to see the world.
I dig it.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. I mean, who hasn't wanted to run away from their very slightly boring life and adventure around the world on the rails? Maybe that's just me. But let's take a look at the trailer for Colton's Runaway Rails. So you mentioned that this is a single tap mobile game, but I really dig the art style and how you kind of play with perspective and how it goes from like kind of 2D to 3D. What made you kind of settle on that kind of art style for some of the game?
It was, again, actually Donkey Kong Country was the more recent ones they did back in the early 2010s. Had that kind of not quite fully 2D, especially the most recent one in 2014. There were minecart stages where you could like wrap around trees and the course would turn curves on itself. Even one stage where you got a behind the back perspective, and that was really the big inspiration for that. I just love when games put you on a 2D plane, but it feels like you're in a 3D world moving in 3D space.
Yeah, I love that. I love the when games go background and foreground transitions. You're like, oh no, now I have to like look really far and see what I'm doing, and then I get right back into the front. But when the camera changes around, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
Really like how simple it is, though. Just be a minecart, jump around endlessly. Oh, I love endless games. I can sit there and tap buttons for days.
So we did see within the trailer different types of like cosmetically pleasing ways. Is that going to be a fully customizable thing, or is this cosmetics that you get through levels and leveling up, or how is that going to work for us?
You can unlock them using the gold you collect in the endless mode. Contrary to what the trailer said, the game is actually available on Google Play right now, so you can play it and try it out.
There we go.
Now, you mentioned endless mode, but we also saw what looked like a boss fight in the trailer. So how many different modes does this game ship with?
Right now it's just the endless, but there's also an adventure mode that's coming up later this year. We're going to see a look at that in just a minute here in the video.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, and watch what he does here. I like what he does here. If you wait too long on the menus.
That reminds me of the old school Sonic the Hedgehog kind of thing, where Sonic would after a while kind of get impatient.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you're a minecart trying to run away. Ooh, okay.
Sorry, what was that?
I was gonna say, I figure if he's a minecart trying to run away, he does not want you to be waiting at a menu. So I love how he kind of gets impatient with it.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, click it.
You can see a bunch of some of my favorites among all the costumes that are in the game.
So which one is your favorite costume so far?
Out of all of them, it's hard to say. I do like this Wasteland one here. That's one of my favorites. Really like the Mad Max aesthetic.
I love them.
Like Parade's dope.
Thanks.
It's a little Grim Reaper.
Yep. I had a lot of fun coming up with things that a minecart is roughly shaped like or could be made to look like, just with a few accents.
It's a coffin! Oh,
it's a coat.
These are so good. These are so good.
Thanks.
Vampire cart? Okay, I'm
yep.
all about it. He's got a little bat on his butt!
Yep.
And fangs. Did you see the fangs in the front?
Yeah.
Little Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
Well, you said that this is a mobile game. Is it going to come to any other platforms? Are you going to put it on things like the Switch, or are you going to stick strictly to mobile for this?
I think I'm going to stick strictly to mobile, just because it's a one-tap control. I think it works best on mobile. It might be a little shallow for other platforms.
Understandable.
Whoops.
In the adventure mode, is there a level that you enjoyed the most, whether it was from a creative standpoint in creating it or just playing it?
There is, and I want to keep it a surprise because it comes up after this one.
Oh, man.
But it is by far my favorite of the ones so far.
Can't.
Okay.
I really like this one for how it demonstrates the varying perspective, because the whole course is a down and back U shape.
Oh, okay. So, talk to me a little bit about how development for a mobile game differs from maybe development for, a game on Steam or something like that. Are there any unique challenges that kind of come along with it?
Yeah, controls are definitely a challenge, because you don't have a controller and you need to have any physical buttons you're going to have are going to occupy space on your UI. So you have to balance that, and also you just can't have too many buttons because, of course, it's a mobile game. You want to keep controls simple, and the more buttons you have, the less space you have for your actual gameplay.
Yep, that's true.
There's also the technical aspect. I had to optimize some stuff hugely to get it to run smooth on mobile.
So what's the
and there's
furthest
still
distance?
things I want to... What's that?
What's the furthest distance that people have gone in Endless Play?
I don't know about anyone else, because I don't track that stuff on my end, but the furthest I've ever done was like 5,000 or 6,000, I think.
Oh, man.
This is the level that's my favorite.
Oh,
and is this your favorite both on the creating standpoint and the playing standpoint?
Yes, because I had a lot of fun playing around with stuff on this one.
I haven't even seen any of their levels, and this is already my favorite level. I love this.
Okay.
Cool.
I love haunted house aesthetics.
Me too.
Oh, that was
that's
nice.
not okay. I love how you can change the difficulty of games like this just by changing perspective and playing with lighting. Because like as we've been watching, the levels that we've seen, just having this level have not very much light in front of you makes it that much more challenging because you don't know when you need to jump for things.
Yep.
I know because in that last level, the diamond like kind of illuminated. Was there any consideration?
Oh, you're kind of cutting out.
Oh, I think we're losing Alchemist again. Unfortunate. I don't know what I was going to ask. I wish I could read minds. That way I could ask his question here.
I don't know.
It's a perfect spot. He was again. He's stunned by the games, man. And the haunted house, I think you just scared him out of his cam. I think that's all that happened.
Oh, man. That means I did it right.
You did. You did 100%. I love this. You said there's adventure mode. There is the endless mode. How many levels are there in adventure mode?
Honestly, development's still pretty early on it, but I'm hoping to have around 30 or 40 eventually. I have the 3 seen here, and then a couple more that are about finished. I have at least one other one that's playable, but missing some visual effects. But I'm hoping to have a lot of them.
I mean, you got a lot done right now so far, just being where you're at. This is great.
Thanks. Yeah, the game, originally it was just going to be the adventure mode, then a friend of mine convinced me to do the endless one. And I'm glad I did, because I feel like that adds a lot to it. And also let me put something out a lot sooner than I would have been able to otherwise.
I agree, I like that. And is there anywhere that we can keep up with you and the games that you are creating, or this one in general?
I do have a Twitter. It's at Mr. Oakridge, MROAKRIDGE. It's just my personal Twitter, though, so it's not all game dev stuff. But I do occasionally post updates on there.
Fantastic. Is there a Discord for this game, or can we reach you within the Seattle Indies Discord?
There's not currently a Discord. I guess I should join the Seattle Indies one. I haven't yet.
Oh, man, it's a great community.
I'm a very shy person, so socializing with new people is hard for me.
Understandable. I can relate 100%. But you're making absolutely exciting games for mobile. I mean, I'm not usually excited for mobile games. I don't know about anybody else, but haunted houses are a pretty easy way in.
Yeah. A lot of mobile games just don't have a whole lot of polish to them. That's one thing I really tried with this one, is to make it as good as it can look and sound. And just try to make it feel more like what you'd see on a console or PC. Especially because that's what I'm used to developing for. Yeah.
100%. Alrighty. Well, thank you all so much for sharing this with us. Stream, we'll be right back with Cosmoteer.
Washington State homeowners, you are going to want to check this out. As of August 16th, 2022, the federal government did something that's going to change how you view your finances. If you pay over $57 on your electric bill and you own your home, you could qualify for the ITC program, also known as the Federal Solar Tax Credit, to help you eliminate your electric bill. And on August 16th, 2022,
We've been here so long. Still I remember the rainy September contact.
Welcome back to Seattle Indies. We are joined by Walt for Starship Architect and Commander. What's going on?
Hello, it's great to
Welcome.
be here.
Hello.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about your game, Starship Architect Commander.
Yeah, so basically, I like to think of Cosmoteer as kind of like SimCity meets the Starship Enterprise. So kind of the way it works is you start with a little starship in a big galaxy. You have maybe, a half a dozen crew or so, and you're kind of a freelance bounty hunter, tradesperson, that kind of that kind of ship crew, and you're kind of going around doing various missions, such as hunting down bounties or rescuing stations or delivering resources to different space stations that need it. And then you're using the money and loot that you collect to basically upgrade your own ship, which is actually what the real focus of the game is, because the game is really all about building your own starship, kind of however you want. So you're building a starship on a grid, kind of SimCity style. You're deciding where your rooms go, where your laser blasters and shields and cruise quarters and control rooms and reactors go on your ship. You're kind of laying out your floor plan. You've got a bunch of crew running around inside, doing various different things like operating the controls, piloting the ship, carrying munitions to the various weapons that need it. For some reason, in this strange fictional future, no one has invented power lines. So to get your laser blasters powered, your crew have to literally go to the reactor and pick up the giant power batteries and hand carry them to the reactor.
Watch out. That's radiation.
From the reactor to whatever needs it to shoot, right? And that's not just for show. That's because that's what kind of makes the decisions you make when designing your ship interesting, because how quickly you can get, say, the power batteries to a laser blaster or the bullets to a cannon, how quickly you can get those to where they need to go, determines how quickly the laser blaster will be able to shoot, or if you're trying to keep a shield charged, it'll determine how long your shield can stay charged. So you have to just really think about how you kind of design the interior floor plan of your ship.
Sure.
And then sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, how about we take a look at your trailer real quick, and then we'll come back and ask more questions. Yeah, I can't wait to see the.
In Cosmoteer, players design amazing starships by placing weapons, thrusters, and other modules on a grid using an intuitive editor. Battles between starships are exciting and emergent, with victory depending on not just the tactical skill of the ship's commander, but even more so on the effectiveness of its design. The physics-driven combat and module-based destruction combine to make designing ships a deeply interesting challenge. Inside each starship is a fully automated simulation of its crew, as they operate its controls and transport munitions and batteries. This simulation adds a whole new layer of strategy to starship design, because how quickly a weapon can shoot or how long a shield can stay charged depends on how quickly the crew can supply it with munitions or power. In the main single-player career mode, the player starts with a small scout ship and only a handful of crew. Over the course of many hours, they will explore a galaxy, fight pirates, take on contracts for factions, and mine resources, all while continually upgrading and improving their own ship. And for players who just want to design awesome starships, there is of course a creative mode where they can create whatever they want without any limits. Both the career and creative modes support online co-op, and for players who want to test their starship design and command skills against human opponents, several PvP battle modes will keep them constantly challenged. The publicly available demo already has tens of thousands of enthusiastic fans, and an early access launch is expected in late 2022.
There's so much going on. I love how complex it is.
Thank you.
I like creative modes, so being able just to go in and build a thing, that's my jam.
Yeah, for sure. That's probably what like the really hardcore players spend most of their time in is creative mode, just making tons of ships. It's pretty awesome.
Now, can you if you're in creative mode, can you import those ships?
What do you mean by import?
Like import them into your game, like the single player that you're doing.
You can if like you can afford it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So nice. I'll be able to build something in creative mode and then go into the game and work towards getting the items that I need to actually build it out.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. And then the same thing also works in multiplayer, where like if you can have like a multiplayer battle between players and you can take the ships that you've designed in the creative mode into multiplayer.
Oh, that's really cool. Now, have you designed a super cool ship that you consider your favorite? Is there something that you put into the ship that is your favorite thing to utilize in that?
Gosh, I mean, certainly like picking my favorite ship is a little hard. It's sort of like who's your favorite child, right?
Sure.
Fair.
We
But,
all have one. No, I'm kidding.
I think one of my kind of favorite things that you can build in your ship is ion beams and ion prisms, which are sort of I don't think we'll see them in this video that's playing, but they're sort of inspired by like the super laser on the Death Star, where you have like a bunch of like laser beams that kind of converge on a point and make like a super beam, and you know, in the case of the Death Star, like blows up planets and stuff, right? But in this case, basically how it works is like you have ion beams, which is like a module that you can build on your ship, and it shoots out in just like a fixed direction. Most weapons in Cosmoteer are like on a turret, so they can rotate, but ion beams are a fixed weapon. But if you shoot an ion beam into a prism, then you can aim it in a different direction. And if you shoot multiple ion beams into the same prism, then they combine and make a stronger beam. So you can do that to kind of like combine like a whole bunch of different beams together and make like super awesome mega ion beams.
Now, can you board ships?
Not yet. That is hopefully going to come at some point. That's probably the single most requested feature. So I definitely want to do it. It's just not done yet.
Okay.
How did you come up with all the mechanics for this game? It seems so complex, and there's different layers, as you were saying, with the prisms. How did you come up with this?
I mean, usually there's just kind of like some core. I mean, or I guess like the original idea was I wanted to make a game about building spaceships where how you designed your ship like actually really mattered. I wanted it to really matter why, not just that you have like a ship with a laser blaster or a cannon, but like why is it better to put like a laser blaster here as opposed to like, you know, a couple meters or a couple tiles over or something, right? And so that was my goal. And so kind of the crew system where the crew have to run around ferrying all the munitions and power, that was kind of the mechanic I came up with to basically make that happen, to make it so that how you lay out your ship actually matters. It's been so long, I don't remember exactly how I came up with that, right? But that was kind of the genesis of that whole system. And then a lot of the kind of like individual modules that you build in your ship, you know, are just kind of inspired by, you know, probably one thing or another, you know, some sort of like popular space fiction of some sort, right? So like like the ion beams are definitely definitely a Star Wars Death Star inspiration, right? There are things like point defenses in the game, which are like small small rapid fire cannons that are kind of like machine guns. Those are definitely from like Battlestar Galactica or The Expanse. So yeah, usually there's some inspiration for most of the different kind of modules in the game.
Love it.
That's really neat that you can have like a little storage tank to hold the ammunition so they don't have to walk as far.
Yeah. So the thing about the reactors is that they're very vulnerable, and if you get your reactor destroyed, then it will take out a whole big chunk of your ship around it. And so a strategy can be, say, put the reactor near the back, like I've done here in this video, where it's more protected, but then put, say, a power storage up front or a power capacitor up front. And the power capacitors, they don't generate power, but they store a limited cache of power. But they don't blow up real big when they get destroyed, so it's much safer.
Now, can you get behind ships?
You can. It's a little hard just because of the way that the physics work. It's a lot, unless like the ship has kind of like lost all its thrusters, then it's probably gonna be able to rotate faster than you can get around it. Unless you happen to have multiple ships, which is something the game totally supports. So you could have like multiple ships in your fleet and kind of come at a ship from different directions and flank it.
Oh, wow.
That's totally a viable strategy. So that tends to be the best way to do it.
Oh, that's really cool. I didn't know that you'd be able to have multiple ships.
Yep.
Oh, I'm gonna
We're
go to
gonna
Steam.
have a whole fleet.
I'm gonna go to Steam right now. I'm gonna get this game.
Yeah, there's a demo that there's a new demo, I should say, that just came out a couple days ago.
Oh, wow.
That everyone is welcome to check out. Just the demo on Steam, you can download it. We'll give you kind of the first star system of the kind of like main single player career mode, and have most of the kind of basic weapons and ship modules unlocked, and it has creative mode too, with the caveat that most of the kind of advanced ship modules are locked. And then hopefully the full version is going to come out later this year, and that will kind of give you the whole galaxy to explore, unlock all the modules. It has multiplayer, mod support, lots of good stuff.
Oh, very cool. So when you say mod support, are the community members making mods to add to this to help modify it, or are these mods that you're supplying? Oh yeah.
I mean, there are a couple mods I'm supplying that are like the example. Here's how to mod, right? But yeah, so especially for the kind of what I'm calling the classic version, which is the old free version of the game. There are literally hundreds of mods that people have made, and then I'm already seeing some of my beta testers for the new version kind of start working on mods. So hopefully there should be some mods at launch, and then hopefully after launches that'll really take off.
I love that. So
now
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, was there anything like that inspired you to make a 2D shipbuilding game?
I mean, all right. So I remember when I was like maybe 13, 14 or something, I was really into, both into like kind of science fiction, especially like Star Trek and Star Wars. But also I was playing a bunch of kind of like tabletop war games and stuff like that. And at one point I tried making a kind of pencil and paper game where you would like design your own spaceship on graph paper, and then you would like roll dice to see like where weapons hit, and then you would scratch off boxes for damage. The game was terrible. It didn't work. It was like way too much of a hassle to play, but kind of that idea stuck around in the back of my head until kind of many years later. I was looking for, an idea for a new project, and I was like, I think I'm probably a good enough programmer now to actually make this as a computer game.
There you go.
And so that's kind of what I did, and I guess the rest is history.
Love that.
Perfect.
So where can people find and follow you to learn more about the betas, and as the game comes out, where will it be located?
Yeah, so I know releasing on Steam later this year. Fingers crossed. Probably the best place to kind of learn about to kind of like follow updates for the game is on the Discord. So I believe if you just go to like the Discord's kind of public server search and just search Cosmoteer, then I assume it will be the first result. You can also just go to cosmoteer.net. And that's just the main webpage for the game, and there will be a link at the very top that will take you to the Discord.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Walt, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. This was delightful.
Thanks. All right, up next, we're going to be looking at a game called Echoes of the Plum Grove after the break. Stick around.
That's helping. Okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Online 2022. I am Alchemist Joker. I know that there was a mac and cheese here just a moment ago, but I am joined by the Stephazoid and the Richter, and we are joined by the developers of Echoes of the Plum Grove, Eric and Sarah. Eric, Sarah, how are you guys doing on this spectacular Saturday?
Good.
Doing great.
Yeah.
That is good to hear. So before we go to the trailer, I want to ask you, tell us a little bit about Echoes of the Plum Grove.
Well, it's a cozy game with consequences, essentially. It's like a farming survival sim where you can age and die and have kids and get married and then you have to save for the winter, you have to survive, and you can farm along the way.
Okay. Cozy game with consequences. So cozy
game with consequences.
Because
Because your choices matter.
Ooh, okay. So I'm looking forward to seeing more about this Cozy Quinces game. So let's take a look at the trailer for Echoes of the Plum Grove. So one of the first things that jumps out to me personally, I don't know about you guys, but I love the almost Paper Mario-ish style art style, but it's also still 3D. I dig how that looks. Tell me a little bit about how you kind of went about deciding on that art style and that kind of 2.5D kind of gameplay system.
Well, I'm the only artist on the entire game, so I had to pick a style that I could do on my own. And when we were playtesting, we noticed we tried an Animal Crossing kind of hybrid. We tried like more of like a 2D kind of like fully, and the only one that people resonated with, and I'm also a huge fan of Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, and I really wanted to go retro as much as possible, and most people go pixel. I love Paper Mario, so I kind of fell into this. And I realized when I was starting to make like really detailed art, it kind of got lost in the scene and it took a long time. And I was like, okay, I have to make it simple, readable, and yet, because it's got backgrounds and it's got layers to it. So the easiest solution was just to stick to simpler design. So that's kind of where it landed. And that's kind of where the inspiration came from.
You did a really good job. You being the only artist creating all of this. Wow.
Yeah, we did have an animator because I dislike doing animation. I learned it in school, but I don't do it well. So I was like, okay, I'll hire a friend to do some contract work for us. So he did all the animation. But other than that, like and then the other thing I wanted to do was a lot of pixel games, you don't see the sky. I know that's such a small thing. But for me, I like to see the stars and I like to feel like it's turning night and see a little, it's not a lot, but you do see a little bit of it. And that's what I really wanted to show off as well. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It immerses you in the environment. It looks great.
Thank you. Yeah. And then, but it's not all cozy. So one of the things that, since we're so early on and the trailer's a little on the older side, we've realized that we probably need to emphasize more about the survival sim part of our game. So it's not just a farm. It's kind of equally farming, survival, and sim. It's kind of like a trio of different, style.
You all were waiting on something bad to happen.
Yes.
And
when
a
you
little
said
bit
that
previously, there was an entire shipwreck in a storm. So there is
dark
game.
And you can secretly poison people in our game. And as I mentioned before, your choices matter. So in this scene, you can talk to people twice a day and you can also insult them. But insulting has consequences. Like if you are enemies enough with someone, you could, they might not sell things to you. They might give you huge, they might not be open for you to trade with. They might not let you marry their daughter. So you have to make sure that when you're befriending people, you want to do it for a reason, because everything has consequences, especially with the social part. So, yeah.
Okay. And what were some of the inspirations that led you to this concept for the game?
Well, a lot of people. Well, I guess we wanted to pick with colonial style specifically because I felt like it was sophisticated enough. Because a lot of people go medieval. And I didn't want to go that far because I wanted to have a printing press kind of society that was starting to form. And that's kind of where we landed on the time zone for that. In terms of the game, I love Stardew Valley, but I wanted to, and I love Oregon Trail. And one of the things that when I was playing Stardew Valley, you can't eat your food. You can't there's no surviving you can't, save for winter. There's no costs to you doing things. So in our game, you have to pay taxes, you have to feed yourself, you have to feed your family, and you have to save enough food to survive the winter, because in the winter you can't really grow anything. So, that's kind of,
So I have a question about the insult and talk thing. You mentioned all of the negatives about insulting someone, but it doesn't seem like there are any kind of obvious positives. Is there? I assume, though, that by adding in something and saying consequences matter, that there might be positive kind of reasons to maybe insult someone. Tell me about, is there any balancing you kind of do with that? Or is it one of those things that you just kind of wanted to add in a way for players who, if you play Animal Crossing, sometimes there's a person in your village you don't like, and so you just want to be able to insult them, and you can't in Animal Crossing. Was that kind of the idea behind this?
Yeah, like insulting. You can have. There's a quest that a certain villager wants you to do, which is insult 20 people, and it makes her relationship go positive with you. And because people can be mean in the game, they have traits, personalities, and hobbies. So some people will want you to insult people to make them happier. Or one family, like the butcher family, wants to be enemies with the apothecary family, so they want you to insult that family to be better off with the butcher family, which will open up new options to marry people, to befriend more family members. Like there are positives to insulting people, but it's a choice you have to make, because if you insult someone, you're going to be enemies with that particular family. So
I love it. I can't get over the Paper Mario feel of it. I love it. The art style is just so spectacular. I'm watching her like flip back and forth as she changes directions, and I'm loving just that little thing just catches my eye every time.
yeah, I noticed a lot of games that for cozy, like the subtlety in cozy games is where it's at. So
yes,
I haven't animated foliage moving yet. In one section it does, but not in most sections. It's the subtlety that matters. So yeah.
I love your mixture of 2D and 3D.
Yeah, everyone's asked me, like, how do you know which is going to be 2D and 3D? And I'm like, I don't know. I
Right?
sit down and decide. Like, it's just like, there's no, like, real... I mean, besides walls, like, I had to specifically make, like, these rock walls 3D. Because otherwise, because you can see them from certain angles. So if things are... You don't... Like, it was just easier with things you pick up, because they're always going to be 2D. But, like, the 3D stuff... Especially on your farm, like making a chest 3D versus 2D. Like like the cheese press is 2D, but like the flour press is 3D. So it's like, how do you know which is which? Honestly, I just sit down and decide. I'm like, this looks good. This looks bad. That's kind of, I don't know. There's just my brain. So
one more thing I want to go back. I kind of want to go back to the different consequences, and you mentioned about like insulting some families, that kind of increases your standing with them. I would assume then that there may be multiple endings or multiple kind of like playthroughs, because I assume that you'd want to have one playthrough where you befriend the butcher family, which means you have to insult the apothecary family, but you also want to see maybe the apothecary family is better in the particular playthrough you have. So how did you kind of go about balancing potential replayability? Because I feel like that's a big thing that this game has going for it.
Yes. So you can age and die, and that's not just you. The whole village will do that. So every time you play, you can be a different person. They can be different. Like the starting families are always going to be the starting families, but who their kids will become, like who, if they have more kids, because you can have up to 2. All that changes. So it's all random. And we have up to, I think, like 37 traits you can have, which I think per person is 3 currently. So you could be so the fisherman could be a drunkard, lazy, and honest person, but then their kid could be, hardworking, teetall. I think we have teetall or whatever. And so, like, it's just, it'll consistently fluctuate, very similar to Sims. So, you play and it becomes different every time. So if you want to be evil and you want to just insult everyone the whole time, you can see the consequences of that versus, it's completely sandboxed in that territory.
Okay.
It's perfect. And where can we follow you guys or find more information on this before we head out?
Yeah, we're on social media, so Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Our website, it's listed in chat. On Twitter, we're also at Unwound Games. I think on Instagram as well.
Yeah.
So follow us on social media, and we'll update when the game's coming out.
We're a ways away. Yeah. So
we're aiming for early 2024, but we'll have to see.
That's our aim.
All right.
Cool.
Well, in that case, chat, make sure you go and check out Unbound Games and make sure that you can follow on Echoes of the Plum Grove and tell us in chat whether you're going to play as a good, non-insulting person or if you're going to be like me and insult everyone and see what happens. But thank you again, Eric and Sarah, for joining us and showing off this game. I'm really looking forward to it. And the art style is... But coming up, we're going to go take a quick break. And then when we come back, we will be taking a look at Erwin's Retreat. So again, don't touch that dial. We'll be right back.
cause of belly fat and unwanted weight gain. What most people...
I was sitting watching the sunrise, steady as she goes. I'm so sick and tired of your lies, can't take it anymore. You wanna wrap me up, tell me I'm the only one, do it all for fun. Yeah, and then I bite my tongue, act like it's all said and done, cause I know you need me. Take it easy on me, easy, but you make it so hard when you look at me that way. Make me wanna ease the pain, pain, pain. It's a losing game. Take it easy on me, easy. Say it while you look me in the eye. Can't take it anymore. Keep talking in circles, wonder why. I've heard it all before. You wanna wrap me up, tell me I'm the only one, do it all for fun. Yeah, and then I bite my tongue, act like it's all said and done, cause I know you need me. Take it easy on me, easy, but you make it so hard when you look at me that way. Make me wanna ease the pain, pain, pain. It's a losing game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Online 2022. The gang is all here. Stephazoid, Richter, and Mac and Cheese, please. Hi. And it looks like we are going to be looking at a game called Erwin's Retreat. So I don't know about you guys, but I've always been really bad at retreating. I just never go backwards.
Retreat.
I've always been bad at retreat. So let's see if Erwin's Retreat will teach us how to better retreat. So let's take a look at the trailer for that game right now.
Oh, actually, no trailer.
Oh, no trailer?
Just gameplay.
Well, we just got gameplay. We're going right into it.
Straight into gameplay.
So
hang on.
Wrong
one.
Don't know about you guys, but so far, with all the games that I've seen, I have been blown away with the variety that we've had. We've had
absolutely
car combat. We've had Cozy Quince's games. We've had steal your base games. And
ships.
Now we have ships. And now we have Erwin's Retreat, which is already, it's a kind of a departure from some of the other games we have because it kind of has that isometric kind of 3/4 top-down view.
Sure.
But I'm again, every game we've seen has had a different art style. And I just, again, blown away by the talent and art of the talent of all of these devs. Because again, some of these are like 1 or 2 person teams. So
yeah, this developer is a 3-person team.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the one that looked like a roguelike because I see him grab the flashlight and my brain for some reason remembers dodge rolls. So I feel like.
So it says Erwin's Retreat centers on Erwin Branford, a grumpy but affable retired astrobotanist whose wife Emma has recently passed away due to a mysterious illness. After receiving a cryptic letter urging him to go back to the woodland retreat he and his wife once shared, Erwin returns to solve the mystery of his wife's death. An old lantern may hold the key.
So I'm already getting some I'm gonna die vibes because they've shown me combos, aiming my lantern, and dodge rolls. So that means I am probably gonna get stomped by something. It's a little bit of crafting in this as well. See, there's a dodge roll. Once you see a dodge roll, you already know that the combat's gonna be tough.
And
It
then
does. It looks
said that they have
so
crafting.
Yes, crafting. It's so cool. Having crafting in games like this is, I mean, having a crafting in roguelikes is so kind of off the wall, and I like that little bit of detail.
Yeah.
But it's stating that there's around 15 hours of action RPG gameplay.
Let's go.
Let's go, right? 15 hours of it is quite a while. But I mean, Mac, you were going into the exploring and the gathering. Tell us a little more. I know you got.
I was going to say you can explore, gather, craft, and repair parts of Erwin's life he has let fall to ruin. Poor Erwin. It's like you're on his side. You want him to solve the mystery, and I don't know. I really like the graphics too. This looks like it's right up my alley for sure.
Absolutely. It is a gorgeous game. There's like this scene right here is little details, you know. We're getting that little bit of top-down roguelike aspect to this, but there's a depth of field that's being created by the leaves flowing around that is a lot different than what you see in a lot of artworks for games like this.
Well, that's some pretty fast combat from what we just saw. And that was just like a little enemy.
See, it's all fun and games when it's one or two guys. It's when you walk into and your lantern has a little battery over there. And it doesn't seem like it immediately refills. So I'm assuming you'd have to refill it from defeating enemies. So now you have to worry about refilling your lantern, dodge rolling so that you don't.
Yeah.
Okay. I can already see this game kicking my butt. I'm digging it.
It's the best parts, right? And it is a magical lantern, so there's some fancy aspects to that. But guys, chat, we do have Studio Atma in chat, so if you guys have any questions for those devs, don't hesitate to ask in chat.
Yeah.
I now understand why they were saying that the lantern may be the key to it all. It's a fun little magical lantern.
Well, it has already opened up some things, so I feel like the key to it all might not just be like a play on words, because it looked like at one point they were shining the lantern at a group of, like, at something to destroy it to move through an area. So I would be willing to bet that at some point you will see. Okay, this just goes to show you that there is a language that all developers know. If you're there are some places where you just hide stuff. Water always seems to be the best place to hide stuff. If there's a river you can walk down,
around a rock.
Around a rock, behind trees, and of course, everyone's favorite, behind a waterfall. So
there's nothing behind a waterfall. I literally cried. I'm like, what are you doing with your life?
Who doesn't put things behind the waterfall?
Yeah. What the heck? What book did you not read? Like,
I feel like if you don't put something behind a waterfall, you have to have in that emptiness, you have to say, like, a note from another adventurer going like, hey, I came through here and there was this great chest, so I took it with me. Like, okay, so there was something here. You just took it with you.
Good save.
So Studio Atma was saying that they're not on Steam yet, but they are working on it. But you can always follow them on Twitter and check out their website to make sure that you're up to date for the game and all of its fun happenings. But we're looking at another year, I think is what they're saying. They've been working on it for the past 2 years, and they're planning to release within this time next year. So give or take another year, and we'll be able to play this and master the power of our sweet, sweet magic lantern.
Wow,
that's such a cool effect.
If this is just 2 years, I am excited to see what another year of dev work and story goes into this. Like, it already looks so polished, and yeah, I'm very excited to see this completion.
It's not how you treat the elderly. You do not throw them out of flaming portals.
I feel like if you were an elderly who's lost your wife and are just doing things at this point, I mean, yeet me out of a portal, please. Yeah, why not?
You'll do anything for love.
Yeah, exactly.
But I won't do that.
Okay, did you guys see that?
I did.
They changed, so the lantern has multiple settings, and he used that setting to put out the fire. So smart money would be on, at the end of this section, getting a power up for the lantern that maybe sets things on fire, which opens up new parts of the world.
We'll just have to play and find out, right?
Yeah.
Or opens up your inner pyromaniac, because if there's a way to set things on fire, you know somebody's just gonna run around setting every bush they see on fire. Every last
Wait, his projectiles were different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like now, like he was able to switch to like an ice projectile, which he was able to use to put out the fire to get further into this area. So
yeah,
okay.
Studio Atma Rob says that was a good bet, and Studio Atma says that, yep, you're correct. So it's elemental ammo through the lantern.
That is
very cool.
So we're gonna have a lot of elemental.
So I know that you guys are in chat, so I'm going to ask questions and hopefully you'll answer. Is there any games that kind of influenced you making this one or influenced the design of this one? For me, on the viewer point, it's very, I mean, you've got the roguelike, which you're going to have your typical influences there, but there's a game that I played called Yaga that this reminds me of so much in its own way, and I don't know if anybody else played it, and that's what kind of is in my mind right now. Secret of Mana and Mega Man. Heck yes.
Okay,
I can see
you
it.
had me in Mega Man. I'm already about it.
I can see it.
Yeah, I definitely can see the Mega
different
Man
elements.
There's always something very satisfying about beating a boss and then being able to take their powers. Secret of Mega Man. Yep, there you go.
I love it.
There's something therapeutic about beating a boss and taking their powers and then using it to beat up their friends. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bully in video games, but I'm just saying. If I could take Fire Dude's powers and go use it on Wood Dude, then I'm excited because I already know I'm going to thrash that dude.
Well, Studio Atma Rob says that they're working on having elements interact with each other as well. So there you go. That might be coming in the future, which, like I said, keep an eye out on their website and their Twitter. Check them out, hang out. See more of them in about a year.
Looking forward to that.
One more. Yeah, maybe next Seattle Indies. Get them to come back, show off more. Yeah.
So that was the perfect time to cut away from that, because I don't know if you guys noticed, there was a save point and then a big archway, which translates in gamer to boss fight. And then you walk up to the door and it said boss fight. So that was a good time to cut, because now we will never know what's behind that door until next year when that game releases. So coming up, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be taking a look at Far Away From Home. Don't touch that dial. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Online 2022. I am your host, Alchemist Joker, joined by the spectacular Stephazoid, the radical Rick Jure, and the magnificent Mac and Cheese, please. And feels like we're hitting a good kind of rhythm in our games. We're seeing a bunch of stuff. My wallet hasn't tapped out yet, so we're good. But I don't know, if I remember correctly, this next game might put a damper in that, because I think Far Away From Home was one of those ones during the hype hour that I like starry-eyed at. Like if this were an anime, like I would have had like the anime stars in my eyes. Wow. So that's the one. That is the exact one. So just to refresh everyone's memory in chat, or in case you came in later, let's take a look at the trailer for Far Away From Home. That is not the one. I was like, that one reminds me of something else. That was close.
Close. Different F game. You know what I mean? Like we're getting there. We're getting there. That's coming up
that's
soon,
a sneak peek. That one's just a sneak peek.
Far Away From Home is a story-driven, turn-based tactical RPG. You take control of a 5-member team, do battle with enemies on an isometric battlefield, get loot and gear once you are victorious, and then level up your party. It was inspired by games like Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre.
You called it!
If you're familiar with either title, then that should give you a pretty good idea of what kind of game Far Away From Home is.
Both just want to play.
The story starts off with the unveiling of a new
I swear,
Hadron
I own
Collider.
every tactic game.
However, upon the initial activation,
there's some more to add to your list.
Very quickly.
Well, there's more to add, yeah.
Simon and the others are seemingly teleported to a random place on Earth. However, after meeting up, discussing what they should do, and exploring their surroundings, they soon encounter strange monsters. From there, the story is about figuring out
I'm loving the contrast of the artworks
where they ended
that
up,
are being presented.
if they're even still
so
on Earth.
cool.
And of course, figuring out a way to get back home. So what's different about this game from others in the genre? There is a unit type system that I'm not sure is done in any other
I am
TRPG.
absolutely in love with this art style.
Units can be classified as
like you said, the contrast between the sprites on screen and their character model images is absolutely
or they can be
beautiful.
classified as focus, which means that their FP focus points.
I've been
or
waiting
mana points
for
act as
a
their
Final
HP
Fantasy
stat
Tactics-like
instead.
game for a while, and it seems like
What this
this is
ultimately means is that
the
whenever
game.
you use your
Look
abilities,
no
it
further
will
than
progressively
Seattle
put
Indies.
you in more danger.
Plus, there's
You'll
also
have to
a
think
job
more
system,
about
it looks
how
like,
you use your abilities, how
which
you position
is
your units, and make sure that they aren't at risk as the
you
battle
snipe
progresses.
him from that far away.
This was more of a thematic idea I had in mind.
Trying to
You
remember
have
another
big,
game
beefy
that did
characters
this.
that can
I know
take
of a game that
multiple
did
hits
this,
before
where
going
if your
down,
health drains,
and then
you
have
die.
your
If your
quicker,
mana
more
drains, you
agile
die.
fighters that avoid all attacks until they meet a critical lapse in
I know.
concentration.
I remember
I think it's-
there being
I
a
wanna
game.
say it's
There are multiple ways to protect or even
was
ignore
Lapua
some of these
Tactics.
drawbacks, and it is up to the player
La
to figure
Pucelle.
out
La Pucelle
what
Tactics.
way works best for them.
Yeah, I think it was La
Everyone
Pucelle.
has their own set of skills, and depending
Wow,
on
yeah, I
the
think
skills
it
you
is
learn,
like
what traits you take, and what items
dude,
you
I
equip,
have a
that's
brain
all
full
going
of
to come
useless
together
information.
to decide
I'm proud of
what
that
the
fact.
exact role of your characters will end up taking. For example,
I love
Gabriel
how
has a class of
in-depth it seems
samurai.
like you can also
However,
level up
you can build
their
her in a
classes
variety
as
of
well.
ways. She has a skill called Windwalk, which will increase her dodge chance. You can also buy
different
items
skills.
that will
I like
make
that.
enemies more likely to
We do
attack
love
her.
different skills.
And by combining these two things,
Oh,
you
you
can
get
make
to
her
combine
a
them.
dodge tank.
Really customize your team.
Of course, you can also make her a damage dealer, and with that comes its own variety of options.
Also, let's
She can be a full-on glass cannon,
the depth
or anywhere
that this
in between.
has in
I
that you
wanted to
can
make each character feel
combine
unique in terms of
item
what
effects
they do in combat,
plus character
how they
abilities
deal damage,
to
how
like
they are positioned,
that's
and
so
how they
dope.
interact with other
In
team
games
members.
like this, there is no
Plaster,
word
Simon's dog,
that
for
is
example,
more
has the unique
hype
ability to
inducing
pair
or
up with
terror
any allied
inducing than
unit.
the word miss.
When he partners up with someone,
Because there's
he can be set
when
in one
you're
of
the
two
person who
modes.
is surrounded by
He can
enemies
either
and you're like,
protect
I'm
his
gonna
partner from
die, I'm gonna
incoming
lose
damage,
this character,
or
and they
he can
get
be
attacked
set
and
to
you see
counterattack
miss,
every
miss,
time
miss.
an
It's
enemy
like
tries to
yes.
hit them.
Consequently,
You
you
can
walk up
already
to an
see,
enemy
if
and
you
you're like,
combine
okay,
that
I'm gonna
with
hit them
Gabriel
with this
being a dodge
15
tank,
hit
you can
attack
dish
that's
out a
really
lot of
really
free
cool, and
damage
you just see
without taking
miss,
any.
miss, miss, miss. You're like, oh,
And
oh,
finally,
oh,
to
no, oh
talk
no,
about
oh,
itemization
this
real
is where I
quickly,
die. Okay.
I wanted gear to be more than just extra damage and armor. Outside of the most common pieces of gear, I wanted them to modify how your character plays, and at the highest tiers of gear, even modify your overall strategies.
So your gear can
That's
change
it.
your
Thanks for
strategies, and
watching.
like
If
that's
you want to learn more about my game,
super
it's out on
cool.
Steam.
Adds in for some tactics there.
There you go, far
And
away
it's
from
available
home.
right
guys.
now.
Available on Steam. Link was posted in chat, so definitely go check that game out.
Definitely.
I can neither confirm nor deny I might be buying that game after this.
Yeah,
So
you've got like the entire collection of Seattle Indies. Just add it to your cart. We know that that's how this is going to work for you.
I want to tell you that you're wrong, but I would be wrong
But
if I
I'm
did that.
not.
No.
Well, in keeping with the kind of theme that we've been looking at, our next segment is going to be with one of our sponsors. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to have the spectacular people from Hooded Horse who happen to do a lot of games that are tactics based, and we will be able to ask them questions about kind of what goes into the publishing of those types of games. So if you guys want to look and learn a little bit more about how the publishing part of games looks, stay tuned so you can see us talk to the lovely people over at Hooded Horse. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies 2022. I am your host, Alchemist Joker, joined by the magnificent Mac and Cheese Please and the remarkable Rick Jor. And we are also joined by Tim, who is with Hooded Horse. Tim, how have you been doing this weekend? I think you are currently muted
You might be
because we are not hearing you.
Check the bottom bar and see if your mic has a little muty symbol.
Yeah, in vMix call sometimes the mute will automatically trigger. So,
yeah.
And then alternatively, check and see if your browser of choice is pulling in your microphone source.
Banana.
Well, while Tim kind of figures out why his audio is not being shared, I want to give you guys a little bit of information about how, from what I've gathered, how Hooded Horse kind of helps Seattle Indies. So from what I've seen, Hooded Horse is a publisher of games. They have done a couple of other like strategy-like games, and I know that it's one of those genres that's really difficult to pull off because strategy and tactics games end up being games that are very, very difficult to develop for, because you have to develop them with the concept in mind of your players might go straight from one battle to the next. But you also have some players who will tend to power level, if that is an option, to end up at ridiculously strong levels. So you also want to make sure that those story battles aren't too easy, where you can just have one character go through and wipe out everyone. But you also want to make them not so challenging that if someone just casually comes in and just picks it up and goes straight through.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Well, it took three different browsers, and eventually, sorry about that.
I had the same issue too. I have to load it in Edge.
My computer has crapped out twice now, so you're in perfect company.
Well, thank you for the understanding. And yeah, so since it is Saturday, I'm here in obviously the back room of my house with the dog bed and the Christmas tree and such. So
love it.
I feel bad because your backgrounds look so great. You know, it's action figures and bookcases filled with interesting stuff. But yeah,
all of those are video games.
Yeah, well, that's the appropriate background, right? Well, so, anyway, Tim, I'm really glad to be here.
Well, we're glad to have you here, and I would like you to tell us a little bit about Hooded Horse, and then, if I'm not mistaken, there's a game you're also going to be telling us about.
Yeah, so Hooded Horse, we're an indie strategy simulation RPG publisher, relatively new, but we've got a bunch of games, 17 in all, that we're publishing right now. One's actually releasing in a couple of days called Terra Invicta. But then a bunch of others. It's a fun alien invasion kind of defense game. And then we have it's a grand strategy game with other ones that are grand strategy like Espiocracy. We have city builders like Manor Lords and Against the Storm and Clanfolk. 4X strategy like Old World. And then lots of spaceship, and we're going to see a space-focused game in a bit, I think, which is Falling Frontier. And then we have a ton of space games. I don't know why that happened, but Nebulous, like we just kept getting space games, so there's a bunch of them.
Well, hey
there. My name's Todd Darcy. I'm the solo developer at Starlight Studios, and for the past 3 years I've been working on a game.
I am so stoked for this game.
I
love space games, and this is like at the flow of how I like my space games to be.
Naval combat as well as the grand scale.
Yeah, that's Todd there talking. I almost feel bad talking over him because he's so much more interesting than I am.
It focuses heavily on line of sight
he's the solo
mechanics
developer of Falling Frontier,
and really visceral combat systems that are layered upon each other.
So most of our games
you'll see projectiles bouncing off of ships, penetrating the whole way through.
So it's not unusual, but yeah, he's made the game entirely on his
the
own.
other side.
Oh wow!
You'll see crew trying to get out.
That's always impressive.
And you'll see really large explosions.
Do that. So Tim, I have a question for you. As a publisher of games, and Seattle Indies is all about indie game devs and stuff like that. Tell us how that process kind of goes from the publisher side. Because I know from the developer side, you kind of come up with an idea and a concept, and then you iterate and you build it out and you program it out. But a lot of people don't get to see how the publisher side of that works. So can you tell us a little bit about how you guys maybe choose games or things like that?
Yeah, well, I mean, being a publisher is being sort of the the useless
think about
middleman in the
when you're
equation, right?
actually playing
But
the game.
it really
So
is.
it's got a lot of the
I mean, it
classic
all
things
starts with the
that you would
developer,
find
of
in
course,
a normal
and everything
RTS,
is
like
really
base
about the
building.
developer and their creative vision.
But
And
it
then as a
also got all
publisher,
these different
I guess we
elements from
basically
Play
look
for
around to see, okay,
such
well,
as
what
ship
really
design,
impressive
and
things
you can actually
are
come
these
into the
amazing
ship
developers
editor,
creating,
you can
and then
choose the different
asking
types of weapons
whether
that
this is a game that we
put on a
could
ship.
help
These will
out
get
with getting
locked
to a
via
wider audience, which is really all a
research,
publisher
and you can
does, or provide
have
funding,
these
which we also
custom
provide funding for games.
configurations
So
to just really suit
it's not always and it's not always the case that we could add value. So we have a focus that we do, of course, which is the strategy simulation RPGs. I wouldn't know the first thing about helping a first person shooter or something like that. But basically we try to build up an expertise in those areas, have people know how to reach the right YouTubers, talk to gamers on the Steam page, those sort of things, and then look around for projects that fit that, where we could add, maybe help them reach a little bit of a wider audience, or maybe they need some development funding or whatever it is that we can add value, and then try to do it. But I mean, the background, it really just comes down to looking around for these incredible things that these developers are creating, because that's I mean, it's like you were saying earlier, like it's amazing how this creation works. It's just amazing.
Sort of an old school RTS.
So, follow-up question to that. What role does an organization like Seattle Indies kind of play in helping you be able to look around and see these types of games, in addition to reaching a wider audience?
Yeah.
I think that when it comes to, we're very glad to have the chance to sponsor Seattle Indies. I'm not sure whether it will, there's this sort of way in which indie publishers benefit from organizations like Seattle Indies existing. It's a little bit, I think, in a lot of ways, like how we all benefit from roads working or there being good hospitals or something. It's, Seattle Indies helps foster the kind of environment where people create games, and then it encourages others to go and try indie development, because again, most of our developers, they did not have a career in games before then. Some did, but many of them just picked up and decided, I'm going to create a game. And organizations like Seattle Indies that help foster that environment for developers help create the kind of environment where people do that. And so it is, I don't know, it would be really, it would be amazing if we ever found a Seattle Indies game, and we would be thrilled if we to find one that we publish. But even if we don't, I think we benefit from just the background atmosphere that it creates. We do have one of our games that we're publishing, Clanfolk, is actually part of Seattle Indies, because it's made in the Pacific Northwest, and it is in the show this year. But yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, even aside from potentially finding a game through something like Seattle Indies, just it existing and organizations like it doing that kind of work to help developers out is really just, it's sort of, being an indie publisher is benefiting from a lot of people's very generous work in the end.
And you just see this hulking mass.
It's true. I mean, it takes a lot of collective in order to get something out.
So yeah, that just kind of sums.
Yeah, creating the environment where these developers feel that collective environment where they feel they can develop these games, and that it's something to do. And I mean, that crazy step where a developer just decides, I'm going to create an indie game. I mean, it really is sort of just amazing.
Hey there, my name's Todd Darcy.
Kind of, crazy too at the same time.
As a person who's always just kind of followed games and followed the games industry from the outside, it's always been, I know that I've spent a lot of time kind of looking at development and how developers work. And as content creators, we often end up trying to we end up working with developers in some small cases where a developer may say hey, the type of games you normally play on stream are the same as this game that we're having right here, so we'd like you to try it out. You mentioned kind of reaching out to influencers and reaching a wider audience. How does a publisher kind of go about looking at different influencers or creators to kind of figure out how those things work?
Well, for our part, what we try to do, a big part, is not annoying people by sending them games that don't fit. So I actually, it's interesting you mentioned that, because actually our marketing department is 2 Twitch streamers and 2 YouTubers. So basically, I kind of figured that they know better how to talk to strategy gamers and how to promote games than most people who've been spending their careers in it. So when we add people to our list, it's always another Twitch streamer or YouTuber has reviewed their history, and we go to Sully Gnome for Twitch, and then we go 365 day all the games that they've played recorded in Sully Gnome, and then for YouTube we look over all their past videos, and then we try to understand what is it that they like, and we've got genre classifications, little check marks to basically put like, okay, this person likes space kind of games, this person likes strategy games, this person likes historical games, and then they get the little RPGs and so forth. They get the little check marks for what they like. And then we still mess up sometimes. So sometimes we'll send someone a game and they'll say, well, I don't really like it. And there's been some designations too that are a little hard for us to handle. Like some people really love strategy, but nothing turn-based, only real time. And we don't really break our list out there. But for the most part, then we try to make little notes and manually handle it. But for the most part, it's just trying to figure out what that content creator does and make sure that we're sending them games that are relevant to them so we're not annoying them too much.
I'm trying really hard to not be one of those guys to be like, hey, I like everything. So,
well, we've had people tell us that. We've had some people say that, and then we just mark all the check marks, and they get everything. And then if they ever do get bothered, then it's kind of on them. We don't have to feel so bad. But it's I mean, I mentioned earlier that being an indie publisher is sort of benefiting from so many people's generous work, and I should say that chief among them are YouTubers and Twitch streamers, just the content creators who go out there and review all these games. Because I mean, first, when we're publishing a game, a huge part of marketing it just depends on getting out there for streamers and influencers to play, because that's just that's just so critical for it. So we benefit there, but also even in the early stages, I mean, so many games that we're publishing we discovered because a content creator went out there and created a video about it, and then we saw, wow, this is really impressive, we should talk to this developer and try to see if we can work together. So it really is a chief example of what I was saying, that I feel kind of bad about my profession in general because I feel like we're constantly benefiting from everyone else's work. But
gotta promote them somehow, though. I mean, that's how everything works. That's how the whole industry works.
Well, speaking of promotion, where can people find out more information about Hooded Horse so that they can, maybe if they are an indie developer, maybe reach out to you guys?
Yeah, well, we have a website, hoodedhorse.com, so it's easy to remember, I guess. It's just our name. Or you can just look on Steam for Hooded Horse, or you can look up the game that we were seeing a second ago, Falling Frontier, on Steam, and then you'll have like the little links to Hooded Horse there if you want to check it out. But maybe you'll just get distracted by the game, which I would not blame you at all, because the games are really the interesting part, right?
Of course.
The games are always the interesting part. Tim, thank you very much for joining us, as well as being one of our champion sponsors. We are going to take a little bit of an ad break, but I would like to also remind all of you guys that are at home to check out 6.seattleindies.org to make sure that you can get more info on all the games that you've seen today. Don't forget about the Steam sale that's going on. Like, if you're like me, you've already been wish listing a bunch of games, so maybe you should go in and also kind of, take and purchase some of them straight up. And that way, if there are games that are not out, you can also be notified when they're released. If you want your very own 6 2022 t-shirt, head over to the store page on seattleindies.org to buy one from yourself, so that the next time you're watching the Seattle Indies show, you can feel like you're one of us as well. Remember that 6 would not be possible without the generous sponsors and our Patreon supporters. For as little as $1 a month, you can support Seattle Indies and help us put on great events like 6, which you now know kind of lets indie developers have their moment to shine in the sun, which is very, very important and something that cannot be understated as the value of it. So make sure to go to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find out more. And thank you to our headline sponsor, ID Azure, for providing free access to developer tools and support from industry experts. Take full advantage of the cloud to build and grow your games. Visit aka.ms/Seattle Indies 2022 to make sure to check out more information. Thank you to our champion sponsors, Hooded Horse, which we've had the lovely support of and had the lovely Tim here for. In addition to Play Everywhere, Premac Rogers PC, AIE, 4Culture, and Megacrit. In addition to our partner sponsors, Unbound Creations and Stoic Studio, and our community sponsors, GG Locators, Universe Sandbox, The Purple Arcade, and 3R Technology. Now, with all of that being said, and that lovely mouthful, we are going to take a quick break, but you guys should hang out and chat talk amongst yourselves, maybe get yourself a snack or two, and we will be right back after these quick words from our sponsors, I believe. In any case, bye.
Been here so long. Still I remember the rainy September contact. 24110, 24110. Am I transmitting? Is anyone listening? Contact. We are green and gray. The longness of Semper, still I remember contact. 24110, 24110. Am I still willing to foot all this billing? Riding on our shiny metal horses, singing our rider song. One of us will be forgotten, the other will be wrong. 24110, 24110. Am I transmitting? Is anyone listening? Contact. I think of you.
And welcome back to Seattle Indies. We are here for 6 Online once again. I'm welcomed with the astounding alchemist, majestic mac and cheese, and our radiant Richter here for some more indie games. Are you guys just as excited as I am?
Yes.
Since 9 this morning. Sorry, since 9 this morning, I've been super excited to finally talk about these games and see all the trailers and have interviews with developers and see what their passion is to create and build these games. And we still have more to come. And yeah, Steph's here to lead us on the way.
We have so much more to come. Right now, though, we're going to show you guys some Farmageddon. I don't know if you guys are excited about that one as I am, but let's take a look at that trailer.
Very excited.
2 words: eggplant chicken.
I love this one.
Brings a whole new meaning to farm animals, right? Like completely new meaning to what they are.
Farmageddon is a tactical, turn-based fighting and farming game set in the harsh environment of a post-apocalyptic wasteland.
Love it.
The nuclear fallout has
shoot
left its
radiation
mark
on them
flora
in
and
order for
fauna.
them to grow.
A number of crops have mutated into fully living, breathing animals,
If they're
known lovingly
cauliflower
as
sheep,
farmillions.
you're gonna have to
And
radiate
each day they're set upon
But
by
I
wave
just-
after wave of menacing,
I didn't know you
radiation-enhanced
grew your
bugs.
friendos. That means that if
You
someone
play as
eats
Donna
them,
and
they're
Blitz,
eating my
two
friends
southern
and my
survivors
crops.
determined to make it off the planet in the hopes of finding somewhere more inhabitable.
And
But not
they
without
can
rescuing
also
as many
grow each other?
familiars as they can first.
Yeah, they
The
all have
familiars can be
backpacks.
found scattered across a variety of farmlands in various states of growth. Donna and Blitz come equipped with radiation wands, which you can use on the familiars.
Radiation
to speed up their
wands,
growth.
okay.
Okay.
Once they're fully grown, they become living, breathing animals
Do not
that join
touch
your squad
my
as units
friend.
under your command. The familiars can help you grow other familiars, or fend off the waves of bugs that keep appearing each turn. As the day turns into night, the number of bugs in each wave increases, and more ferocious bugs start appearing. It might be best to grow your familiars as quickly as possible and evacuate as soon as you can. Of course, you could also stick
Okay.
around to squash a few extra bugs. Who knows? Those bug parts might come in handy for something later on. Either way, the
Card.
choice is yours. Just
Okay,
don't
so
spend
what
too
he
long deciding.
basically said was stay and kill as many bugs as you
Farmageddon
can
originally
until you're
began
afraid
as a
you're gonna die,
sedition for
and
both
then
Ludum Dare
leave,
and the game's
because
for
bug
future
parts is
game
important.
jams. Though
I
it's
mean,
come a
it
long
could
way
be
since
an
then,
option.
the game is currently still
Playstyle
in
variety,
development,
like
and
the
the release date is
versatility.
yet to be determined.
If
Make
the
sure to
developer
wishlist the
says
game
they
on
might
Steam
be
and
for
follow the
something
developers
later,
to stay
I
informed
guarantee
on the
you that
game's
means that I will make some ultimate weapon from bug parts. That's just the way. That's
course
just the
you
way the
would.
universe works. So you can heal your friends, but they can't. Like, there's no way for you to heal yourself. It seems.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
At least not yet. But
True.
maybe there is later on out of the gameplay that we're witnessing right now.
Sure.
Every time
The
I see
chicken,
it,
chicken
the
plants.
The eggplant chicken.
Eggplant chicken.
It's any game where there's a pet, right? You know how when there are games with a pet, if that pet gets hurt, you immediately become like, I massacre every enemy that looks like the thing that hurt my pet. This game is gonna make me do that a lot, because if they eat my, like when they're still just seeds, they eat my eggplant chicken, I'm gonna be upsetty spaghetti.
Just a little upsetty spaghetti.
Now I'm hungry.
So, Farmageddon is a strategy RPG about farming in the post-apocalyptic desert wastelands. The world has been sundered by the Great Cataclysm, reducing the environment to sand and silt and dust. How will we grow enough food to sustain our colony of survivors? So we don't lose hope just yet. With advances in guerrilla gardening, we can rapidly grow a seed into fruitful harvest in just a day. And it's totally safe, as long as you don't lose your farm or your farmers to the endless waves of gigantic bugs.
Okay.
Ooh.
Guerrilla
gardening.
Endless
Gardening.
waves.
I knew that was going to be the thing that you stuck to, too. I was like, guerrilla gardening. I'm going to read it, and he's just going to...
Yep.
Guerrilla gardening.
Guerrilla tactics.
Never knew that I wanted those two words to be in a sentence together before now.
Until now.
And, well, now you know. But it looks like it is on itch.io. I haven't seen a Steam link for it yet. But it is on itch.io, so we can check it out there, get more information. Always, you can join the Seattle Indies Discord and find out more information about all of these games, as well as 6.seattleindies.org to get all that information. But we will see you soon with some Fisti-Fluffs.
Fisti-Fluffs.
Welcome back in. We've got Mac and Rick, your familiar faces, and we have Trace and John to tell us a little bit about Fisti-Cuffs. I see, this is where I've already started. Already happy.
Fisti-Fluffs.
Fisti-Fluffs. I'm so excited for this. Oh, hi guys, welcome in. Thanks you for joining us. I don't know if we've got audio. Do we have audio?
What do I have audio? Is the little mute button? Is the mute button muted?
Yeah, check the mute button. Check your browser. Some people have had better luck in another browser.
Well, Fisti-Fluffs, guys. While they're figuring out audio here, I don't know if we've got them back in yet, but man, Fisti-Fluffs, I am excited for this. What better thing than to dress as a little shark onesie wearing cat, taking my gloves off and ripping out my claws.
I love it. I'm excited to see the trailer.
I am too. Yeah. So, while we figure out this audio issue, why don't we jump into that trailer, check it out, and we'll come right back to Trace and John for some questions.
Trailer. Yeah.
All right, looks like we are back with some Fisti-Fluffs. I hope you guys enjoyed that trailer. Trace, John, how are we doing this evening? Afternoon?
Might be back, might not be back.
Might not be.
Working out things. I can tell you the heavy metal reminded me of Agretzko.
Yeah, it's exactly what it reminded me of too.
Hey,
hello. Can you hear us now?
Hello. We can.
Great.
Welcome in, guys. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing today?
Doing well. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Oh, that's no okay. It happens to us all.
Yeah. But yeah.
Well, tell us a little bit about Fisti-Fluffs.
Yes.
Well, first, what were you saying it reminded you of? I overheard a little bit there.
Oh, Rick mentioned Agretsuko, which is very, with the music especially, is very reminiscent of it.
Yeah, that was actually a bit of a later development in terms of aesthetic direction, where initially early on and in the game now you can choose either a cute soundtrack or a metal soundtrack. And so initially it was just cute music that I through music and friend connections had composed for the game. And then working with Rogue, who's our publisher, they made kind of a joke trailer with metal music and just was this is funny. And we were we could do that.
Why not make it real?
Yeah, the sound designer for the game, his name is Ian, is super talented. He's also in a rock band, so he had his band recompose a lot of the music with their instruments, and it sounds great.
That's awesome.
Really good. Yeah. But yeah, so as a little brief of the game, it's a up to 4 player party brawler where you play as cats and focused on wacky physics party interactions with a little bit of depth, but definitely focused on the anyone can pick up and play and button mash their way if they need.
Sure. What made you go with the design to have it be cats? I think it's so fun and so silly. And yeah, tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I'm a cat owner myself, and it being like developer, I have like a million failed prototypes, and just after like seeing my cats like tussle with each other and just like run around the room and just be kind of chaotic to watch, I was like, this is just like so fascinating and like entertaining. And like I was just like, I'm just gonna mock up like two like really crude cats smacking each other in a room. And I was like, and that out of like all of like my like just like working at home and like making stuff, I was like had the most fun even at a super crude early level. And like people I showed like had a similar response, and I was like, okay, there's like something here like that like other projects I had didn't have, where it's like even at an early level it had some like appeal at least to play for me. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna like expand on this idea. And
I'm digging
with what's
this
kind of being
customization.
shown, and like with what's being shown here, that and a lot of parts of the game kind of just came from my own personal like, I just want this in the game. Like making your own cat, naming it, and setting a bunch of colors might not necessarily like have been the best use of resources and time in terms of like a multiplayer party like action game, but I just wanted to be able to make cats. So, there's a lot of little things. I don't have it like in the footage, but there's like a camera mode where you pause the game and you can like do stuff, and that also came from just like, I want to take pictures of them, I want to dress them in costumes, so I've got to make something for it.
Yeah, pose them and all that. That would be great.
When you were doing this, you weren't sure about first having like exotic cat fur colors. Like you were very hesitant. You were like realistic colors.
Well, in terms of like the base cats, I definitely that way, because all of the like base cats in the game are based after like mine and my friends and like people that I've known in my life's cats. So like Jellybean and Sausage are my cats, and then like Garfy, Boots, and like the rest of the cast are like friends or like people related to development that like I wanted to include in the game. So, and with them I definitely wanted to keep like more grounded like colors, but in like over time I was just like, just let like people choose whatever colors they want.
Yeah.
Like, it's freedom,
So
creativity.
Did y'all ever play any Power Stone?
So that's like, I never played it growing up. I had a Dreamcast and I played like Panzer Dragoon or Legend Dragoon and like a bunch of other games. But after like the initial inspiration was like Game Beast and like physics-based like party stuff, and after like testing and showcasing the game in the past, like I was inundated with people making references to Power Stone, so I played it. It like drew a lot of inspiration, and there's a lot more Power Stone at this version of the game than like the 1.0 launch version of the game. So like there's a lot of like tweaks and stuff where it's like color coding, power-ups, and like more like tighter controls.
Basically, how the animations even like rendered has been completely changed.
Yeah, thanks to his animations.
Yeah.
But like in this version of it, I can like point out a little in the next match, but the in the 1.0, I was like a lot heavier on physics-driven like body simulation, because as I said, my initial inspiration was like Game Beast and other physics-based games, and I just like wanted it to be like kind of clunky and wacky and like not make sense. But then in like reviews and in feedback from people playing the game, it just like wasn't working as well. And so now it's fake physics, where it's more of a traditional like capsule and like movement components for the game, and the cats will like, instead of like being fully like physics driven, they'll like face the direction they're moving with their head, and then just like use like,
I think that was huge for animation.
Yeah.
Just help that kinetic energy.
Yeah, like use velocity driven, just like bending for the body, warping, as opposed to just like letting physics handle everything.
Running animation.
Okay.
It didn't have a running animation at the start.
Yeah, it just had like the normal walk, and it would like get wobbled when you go fast. But now there is a running that like is added on top. But yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
When it comes to games, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No.
I was going to say,
go ahead and ask.
When it comes to games, art style gives a lot of flavor and personality. How did you land on this art style for the game?
There's kind of like two parts to it. One, my kind of like motivation to like make the game period was I have a background in like traditional art media, in like painting and printmaking. and I love games and want to like find work in like stylized games, but it's a very competitive and small market for like joining an existing studio to make stylized stuff. And so I was like, well, I'm not gonna wait forever for a project to come by that's in an art style that like I want in my portfolio, so I'll just start making it myself.
Oh wow.
And so that was like the initial kick to like wanting to make something. And then the second part of it for this game specifically was a bit more of a logistical issue with like having a very small team where it's like really just like 3 or 4 people, including John, in terms of like core team. Would be like me, one art assistant, the sound designer, as I mentioned, and then John with animations. That's basically it. And so we have like not a crazy amount, but like a decent number of art assets in the game. And like being able to like, okay, how am I going to like feasibly get like all of this stuff done while I'm also developing and like working out other systems for the game. So like that led me more towards like flat shading, and then every like environment asset is really just like on the same texture map, and I'm just kind of like changing colors in engine. And so like that was a bit more of like a practical solution to being able to like make everything pop. Additionally, it also has the side effect of like making it clearer and easier to see what's going on, with it being as like kind of like fast, and like on especially larger maps like this, there's like a lot on the screen, and like you can even now it's like possible to like kind of lose track of what's going on, and like having flatter, simpler colors helps with being able to see what's actually going on, as opposed to like if I wanted it to like really be more like detailed. So yeah, kind of like I want to make stylized, more illustrated style stuff, and then logistically, how am I going to get all this stuff done? So I leaned it towards like poppier, like flat shaded aesthetics.
I think it fits the energy. I think it.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
so
definitely
perfect.
Thank you.
I don't think I want it any other way.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Oh,
It's definitely like, as I'm like looking towards the future and updates, which there's this update here is not live at the moment, but it's largely an online update with a swath of like performance and detail fixes for the game. Getting here, I was just like, okay, how do I make things like pop even more and like make it like more, I don't know, frenetic, I guess is a good word.
I like all the stuff that you included. It's just like a lot of it's just focusing on the fun aspect. Like I remember I would keep bugging. It's like, is there going to be motion controls on the Switch version?
Yeah, there is.
So you can swipe,
Yeah,
and it'll actually swipe like the cat.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
That was his idea. So yeah, it was
I
worth it.
love it. Well, you mentioned Switch just now. So what platforms can we find this game on?
So Fisti-Fluffs is on PC and Switch. On PC, it can be found on Epic Game Store and Steam, and Switch eShop. The 2.0 version is out now, and then their 3.0 version, which is what was just shown, is coming out projected later this year. I'm trying to push it as soon as I can, but as I mentioned, it is an online update for the game, and I am working out kind of final logistics to make sure that when it drops, people can like play like without issue, and so it'll run smooth for people, because I don't want it to come out and like have issues.
Crossplay, right?
Yeah, and we'll have crossplay.
Whoa,
PC and
crossplay,
Switch.
nice.
So
Go.
that's another
Cool.
issue that's been like kind of pushing it, where it's like, okay, I want to make sure, because being independent and having a smaller project, I want to make sure the whole user base can play with each other, so that there's not like people on Switch and then like one person on Steam that's like, I can't find anyone. Yeah. I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but I just want to try to make sure people find each other.
Yeah.
Perfect. Where else can we find you guys and keep updated on the game and whatever else you guys are creating?
Yeah. So the best thing to find information on the game would be at the Playfellow Twitter, which is like at Playfellow Games. And then John has his work on the game and other stuff at what's your Twitter, if you want to plug it?
Ridiculous John. Just a little bit of animated stuff.
Yeah. And then
perfect.
Yeah. Additionally, you can follow Rogue Games' Twitter. It's like at Rogue Games, and they will have like Fisti-Fluffs when their update does drop, and then their other products coming. They have a lot going on, so they're cool.
When the
company
update
to check out.
comes, I definitely want to get a Discord ready
Oh, yeah.
right at day one, so
Yeah.
the community can come
Yeah.
and be
Yeah.
cats.
Yeah, there will be a Discord, and we'll be announcing that at the Twitter when the update's coming up. So Yeah.
There we go. Perfect. We look forward to all of that. Thank you guys so much for coming on, sharing your wonderful game with us.
Thank you.
And we will be right back with Islets.
Yeah.
I work all day, catch me playing in the evening. Play to win it all. I work all day.
I'm not here to work for you. I'm here to teach you how to work. Work.
Play to win it all. I work all day, catch me playing in the evening. Your hands in the air and act live. I work all day, catch me play to win it all. Playing in the evening. Throw your hands in the air and act live. I work all day, catch me play to win it all. Playing in the evening. Throw your hands in the air and act live now. I work all day, catch me play to win it all. Playing in the evening. Throw your hands in the air and act live now.
Man, look at this cable bill.
The sunrise, steady as she goes. I'm so sick and tired of your lies. Can't take it anymore. You wanna wrap me up, tell me I'm the only one.
We're back with our 4-man indie squad here to share some more games. And right now we have Islets up. And this was one that I was excited about in the hype scene. Are you guys excited about this?
I am very excited. It's something to do with games. Well, what's not be excited about?
What exactly? It's just the indie games. Let's take a look at that trailer and get us super hyped.
Whoa.
Beautiful.
I didn't know that you can combine worlds together to complete a loop type of thing.
That was one of the things I was excited about for this game, because it was really cool to see how you connect those things together. And that also lets me know, and this is something that was, chat, this was a little bit of up for debate, but we weren't sure about the pronunciation of this. But considering this thing, okay, and this is what I submit for your approval. Considering that you connect smaller maps together to make a big one, and an islet is a small island, assuming that each of these stages are small islands that you are connecting together, you are connecting together a series of islets.
Islets, yeah.
I think your brain has connected and solved the problem.
Yeah, like that was kind of my concept too, is because it's talking about the different islands. So like, for instance, you play as Eco, a hopeful aspiring warrior exploring the land and sky to reunite a series of floating islands. With his rickety airship, he must travel from island to island in order to reignite each one's magnetic core while fighting off many adversaries standing in his way. So I got island from that, and isle and islets. So that's where we're at. But if I am saying it wrong, just let me know.
Yeah. No such thing as mispronunciation, just happy little accidents.
Happy little accidents.
Love it.
Also, I need you guys to know that every time we see a game that has something show up with a large health bar at some point on the screen, a little part of me as a gamer gets real happy. Because anytime there's little life bars, that means that there are bosses. And if there are bosses, there's trash to be talked. There's trash to be spoken.
Okay, trash talker, I see.
I trash talk every big monster that I see. And if a turnip comes out of the ground and thinks it's going to stop me from continuing my goals, it needs to be berated as I dice it up into a turnip salad. Like, that's just the way the world works. That's just how video games work.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about this game is that you can trash talk these bosses on multiple platforms. It looks like it is available on Steam, Switch, Xbox, the Epic Game Store, and GOG. So, GOG.com. You know what I mean? So, there's multiple places for you to go.
Or, and hear me out, you can trash talk on all of them.
Exactly.
You get it on PC, you play it on PC, you get it on a mobile device, so you can trash talk while you're on the subway or on public transit. People think you're trash talking them. Maybe that's not a good idea. Okay, so it seemed like a good idea until I realized that people might think you're trash. I mean, if someone identifies as a giant undead turnip, I don't think I have the problem in threatening them. Whatever. I've lost the plot. The point is, I really dig games like this because the ability to kind of like, I just like when you learn new things and you get new abilities and you have that moment of, I couldn't reach that area before and now I can.
Yes, Metroidvanias.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back over there and
love
do that.
them.
Yes.
And the writing is pretty cool too.
100%. This art style is fantastic too. There's just so much depth with the shading. And it's beautiful.
Yeah, love the art style. I love that you're playing this cute little character with a backpack. Like, he is everything and must be protected. I love him.
I thought it was a cat. I have no idea what it is.
I
mean, it
don't
would have had
even
the
care
tail.
what it is. It must be protected.
It must be protected.
He's so cute.
It's a cat mouse creature looking thing.
So that's how you keep him protected. Range is always king.
Yes.
Always range. You range and you kite, guys. That's how we win those boss battles.
I'm definitely getting vibes of like that part reminds me of like Ori and the Blind Forest a little bit. And then I'm also getting some Hollow Knight vibes. So yeah, I like this. I like this very much.
I am very
Oh, that's cool.
We see in some traversal now. I bet you this game is going to be a speedrunner's paradise.
Oh, absolutely.
Ooh.
I wonder if each of those upgrades are the same each time.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine they won't, right? Like in a lot of places, you get those familiar upgrades, and you get like one, and that one disappears for the next trio, but it'll show up later on as you continue.
I guess my thought is, if I play through this time, right? If I were to create a new save, right? Or if you were playing through it at the same time, would you also have gotten the double slash upgrade and the archery upgrade, or might it have been 3 different things for you? Like, because if that's the case, that definitely adds some kind of additional replayability and some variety, so that everyone doesn't have the same build going into each boss fight, which I feel like that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe there's a certain like upgrade point that you can reach to.
Mini boss, gotta be a mini boss.
A little mini boss fight. There are a lot of aspects.
Close. Oh yeah. I was gonna say, you know, when like the pathways close, that something's about to go down. But I like that it wasn't this big fight that we were expecting. So, yeah, the discoverability that we're finding out about it is really fun.
And we're getting those familiar things of having to come back for things as well. We just saw a platform that is clearly breakable ground that we're going to have to come back for at some point later.
Oh, look at this.
So enemies can be affected by spikes. That's nice to know.
Yeah.
I also like that the little souls kind of follow to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's
teleportation,
really
because that's always
Gotta have teleportation. Yep.
I also like how the game teaches you things without like explicitly writing it out, right? So like you destroyed that platform and you saw the enemies fall on the spikes. So you immediately learn as a player, okay, enemies are affected by spikes. Cool. So I love when games do that kind of stuff because it really lets you kind of put your creativity to put your creativity to use, because then you later on might see a fight and you're like, this section has spikes during this boss fight. Maybe if I drop these spikes, they'll die a lot faster.
Problem solving.
6 seconds. Dun dun dun.
Get him! Oh my gosh!
Let's go!
Get it.
He did it!
Okay. So instead of mini bosses, you have challenge rooms.
So there's multiple things that can happen when those doors close.
Oh, it's so scary.
Oh yeah.
Timing is everything.
Which means I'm dying there 15 times.
It's alright, Sam. We'll be fine. I believe in you.
And make your way back.
It almost sounded like you said, I believe in you.
I believe in you.
I believe in you.
As I'm watching this gameplay, I can already feel myself playing this game, because there are parts where, like, when he goes to jump, I feel my brain kind of just go, did I make that jump?
Dude, I've been doing that the whole time. He's like rolling through enemies, and I'm just like,
Yep.
There's so much
like that.
For what I'm definitely looking forward to this. There's a lot of nifty little aspects to this that are familiar and new. It's already activated. That's why I have this swirly stuff.
Oh, so as soon as you walk into the room, it's activated.
I don't know about that. This might be somewhere that he's already been too. But I, for one, am super excited for this. We do love our roguelikes.
Ooh.
Show me that. Show me the ship. Come on. Show it to me. Don't.
Oh, look at it.
Island combined.
It's like a little plane.
Yes.
Okay. I'm
I
sold.
love it.
That's a way to traverse.
Yes, that's so fun.
What?
We got a ship.
I thought you were gonna get a big ship. I was gonna be like, what?
I mean, he did say
Maybe we
suggest
do in
you
the
buying
future.
another ship. Maybe you do. Maybe there are
Maybe we
points in the game where you get to buy bigger ships.
Ooh.
Oh,
Maybe
I
that's
am
just-
excited for this, though.
Yeah,
Go
the
ahead.
trailer was just like, but actually watching this gameplay and seeing what you can do in it, yeah, this is gonna be a really fun Metrovania.
Well, it is available or will be available on Steam, Nintendo Switch, Xbox, the Epic Game Store, and GOG.com. So check it out, sign up for it, get it, and we'll be right back with some Lifeless Moon. And we're back, guys. Hello. Long time no see. You guys ready for some Lifeless Moon?
Lifeless Moon, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's check out that
bring
trailer.
some life to this lifeless moon.
Do you have any idea of the danger?
-1, 6% fuel. 8 feet, -1. Contact. My God, this can't be real.
Our understanding of the phenomenon grows with every day. However, for one individual in our group, the physiological response has been troubling. We've made a path for you. Please hurry.
Oh.
Ominous.
Yeah, and it's coming out early next year.
developer
So
of Lifeless Moon. This is
go.
an action-adventure game that
Action-adventure?
ridiculous indie odysseys. Ambitious project that I've been working on for 5 years now and juggling life and work, trying to get wrapped up, and we're getting close. This is actually the alpha build, and this level is a demo that we showed at the 6 Expo during PAX a couple weeks ago. And
this is
yeah,
recent.
so we're kind of in the middle of the game a little bit, but I think it gives a good flavor for what the game is about. So I guess I'm a little bit of an older gamer. I grew up in the 80s, kind of the tail end of the Cold War era, and the science fiction stories from that time just really kind of inspired me. I remember seeing the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey.
I'm just all interested in what he's saying about this right now.
The Dig.
Yeah.
And again, just kind of classic sci-fi stories
Dig.
from the Cold
That's a good
War
movie.
era. Really
Open the pod bay doors, Hal. I'm afraid
matched
I
I do
my
like
brain,
sci-fi
I guess.
games.
And this game and the predecessor that I made a few years ago, Lifeless Planet, kind of inspired by those classic sci-fi stories. So again, this is sort of a follow-up game. I mean, they're standalone stories, but I came up with a game a few years back called Lifeless Planet, and it's available on
That's why
console
it's so
and PC.
familiar.
There you go.
And
I was just about to say this game reminds me of
is,
Lifeless
I guess,
Planet.
A little bit a
And that's
prequel to
why.
that
There you
game.
go. It is a
Yeah,
successor
the
to it.
Lifeless Planet
It is
story
also
takes
going
place
to have
in the
VR
near
compatibility,
future,
which is super cool for a
from
lot of people.
2022.
And scary for
Fancy.
others.
And scary
Lifeless
for
Moon is
others.
sort of a retelling of
But
one of
apparently
the
there will
moon
be light
missions
platforming and deeper
back
focus
in
on
the
puzzles,
1960s.
more so than Lifeless Planet. But the core gameplay is going to is focusing on exploration and discovery. So that's really cool.
He mentions
I like that
action
there's voice
adventure.
acting too.
Mm-hmm.
He will soon discover is my
That's
strength.
my voice.
My body.
Wait,
I'm just no.
I was about to say,
playing.
what?
I was like, Rick, excuse me? You didn't tell us?
Right? One thing I find interesting is he says action adventure, but the game is called Lifeless Moon. So, if the moon is lifeless, how is there action? I am now concerned. What is going to show up?
So yeah,
What am I going to have to
definitely a story-driven experience. You
back
see,
on Earth.
you collect notes, documents.
So it's a little interesting because it sounds like it is, but isn't at the same time. Because it's saying during an expedition to the moon, 2 astronauts find themselves in a familiar town back on Earth. But it doesn't state that they specifically went back to Earth. It's just that it is familiar to the one back on Earth.
Okay, gotcha.
So we might not actually be back on Earth.
Okay.
That's a monster right there. Lady in the wheelchair is a monster.
Whoa.
If you speak, then this moon isn't lifeless, and I am now
Calling it
concerned.
now.
Tried to put my city out of reach.
I'm gonna call
Is
friendly.
that the dude's notes we've been reading? Is that the engineer?
I'm gonna say not friendly.
Ooh.
But I discovered a few things of my own.
Are you
I like the
Asian?
eerie, like mysterious vibe that this is giving off.
I discovered
I do as well. I do not like the and there he goes. Okay. So eerie mysterious vibe. I have not seen combat yet, so I don't know how I deal. I don't know if this is a fight back or run game.
If it's like Lifeless Planet, there is no combat.
All right. So one of the tools you have as you're platforming around this world is a jetpack.
It's all platforming.
That you acquire a little bit of the ways into the game. And so with this, of course, we could do these really epic, exciting, and a little bit scary, terrifying jumps.
Oh my god. Is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it?
I tweaked this up a little bit from Lifeless
I don't see a
Planet.
bar for the
Some
jetpack.
people got frustrated.
It's a full guessing game. I'm here for it.
Story. So I think it's got a good balance now. It's not as fiddly.
Let me get this straight.
Limited distance.
You expect me to jump out
off
this building?
It is
absolutely, and not know
going
when my jetpack's gonna turn off.
I mean, you might know.
I'm in. I'm with it. Let's go.
I'm in. We're doing it. We're learning.
Really
full scene.
Full scene. So when you make your own game,
we're gonna find out.
As you
is there fall damage?
Is there fall damage?
So like right there, he runs out of steam, but basically,
you
so
can run out. He stuck the landing.
Or the landing stuck him. Like those are your only two options when it comes to a landing from that height. Either you stick the landing,
right
or
there.
the landing sticks you.
Right there, though, it looked like he stuck the landing. So I'm gonna go with he stuck the landing. I don't know how I feel about doing. You know, are you gonna jump in VR? Like, can you imagine that jump? Just that whole in VR? That is gonna be.
I envision a lot of TVs broken.
Oh, I can imagine.
You know, people who are afraid of heights are gonna be like, nope, that's a nope, that's a big nope. That is the abyss right there. I am not.
Again, we're first person, so you kind of get a little bit of a hands-on experience, which is kind of fun.
VR would be pretty intense when it comes to this game. At least I think so.
And he's just floating. Why doesn't he? Okay, sir, have you learned infinite fuel or something? Because you don't seem to be running out of steam up there.
Oh, he's doing perfectly fine. But don't forget to add this game to your wish list on Steam, guys. It does look like it's got a planned release date of Q1 of 2023, so coming out fairly soon.
That is really soon. A tree.
It's a tree.
Whoa, this is very like 80s scientific-y type stuff.
It is.
Yeah, which he did say was his like interests.
Yeah, his inspiration.
That's a big person. I'm gonna say foe.
Don't look this way.
That's on the voice.
Oh no. Oh no.
Don't look at me in that
I don't know if you're supposed to laugh at that one, Rick.
I mean, he's been levitating off on his own.
Yeah, he's been levitating.
Please don't get.
Is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it?
Get an anxiety. Wondering if he's gonna make it, man. Oh no!
Got zapped.
Oh whoa,
buddy!
You ain't sticking this landing.
Oh, a tree and break his fall. Yeah, look at that. That's how you do it.
Look at that, he's okay.
Luckiest astronaut
he's okay.
I've ever seen.
Attack on Titan Moon.
All right, so we're
pretty close,
to the end of this little demo sequence. Thanks for watching. I'll let it play out to the end.
Not jumping off anything in VR. That ain't happening.
It is coming out.
Happening.
Yeah, I wouldn't play this in VR. I would be too scared.
And to Steam.
I'll give it a shot.
The vertigo would make people dizzy.
As well as Epic Games Store. And it'll be simultaneous launch. Hopefully in about springtime of next year. Don't have the set date. I am primarily a solo developer on this, so it's been just a really big project. That's almost done, yay. So thanks for checking out Lifeless Moon, and if you have any questions or want to learn more, visit the Steam page. Please wishlist us if you can, or visit lifelessmoon.com. Thanks for watching.
Alrighty, guys, there you go. It is in chat. on Lifeless Moon for Steam, as well as their website. Go check them out, give them a follow, give them a wish list, check out all of their stuff, and we'll be back with Lords of Ravage.
We are not in Kansas City.
Alrighty, are we ready to end some heroes as Lords of Ravage?
Ravage.
Ravage.
Wait, we're ending heroes?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Play the boss.
I'll let this trailer explain how we're doing that.
Hello everyone, my name is Mike. I'm going to show you some of the gameplay for Lords of Ravage.
Whoa.
It's some gameplay!
I'm working on. And unfortunately,
I would play on very
easy time, so I'm going to show you just how the combat works really quickly.
Don't like the struggle.
So,
the struggle is what makes
as you can see, we've got our heroes on the left side, and we're gonna place some of our followers on the right side. We'll start with the Dark Priest elite unit that will take up 2 out of 4 slots that are available.
Absolutely. You are the final boss. You have that maniacal laughability.
As a front line. And we'll start a combat and...
We're alchemists?
I need my own boss music.
Basically, we can use abilities...
Don't worry, the game should have you covered.
In any
I think it comes with it built in.
We like. We'll start by using Shadow Armor. This is an ability that reduces incoming damage, adds some armor, and it actually doesn't cost any action points. You can see like APs over here, and we're going to attack this berserker guy over here, and we're going to use our dark priest to do some more damage.
We're playing as the bad people?
Yeah, you're the final boss.
You're the bad guy.
Our allies by using
Killing the heroes.
Basically, it is global abilities that spend.
So via their Steam page, it says become the final boss of the dungeon. Create your own playing style by combining followers from different factions in spectacular turn-based combat. Building a shadow empire to find a powerful artifact that can alter the fate of this world. Choose your path as one of the lords of Ravage.
Which units
dun dun dun! You are the final boss.
I like these games coming out now where you're actually playing as the bad guys.
I dig it.
Yeah, that's really dope.
We're the baddies. We're the baddest baddies.
At any point in the game, you
they
can
say that we're
actually
bad, but I
join
think
the battle as the boss of the dungeon.
Because it's like the
this button, and we will do that eventually, but not right now.
What?
Right now,
unfair to the heroes.
We can use one of our
Exactly.
We can make each
Fair
follower
to
deal
us.
100% of their power as damage to
just going through fighting like
guys.
trash mobs in the first dungeon, and then like set like could you imagine playing Final Fantasy VII? You're in the first reactor, you're fighting trash mobs, and then Sephiroth just appears, and you're just like, you're not supposed to be
Knights
this
have
is
Unholy Rush. If enemy is below 50% health,
It is available on Steam.
they
Don't forget to
apply
wishlist this one.
damage
I believe
over
it is not out yet. We're looking at November of this
Which is
year.
really good
Sometime in the
if
dark
you,
of 11/20/22. So, you know,
have to finish someone off.
it's on its way.
But they're fine on their own as well.
Yeah, that's
They
what it
can
says
hold
on their
the front line.
Steam page. Planned release date in the dark, 11/20/22.
Ooh, shadows.
And again, we're gonna use our shadow armor
Dun,
just
dun,
to get rid of this berserker guy.
Bring people back in.
He is wounded.
I like the
but
strategy
he
elements
also
here.
triggered his,
Yeah, there's a
passive
lot
ability
going on,
called
but it's
escalation. Basically,
quite simple.
when he receives damage,
I like the UI hover over
after
it, so
a
you're able
certain
to
point,
shoot
he's
things
gonna
and
get
see what things
Yeah.
are.
extra
I
power,
appreciate that.
and he will reduce any incoming damage.
Chapter 1.
Always
I
get the
think
little
it is
details back.
time
We love it.
Well, actually, we can end our turn.
Whoa.
And next turn, we are going to summon our leader, Lord Beryl, into combat.
Yeah,
We're
bring that
going
leader.
to deal
Summon the
a bit more
leader.
damage, and we are going to enter the combat. So,
This
as
dude
you
definitely gives
may
up vampire
notice,
bites, so it's
by-
100%. I agree.
In this corner, we have bonus armor. Because Lord Beryl gains armor when his followers deal any type of damage to an enemy. So we're gonna finish this guy. We're gonna
Hear the music
buff
change?
ourselves
You
with
have
the
boss music.
resilience. And we're gonna finish this guy.
Oh, so much damage.
Yeah.
He hits like a
Just like
truck.
the Berserker,
So much
Lord
damage.
Beryl has escalation
Phase 2,
mechanics,
Phase
but
3,
they're
Phase 4.
very
What?
different.
Wow.
Just
He
has
has-
to wait a couple of turns.
It's phases.
Love it.
To become much
I
more
love it
powerful.
so much.
He gained another action point actually, and lost some of his power, but don't worry, he will regain his
I hope
15
this game
power
has
on phase
Discord
3.
for feedback, because I have one piece of
And we're
feedback I
gonna
want to
finish
give
this guy
that I
real
know
quickly.
all of you, all of my co-hosts,
So,
and some of you in chat may agree
and
with.
this is
You
how
have
the
boss
combat
music,
in,
because I heard the music
Lords of
change when
Ravage
you
works.
ran it. If it
This
doesn't
was
get
really brief
more
introduction,
epic as
and
you
if you
drop
really
through
like,
additional phases,
what you
I'm
saw,
going to be
you
upset
can
as
always
spaghetti.
try the
And if
demo
it's
for
not,
yourself
if the boss
in
music
the,
ain't in Latin, but when I'm in
you can
phase
type,
4, I'm going to
Lords
be
of
not
Ravage
only
Chapter
upset
1
as
in
spaghetti,
Steam, and
I'm going to be depresso
I hope to see
espresso.
you
Because
again,
every
guys.
boss I've ever fought that has boss music, it's like, oh, this boss isn't that bad. Oh, the music got a little bit more intense. If I don't hear Latin, I ain't afraid.
Well, that's fair, but you'll get to know in the dark of 2022 if you add that to your wish list on Steam. but we'll be right back with yet another magnificent indie game, Manafinder. We'll see you guys soon. I heard you guys like turn-based RPGs.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
We've got go on. Right, we've got a turn-based RPG called Manafinder up. It looks absolutely fantastic. Let's take a look at the trailer.
That's soon. October 5th.
That's an RPG that has a lot going on in it.
Rainforest,
dude,
which is an area around the halfway point of the game.
Dig.
I chose
this
area
game
to showcase.
You get to pet the puppers.
Fantasy Star, I think, like
yeah.
way back on the Sega, it was Fantasy Star. This gives me those kind of like vibes. I love that even with it giving me those vibes, I love that they've added in like different attacks have different animations. It's not just the standard like double slash is just you doing the same thing, and that means that some of those super dope, and you can see the fights in the overworld. So there's no random battles, which is always a pain in the neck.
Enemies are on the map, and as they spot you,
Ascension, that bro jumped into space. Space. And threw a spear from space.
An extra turn.
You know that when that hits something, that thing is going to be
you'll get an extra turn.
upset.
So
just
every turn.
There's so much to this game. So there's 8 to 12 hours of playtime to start with, okay? There's 23 different biomes and over 120 different beasts that each have unique designs and combat strategies. So there's so much to this game. I am so excited.
So it makes sense to choose a sword.
I love when a game has different strategies to defeat something instead of like a one way fits all. It's you can do it however you want to do it to defeat it, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, same. I don't like to go off of strategies. That's everybody's like, you got to build this perfect build and go through and beat the game. It's like, but I don't wanna. I want to play how I want to play. And I've had games where it's like, I played how I played, and I get close to the end of the game, and I can't beat it because I played how I played.
Like either offensive, defensive, or to follow your commands and heal attack.
I can't look up things because what will happen is I will have something that I like, and then I'll go, oh, this is the thing that everyone says you're supposed to use? Man, it sucks that I can never use it again. I'm just stubborn.
I am stubborn too.
I feel like that's just a common trait of us all here. We're stubborn and we love indie games, and doing this every year just destroys our wallets. I don't know if anybody else has that same problem, but you know,
who cares about the winter or summer Steam sale? We're here for the Seattle Indies Steam sale. Am I right?
Yeah,
100%. With that, again, it is on Steam and it is coming out next month, just a few days from now, October 5th. So don't forget to wishlist that and pick that up on Steam.
There is a demo for it.
There is a demo.
Tiles.
So I need you guys to know that it might look like every time we talk about a game, I start typing something on my keyboard and then clicking stuff. But I promise you, it's just like production notes for the stream. I'm totally not going to Steam and wishlisting games and then doing that. That would be unprofessional. Like, we are here doing a show. I would never be so unprofessional as to wishlist games while on the stream.
Oh goodness, no. Never here, right?
There's a really big fire. Wait, there's a giant fire peacock you could fight. I mean, that I saw in the trailer. I totally am not still looking that up. It's gonna close that.
Right.
Wow.
Be like Alchemist and wishlist those games.
It's how you learn magic.
Absolutely. Wishlist them all.
So I'll have to go back and find a way.
I'm just really enamored by the graphics. Like 8-bit or just like pixel art is really hard to show the detail with, but just seeing all the different shadows and layers in the trees, it's really well done, and I love it so much.
Well, I like the swap because this isn't 2D. The combat or the combat's not pixel.
Right.
I am of the thunder.
At least not as intensely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as intensely, but
it also means that.
But when you go back out to the overworld, you're like, oh, that's a big difference.
But
it is.
And still, just all the little details. It's just really cool.
I like the selection of different weapons. It reminds me of Secret of Mana.
Yes. Definitely.
And then with the dog, it reminds me of Secret of Evermore.
Also, each weapon. Scar is too sad to act. You made my doggo sad.
Too sad.
Oh.
Well, look at the frog. Look at how sad the frog looks. Of course, it's gonna make everything else sad.
It looks really sad.
Oh wait, did it just go sad?
You win.
It made the dog sad, so he couldn't attack that turn. You also can imbue elements into your weapons, and it looks like you can do it right then on the spot. Like, I don't know if it requires a consumable, But if it doesn't, if you can just do it whenever, the amount of strategy that might go into some of these battles might be profound.
You will find out on October 5th. Go wishlist that. Pick it up. We'll be back with some Paranormal Detective so we can escape from the 90s.
Oh, I'm excited.
The other will be wrong, riding on our shiny metal horses, singing a rider song. One of us will be forgotten, the other will be wrong. Oh, 2, 4, 1, 10, 2, 4, 1, 10. Am I still willing to foot all this building contact?
Have you ever wondered why chronic conditions like obesity, anxiety,
Welcome back. We've got a couple new faces for you guys. We are welcomed with Scott and Laura. Hi guys, how are you today?
Hi, how y'all doing?
You're doing
great.
We're so happy to have you guys on board for this. So we have a very amazing game called Paranormal Detective Escape from the 90s. Can you guys tell us a little bit about this game and what inspired you for this one?
You want to go?
Let's see. I'll just go ahead. Yeah. So it's basically an escape room in VR, and you kind of go in, and it's a sequel to our first game, Paranormal Detective Escape from the 80s. So it's a continuation of the story, and you go in and you have to solve a lot of puzzles. And yeah, Scott, if you want to add.
Yeah. It's like escape room with a lot of story, a lot of like interactivity with like a lot of stuff from the 90s, and then and this one is set in an abandoned mall arcade that you're there to investigate and try to figure out what happened to a teenager that went missing in the 90s. So
perfect. Well, that is exciting. You guys want to check out that trailer, and we'll be back with more questions.
Yes.
Oh man, I'm excited. It just brings me back to my childhood, so this is exciting for me.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
I spent a lot of time in
I mean,
arcades, so this is cool.
Same. I loved going to my local malls and just hanging out in the arcade, playing oh my god, they had like Virtual On. That was my favorite game to play. A little twin stick robot moving around. So this one,
cool.
You're a detective, but yet you're able to play games and win prizes to get clues. Is that what I've been noticing?
Yeah, there's some amount of like a lot of doing a lot of the gameplay of like skee ball or the basketball game or various kind of little activities in the arcade to help advance you through it, along with like other types of puzzles and such. And yeah.
I love the top secret aspect of this trailer. It's fantastic.
Weird cat.
We don't want to give away
all the secrets.
Yeah, don't give us all of them. No, absolutely not. We're detectives. We've got to find this on our own. But tell us a little bit about what inspired you to go with you. This is the sequel to your 80s one, so I mean that's got to be at least a little bit there. But what made you guys decide on the 80s, the 90s, and so forth?
That's a really good question. We started this so long ago, I don't remember.
I mean, I think like the original one, like the 80s one that we started with was kind of like, I really loved escape rooms and I wanted to like, and I was born in the 80s. And so like, we've put ourselves in as like the characters that is, and like there's some full motion video stuff in the game. And like in this one, Laura is like is the kidnapped character, and in the previous one, I was. So there was just like a lot of, I don't know. We threw in a bunch of pictures of us as like, or kid pictures and various things from our past into the game. So it was just really fun. Yeah, just kind of like pull in some of that nostalgia stuff back, and people that have played both of them have really enjoyed like. Just like the feeling they get from being in these like environments and such.
Okay. So that cat in the picture, was that one of y'all's cats?
No, that was just a weird cat I saw on the street one day. I was like, look at that weird cat. And I took a photo. And then I put it in the game.
I love it.
Yeah, we just like to put a lot of like little random things in there. Just interesting things to kind of look at. So there's like the main storyline that you can go through, and if you want to just go like boop boop boop, you can. But if you want to stay and like read all of the newspaper articles, there's like funny jokes and all of those. If you go all through the computer, there's lots of silly case files based on like old 90s movies. So we put a ton of flavor stuff in there. Yeah.
Is there anything specific in the flavor stuff that you would say is your favorite that you've added?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll tell you one thing that nobody's actually gotten, because we had one streamer play it, and he played for 6 hours straight, and he got almost every single reference that we put in the game. It was stunning. But the reference that nobody's gotten yet is that at the office, there's a couple bills. And one of the bills is like the detective's a little weird. He's into the paranormal, so he's one of the bills is from the metaphysical insurance agency, which made me laugh because how do you insure the metaphysical? And then the next bill is the real life plumbing. I was waiting for somebody to catch on to that. So yeah, just lots of silly things. Lots of in jokes, probably more than is necessary.
Well, hey, I mean, y'all are developing this game. Y'all get to put whatever y'all want in it, right?
Yeah.
With jokes and
we have a lot of
secrets
time
and
to do
Easter
it.
eggs, do it.
Yes.
Was there anything in the development of this that was specifically difficult or just extra difficult in all of this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, just like, yeah, I don't know, just like overcoming some of the like interactivity of some of these games and such, like, and getting them to work super well. Like, I really wanted them, you know, like, because we also have the game, there's like the main game and then there's an arcade mode. So wanted the, like, if people wanted to just hang out in the arcade and play games for them to feel good. So I think like the air hockey had all sorts of weird issues at different times. There's like the AI for it is like you're playing against and such, and yeah, just weird stuff happens. But came up with solutions to like have it, since it's paranormal anyways, the puck will come flying back or doing, you know, if there's something that goes wrong or whatever. So it's like, yeah, I think mainly just some of the interactive elements, like getting those down well, were the most difficult parts.
Okay.
So what's this milk caps? Milk caps with designs on it?
It's Pogs.
Was that the 90s?
It's Pogs.
Yeah. Oh, it's Pogs.
80s
I was
and
gonna
90s
say
is
it's
No,
Pogs.
nobody gets that. It drives me crazy
I was
because
gonna
I have to
say
look up.
it's-
We can't say Pogs.
I got Pogs from it too. I was like, those look like
Because-
Pogs, not milk caps.
They are, but Pogs is like it's like a registered trademark. It's actually a,
Mhm.
like a thing. It's like
Oh.
Kleenex, so you can't actually say Pogs. But originally they were milk caps, so I was like, I think we can get away with
Yeah.
that. And everybody thinks they're drink coasters. So I don't know that we successfully got the Pog across.
We just didn't play with Pogs enough as kids. That's my opinion.
It's a shame. It's tragedy.
It is. Pogs were great.
They were amazing. I saw a photo of somebody's collection the other day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I have some in storage still. I need to pull them out now. Well, guys,
We'll have to play virtual Pogs.
I don't. Is there? I'm gonna come play virtual Pogs. It's happening now. That's it. That was the hook. Was the virtual Pogs. Well, this is a VR game, correct? Is it only in VR? Will it be outside of VR as well?
Yeah, good question.
Probably not
It
for
is-
the first.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah, probably. I don't know. We have contemplated doing it outside of VR too, but we'll see. I think we want to probably move on to other things aside from getting it, because we're only just a two-person team here. So anytime that we spend on too much stuff, it's like not getting to do other things. So
That is
Or
completely fair.
someday.
Maybe someday. Sounds great. And this game is already out, if I am not mistaken. And on what platforms?
It's on all of them. We got it on Steam. Oh, we have it on Steam, and also the Oculus App Lab store. So it's on two of them.
Oh, perfect. There we go. And then where can we keep in touch with you guys and up to date on your guys' projects, including Paranormal Detective?
We actually just got our mailing list up and going. I'm really super proud of that. If you go to list.lunabeat.com, and then also if you just go to lunabeat.com, we have a Discord, we have a Twitter, we have the Facebook, we have the Instagram, we got the YouTube channel, we got the TikTok that we don't use, we got everything. So whatever you're on, lunabeat.com, come follow us.
Well, there you go. Please go give these wonderful developers a follow and go pick up some Paranormal Detective games, and we will see you guys shortly. Thank you guys so much for coming on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Have a good day.
Hello, welcome in. Dylan, thank you for joining us. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How's everyone else?
Not too shabby.
Fantastic. Okay. So, chat. I need you to know this next game we're about to look at. If you buy one game, first of all, you should buy more games. Peglin is amazing. Okay, this game is spectacular. It's amazing. It's fantastic. The community is spectacular. The Discord is great because they respond to feedback. I cannot say enough about this game. So I'm gonna shut up so we can look at the trailer so I can ask Dylan questions. Okay.
I feel like I want to say things, but Alchemist is never going to let me talk because he's so excited about this. Dylan, you have no idea how much Alchemist has been wanting to talk about this game.
Oh yeah, we had a really excellent time at 6 Online last year with Alchemist. It was just a blast, literally.
Yeah.
It was.
We also did a thing earlier this year, right before this game came out of, I think it was right before it came out of early access. We had a Seattle Indies kind of show where we talked about this game. I had Dylan on. I had also, I think it was the person who did the art for this game and the gentleman who did the music for this game, which, by the way, the music for this game is spectacular. And in the time between that and now, this game has blown up. There have been a couple of very big YouTubers that have picked up this game and run with it. The game has also taken a lot of different, has made a lot of different changes and a lot of different upgrades. So first things first, tell us a little bit about how the iteration process has gone in adding in new orbs and adding in new boss fights and enemies.
Yeah, it's been kind of challenging, a little more difficult than we thought it would be, just because we have so many more players than we thought that we would have. So there's been kind of the struggle of how much do you stick to the script of what we had planned in our cute little roadmap, and how much do you, take in a lot of the feedback and a lot of the good ideas that are coming in, and then how much time do you spend adding new content versus making sure that everything is balanced and nothing is just one dominant strategy that people have to use to win. So it's been a little trickier than I thought it would be. But it's coming along. There's some growing pains every now and then, but it's been really fun getting to push our possibility space to its limits and kind of introduce new and weirder things over time. And in the next little bit, we're going to be doing some kind of big structural changes, introducing a store and a currency system, and that should help kind of the ability to actually hone into a build that you want to build as opposed to just whatever randomness throws at you.
Okay.
I'm so excited. I know I'm excited. I know you're excited. Okay, I can also say that I am excited. Okay, Alchemist.
Yes, I know. I want everybody on the planet to play Peglin. Let's just get that out of the way now. Okay. So again, I was playing this game when it was just about to come out. I think it was just about to hit the 1.0 release. And I remember I was playing it with Dylan, playing it on stream, and there was an item that I picked up early on, because as you're playing through, you get a couple of different artifacts you can pick up, and one of them was called the Alchemist's Cookbook, which obviously I was contractually obligated to pick up. Okay. And I remember Dylan saying, I'm happy you enjoy that, but realize this might make your playthrough a little bit difficult. And I was like, nah, it'll be fine. I'm sure everything will work out. And then I unlocked the Sapper Sack, which makes all of your bombs red bombs, which you take damage when they blow up. And Dylan was like, okay, now listen, I know you like bombs and you've been happy about bombs. This may not end well. And I'm like, it'll be fine. It'll be great. Spoiler alert, I exploded myself and it was horrible. But since then, you've added in a couple of more orbs, a lot more orbs that have kind of leaned into certain playstyles. I want to ask you, what was the thought process that went into when you decide to add new orbs in and kind of like bolster different strategies?
Yeah, definitely some of it is like identifying weaknesses. You know, like if these bomb builds are super fun to play, but like they're a little bit too explodey. Like we actually added an orb in just our last update called the Shock Orb Absorber. And it kind of reduces the self-damage that these bombs are going to do to you a little bit. So you kind of like finding those holes that you kind of only find when, you know, so many players are hitting this thing, and like, finding the cracks and finding the weaknesses. So we spend, you know, a part of our time just trying to like fix those up and making sure that some of these synergies are viable while still not being too face rolly, which is kind of why the bombs do so much damage to yourself, because they're just like the most reliable form of AoE in Peglin. But with new orbs like this, you know, it kind of like helps you soften that. There's a few more pieces that you might stumble into that can help you build these things out. And then the other half is trying to like open up new avenues. You know, there's a couple of builds that we're kind of like partway there, like kind of some refresh synergies and crit synergies. And so those are things that we're really starting to like, you know, we kind of throw out a few things, see if they kind of work just for being like a good orb on its own. And then we try to kind of roll back and be like, okay, how can we make a synergy out of this and have like a build where by the end of a run, you really feel like you built something like unique and special and interesting.
Ooh.
So out of all of the new stuff that you have added, has that changed any of your favorite things to utilize in this game? Or get?
That's a very good question. Yeah, you know, it's when you're testing it so extensively, you really have to try and use everything. And, you know, we're kind of seeing like some more and more complaints come up of like the difficulty is kind of creeping up a little bit. So it's kind of time to go back to just like picking things randomly, like a new player might do, and not building for synergy, and kind of balancing, you know, the base level of the game around just like, have I leveled up at least like good orbs versus like leveling up my stones, and am I making decent shots on the pegboard? And players that are following those kind of criteria should be able to make it pretty far in like the base difficulty of the game. And then players that really want to be challenged and, you know, have to build a good synergy and be very strategic, those players we can kind of leave the higher difficulty levels for. But yeah, so we're kind of, you know, it's always been a pendulum while we've been working on the game, and right now we're swung just a little bit too far on the difficulty side. So that's something that we're going to be addressing in the next like week or two here, because it has reached a point where, you know, newer players are not too happy with how things are looking. So it's been an interesting challenge, you know, kind of running this like a live service game. Like if this was just like still just being developed like with us hiding in a basement somewhere, the process would be way, way different. But I think in the end, like we are going to get like a much better game out of it. Definitely some growing pains. It always sucks when you kind of make a misstep or like release something too powerful and have to claw that back later and upset players. But it's, you know, you're sanding off the edges much, much earlier than you would be if you just worked on this thing in isolation and then had to deal with all of everything all at once.
I mean, and even with games like this, you're always going to have updates or something that needs to be changed that you didn't hit on release, and it's just like somebody else sees it and you're like, oh, okay, well maybe we should make this change to make the experience better.
Definitely, yeah. Early access is a really, really good fit for games like this, just because, like, you know, it's so replayable that each time it's different anyway. So anytime you add something, you're kind of making it feel fresh again, as opposed to like, you know, a linear game where it's like if you add something to the middle of the game, players that have already kind of played through, it just doesn't work out quite as well. So we're lucky in that regard. So early access has been a ton of fun for us. It's been really good.
I think it's been a ton of fun for everybody who's played this game as well. I haven't heard one person who has played this game give me a negative comment about it.
Yeah, we start getting the negative reviews after about 100 hours, which, I'll take that as a positive for now, and hopefully we can turn those around as development progresses.
So one of the things I mentioned when we first kind of started was how much this game has kind of blown up. Because again, when we first were visiting it, it was you guys had just come out of early access and you were really excited just to kind of get it out into the world. But now that the game has been out for a while and you've had some of the explosions in streamers that have been playing it, did you find that having streamers play the game, especially some of the bigger like Slate Aspire streamers or other like streamers who would play roguelikes, did you find that having such big audiences play the game made adjustments to feedback easier, or did that make it more difficult?
It really depends on each streamer's audience. Like some of them are just so hyped up about anything and just like, they are just there to play roguelikes, and like they will play like 10 to 20 hours of a new roguelike and then like move on to the next thing before it gets like stale. And other streamers who kind of stick along with games a bit longer, their audiences tend to do the same thing. And so once you kind of, get into that like 60, 70, 80 plus hours played on a game, you kind of start to see those cracks a bit more and have more concerns. And, the development cadence never really feels fast enough to players like that. And, those are your diehard fans. So, you're always grateful to have them around. But they are also kind of the difficult ones that are putting the magnifying glass on you and keeping you honest. But so yeah, it really depends on the streamer. But we would not be anywhere without streamers. Like streamers are the absolute #1 reason why the game blew up how it did. So yeah, we're eternally grateful for that for sure.
Well, that is great to hear. Dylan, where can we keep an eye on whatever games you have in development and more updates on Peglin?
Yeah, so the biggest thing would be just searching for Peglin on Steam. We have the free demo there for anyone who wants to check it out, or wishlisting or picking up the game. We'll be going on sale again in about a month here. Twitter is the best place to kind of follow along with us, but we also have like some kind of link tree in our bio there. So if you prefer TikTok or Facebook or anything like that, that's a good way to do it. And I will say that if you don't have a copy of the game yet, we currently have a plushie run on Makeship, and it comes with a Steam copy of the game, and they are adorable. I wish I had one of the prototypes to show, but they are like, yeah, they blew me away. So that's something to look into as well.
Go look into that. Good. While I look into that, again, thank you, Dylan, so much for coming on, sharing more about Peglin with us. But we will be right back with some pixels and digital creatures.
Say it while you look me in the eye. Can't take it anymore. Keep talking in circles, wonder why. I've heard it all before. You wanna wrap me up, tell me I'm the only one. Do it all for fun. Yeah, and then I bite my tongue. Act like it's all said and done, 'cause I know you need me. Easy, take it easy on me. Easy, but you make it so hard when you look at me that way. Make me wanna ease the pain, pain, pain. It's a losing game.
Hello, welcome in, John and Jen. How are you guys today?
Great, nice to see you all as well, and really excited to be here and show off our game Pixels. It's really been a love letter from us, like a year and a half in the making. So excited to finally show it to the world.
Oh man, we are excited for it too. Why don't we check out that trailer and come back and talk with you guys some more about it?
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I like it.
The hype is
Like
being
how the,
remembered.
I like how the character that you're playing it's kind of reminded me of Carl in one of those poses from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. It's
Oh
like,
my
yeah,
goodness.
I got these animals over here that I'm just gonna go and like play in the street with them. So whoever wants to come battle with me, just come on.
That's funny that you say that because yeah, that was one of the inspirations for was Carl. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that is fantastic.
That's awesome.
That was the route that I wanted to go for Bob, our guy here. But I suspect that Carl can be a little bit too nasty, so I had to tone him down. But you know, he's a cool dude. He's a father playing his kid's game here, and he's stuck in it. So that was the vision that I put on him as the main character.
Yeah, you know, we wanted to do something different. Like a lot of the creature battling. I mean, you know, obviously it's Pokemon inspired game, but you know, a lot of these games you play as like a young boy or like a teenager, and you know, like, well, how can we, you know, take that and just turn it on its head, right? So let's play as a father, an older middle-aged man, and so you know, it just makes it much more wacky and it's unexpected, and it will just make the story a lot more interesting as well. So.
Exactly.
Is this dude's name Ugo? Please tell me his name is Ugo. Ugo makes more sense. Ugo was mean.
We're not trying to be
So,
mean. I mean, you know, they're cute creatures. We love them, so each and every one of them.
Do you guys
So it
have
looks
a
like-
favorite creature?
Mine was the Batson.
Batson?
Mm-hmm. A lot of people like Yugo, actually, for some reason. Right?
Yeah, it is really funny because, you know, we've come up with all these creatures, right? And there are some that we like a lot, or they're our favorites, and other ones, you know, we develop them as well, but then, you know, they take off really, it's just quite unexpected, you know, for us. Like we had no idea that was really going to be like a fan favorite like Ugo, but it's, you know, it's awesome that even the ones we don't feel that great about at first, you know, we get those recognitions. So yeah.
How do you come up with new creature designs and mechanics for each creature that you want to add into the game?
So really it starts with, you know, Jen, she's the main artist. She's responsible for, you know, all of the creature designs. She does the animation, even part of the rigging. You know, she's really like a super talented 3D artist. You know?
Yeah, I just designed and rigged and animated, and he's the one doing the features and the code and
Yeah,
you just,
but basically, so how it starts is really, she, you know, she has her iPad. You know, she uses Procreate, which is a pretty common, like, you know, 2D sketch tool, and she just, you know, does tons of sketches of different creature designs that she, you know, she'd love to make. And you know, some of them maybe you know, they take a few revisions to get somewhere where she's pleased with. You know, some of them she'll do like an initial sketch and she'll be like, oh, this design is like awesome, you know, and she'll show it to me. It's like, what do you think? And sometimes I'll be like, you know, you know, I think it's good, but maybe a little bit of work. Or sometimes, you know, I'm like, oh no, this is great. You know, we got to put this in immediately, right? And so, you know, from there, you know, we start getting the actual 3D model done. You know, the modeling. Then we get them rigged. And then, it really is mostly just the two of us working on the game, but we have a few contractors that are working as well. So, we have one doing some of the texturing and then one doing helping out with making the models. And so, we will like toss off some of the work to those people as well, depending on what needs to be done. But yeah, I think to get a full creature done, it's about like what, a month and a half?
Yeah, a month to make the whole thing. The model to animation.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and it definitely depends on the creature too. Some of them simpler than others. I think so. There's one we're working on that will come out soon. So actually, if you look at if you go inside the shop, there's a character there called Lino he's like the merchant. Help sell you some items, and he's actually pretty tough to animate.
Yeah, he's one of the toughest. But he will be now in the arena fighting and whacking everybody there. So.
Yeah. And so, that one, because it is tougher to animate, it's going to take, maybe a few extra weeks to get that done. But,
we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. It's a the game's in early access. It's I think we're really proud of the foundation we've created so far. With how far we've come, and we're just really super glad and motivated to be just creating new creatures, sharing them with the community, getting the feedback from players or just anyone taking a look and just seeing where it goes from here.
Sure.
And where can we find Pixels at? Is it only on Steam? Is it on other platforms?
Yeah. So currently the game is only on Steam. It's definitely, we are aware that the game is, at least I think it's great for like a portable platform, like to just play for a few minutes on the go. Right now it is on Steam, but I would love to get it on platforms such as like, Switch or mobile or, even on the Steam Deck. I actually have a Steam Deck here. I've been using it to test the game, kind of in my spare time. And it just works super well. Like I get a few minutes here and there and I can just boot up Pixels and just go a little bit farther in my run, see what creatures I get, what I encounter. And, I'd really want to get the game released on those platforms as well. But yeah, right now it's just on Steam. We have a free demo, so you can play the game, check it out, and there'll be a lot more updates coming soon with new pixels, new features, and a lot more to come.
When you say run, is it a roguelite at all by any chance, or I guess give us the rundown of the theme of the game and what you're doing as the player.
Yeah. So, like we said before, you play as Bob. He's a middle-aged father. And so the game idea really comes from him seeing a VR game that is, kid's been playing. His kid goes to school and, leaves the VR headset on his bed. So, dad being the curious father that he is, he's like, I wonder what my son's doing with all his free time. So he takes the VR headset, puts it on his head, and he gets transported to this, digital world full of these, crazy creative creatures, right, called pixels.
I love that.
And so now, so he is like this, just fish out of water. He's not a technical person at all, doesn't really play games, but he gets put in this world, and long story short, he has to figure out how to learn how to use these creatures, learn how to face the challenges of this world, and conquer everything and come out on top. So where the roguelike part comes in is once he puts on the headset and gets transported to this world, he realizes he is stuck because of some outside mysterious forces. I don't want to get too far into it, but and he's not the only one stuck. There are other players as well in the game, and so you're really battling against what we call the rogue pixels, the pixels that have gone kind of crazy and they're going against everyone, and also other coaches in the world as well. And so the idea is, with the roguelike flow, you're doing multiple runs through the digital world, and each run you're trying to get farther and farther. And rumor has it that if you make it far enough, you'll be able to finally escape. But it's never been done before. No one has been able to do it. And so that's your job, is to take up that mantle, and can you be the one to finally get far enough in the challenges of this world and escape and return home.
Cool.
Yeah, so on your way, it is a roguelike, so you'll fight through this world. You'll get some currency that you can use to further upgrade your team or Bob himself between runs. We already have a bunch of upgrades throughout the game. One of them is gives you a second life. So actually, after you die, normally you'll get back to the kind of the hub area where you'll start another run. But with the second life, you can keep going forward and
wow.
get further and further in your game.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, thanks, John and Jen, so much for joining us, telling us about your game, sharing it with us here at Seattle Indies. Can you tell us where to find Pixels and where we can keep in touch with you guys?
Yeah, for sure. Pixels is, we have a website, pixelsdc.com. We have Twitter as well at Anagram Studios. Feel free to send us a message. And, we're on Steam also. And, we have a Discord as well where, we always post updates there first. And, we have a place for feedback, suggestions that we're constantly monitoring. And just love to,
especially the Discord.
Yeah, especially the Discord. We love our community and just love to, keep
Join
everyone
more,
updated
yeah.
and take everyone's feedback and improve the game further. So, thanks so much.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We will be right back with the RIP Tour.
Thank you.
10, 50, even £97 and more, and now you can and discover this extraordinary breakthrough to protect their obscene profits. Tap the blue Learn More button below now to discover this hidden shortcut and start melting those unwanted pounds. Tap the button now, before this video is taken down.
Welcome in, Ben and Victor. How are you guys today?
Hey, doing great.
I'm glad to hear. So, okay, I have to ask, is it RIP Tour or R.I.P. Tour?
I think both are fine. It was originally R.I.P. Tour because it's kind of like a VIP tour, but a lot of people, including myself, will often say RIP Tour because it just sounds cooler. So either way.
Okay. Well, tell us a little bit about the game, and then we'll jump into a trailer.
All right, so R.I.P. Tour is a death game visual novel where 13 college students are going to a Halloween party. Instead, they get kidnapped and forced to vote on which one of them will die.
All right. I dig it. Well, let's check out that trailer and come back for more questions on that.
Hey kids, let's play a game.
use your tablet to vote for one of your fellow players. But beware, whomever receives the most votes will be punished.
Oh man.
Ooh, a
All
demo.
right.
Okay, nice.
So one of the big things I want to know is what was some of your inspirations into this? Because one of the big things that comes to my mind is Saw? Is that the actual movie that I'm thinking of? I think that's the movie I'm thinking of.
Saw.
Maybe, yeah. So slasher movies, definitely a large inspiration. And I kind of wanted to marry that with the like Japanese death game visual novels. The specific one that really inspired it was Your Turn to Die, which is a very indie, probably no one has heard of a game, but Danganronpa, I think, is the bigger name that people might think of this genre.
Absolutely. And do you guys have a favorite character in this? Like, is there a favorite victim? Is there a favorite villain? Do you guys have something specific in the game that is your favorite?
I don't know if I can play favorites. My actual favorite are all of the mascot characters I designed. So this game is set in these underground tunnels of this like abandoned amusement park. So like think an off-brand Disneyland. So you can see one in the background here. That's Dippy Deer. There's Manic Moose. There's Vertigo. I made a lot of them, and for me, that was the most fun part.
I love them. I love them in the hype hour. I love them now. And there's, by the look of it, there is like different costuming that you could go with, right? Because this is a costume party.
Yeah, so for the main character right now, you just choose like what color unicorn head. But yeah, every single character is wearing some kind of goofy Halloween costume.
I love it.
That was also
And
quite
how many people? Go ahead, Rick.
I was gonna say, is the costuming just more for the theme of the game, or is it just like they're in an amusement park, like you said, so they just have access to all these costumes, right?
So they have access to costumes basically because they were originally going to go to a Halloween party, and they're like, let's stop at the abandoned amusement park. I heard a rumor that something interesting is going on there. So before they go to their costume party, they go here, and that's why they're all in costumes. But it was just for the aesthetic of it. I wanted the game to feel very, very Halloween-y.
That is, I love it. So I love like horror games. So like little things like this, and the fact that it's based off of Japanese visual novels is super, super cool to me. How many people are on this dev team?
So I am pretty much the dev team for the most part. I do the programming, the writing, all of the background art. Ben here is the composer. He pretty much just without direction, I'm like, write me some music, and he does. And I recently hired a friend of mine to sort of spruce up my sprite art. So you can see the art I have here is different from what I had in that demo even.
Hey.
So still...
Chat, go ahead.
Oh, no, what about chat? What about chat?
Chat, if you guys have questions, please feel free to ask for any of our devs in chat, as well as when we're live. Feel free to jump in with some questions that you guys have. We are paying attention to. But go ahead, Rick. Ask your questions.
Oh man, my questions. So is it trying to be like a dating sim, but trying to survive, or?
So there's no dating, but yes, you do want to try to make friends with other people because that is how you will survive. In this demo that I made for 6, I made it so like anyone could die. So I cut it down to 6 characters, and depending on how you interact with them, you might get killed. Most people get themselves killed, but you can get anyone else killed. So you want to have a lot of like opportunities to die.
'Cause I see in the background there's a gun sticking out of the wall, so it's like
Yeah.
Click on the door, open it, get shot.
I don't think I have it in this footage, but in the demo you can get shot by that gun, but it goes through the unicorn head and misses your head, so you can keep playing.
I love it.
Whoa, nice.
Now, since we have our own composer and all of our own soundtrack, it says on here that you have a fully original soundtrack, which I'm guessing is the masterwork of Ben here. Is that going to be available as well as the game?
Yes, it's actually, in its current form, it's already available on Bandcamp, but treat it as a living document version of an album because I'm going to be continuing to add to it. Right now it's just music present in the demo. But yeah, that's I've got one job and I'm going to do it. So there's going to be a lot of music in this.
You're nailing it and we love it so much.
Thank you.
I do also see that there's a petable dog in here. Can't tell people that there's a petable dog. That's gonna be like
there will be a petable dog.
Oh man! You hear that, chat? Petable dogs.
His name is Moose Jr.
Moose Jr. I love him. Does he have a moose head on? Please.
He's got little moose ears. He's so like the big killer in this game, the guy with like the moose mask, it's his dog, so it's Moose and Moose Jr. But the dog did nothing wrong.
Of course the dog did nothing wrong. We love it so much. Oh my goodness. Well, tell me, when does this game come out and what platforms are we going to be able to find it on?
So it'll be out late next year on Steam and Itch, and right now I've got like a sort of beta version of the first chapter of the game, like the whole first chapter app, for free on Itch with some of the original art. So it might change as, you know, it does, but there's quite a bit of it up there. I'm also going to be releasing a sort of side story, and that one will be out by the end of the year. So if you watch the Steam page, you'll be able to see that as well.
There you go, guys. You know where to find it now. What were some of the most difficult things coming into this type of a game?
It was, I mean, honestly, it was just the scope of it that got me, because I underestimated or overestimated myself, because I'm doing pretty much everything. And for me, it was actually the art, I think, that was the biggest burden, because I'm a pretty fast writer and I'm using RenPy, which is a pretty simple to use engine, and I'm decent enough with Python, so that was all fine. But like making all of these backgrounds, all of the original sprites, it took pretty much the majority of my original development time.
Wow.
Yeah. Ben, was there anything that you found difficult to find inspiration with when creating music for different parts of the game?
Yes, and ongoing, it's still, there's always the struggle of what's the correct level of intensity for a moment. And especially when you're trying to make something like a horror scene in a video game, how to make it properly intense and unnerving without going overboard and making it just irritating to listen to, especially since in this genre with all the reading, different people are going to play it at different rates. You know, obviously if they're playing it a second time, they're going to kind of skip over dialogue they've already seen, but so that's always kind of the difficult balance to strike with any kind of horror game. But overall, I'm happy with the direction of it. I think the game has a unique vibe in its sound, and I hope people agree.
Was there a specific point in that you enjoyed making the music for, or had your favorite spot of music implemented?
Yeah, the main theme of the game. It's kind of it was the most fun. It's the one I put so much work into it, because I was trying different things of like how do I make something that fits the vibe of the game, of the correct level of Halloweeniness, the correct level of where people can ambiguously either see dark humor or not see humor in it, depending on the person. I ended up going with kind of a somewhat Halloween-ish surf rock kind of thing that I think ended up being a good reflection of the personality of the game. So I'm very proud of that one, and it was a lot of fun to write.
All right. Well, I am excited for this. Let us know, Ben and Victor, where we can find not only the game, but where we can keep in touch with both of your creations.
Okay, well, I am G_G_Ghost Clown on Twitter. You can also just look at RipTour for the game in specific.
And I guess I should just direct who I have, just benjamingear.com, just GEAR like the word. And it's mostly a professional profile, but you'll find links to my Bandcamp and all that there.
Well, perfect. We are so excited for your games, for your creations, and so much more. Ben, Victor, thank you so much for coming on. We'll be back with more stuff. Until then, guys, please check out 6.seattleindies.org for more info on all the games you have already seen and the games you are going to see, as well as check out our Steam sale that is happening right now, which you can find linked in chat. Get discounts on some of the games released that you're seeing today, and wishlist games that aren't out yet, so you'll get notified when they are. And if you want your very own 6/2022 t-shirt, head on over to the store page on seattleindies.org to buy that. But more importantly than anything else, guys, 6 would not be possible without you guys, not without your generous sponsors and your Patreon supporters. And keep in mind, for as little as $1 a month, you can support Seattle Indies and help us put on great events like 6, and go to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find out more on that. But huge thank you to our headline sponsor, ID Azure. Free access to developer tools and support from industry experts. Take full advantage of the cloud to build and grow your games. Visit aka.ms/Seattle Indies 2022. And some of our champion sponsors, Play Everywhere, Premac Rogers PC, AIE, 4Culture, Hooded Horse, Megacrit, partnered sponsors, Unbound Creations, Stoic Studio, and our community sponsors, GG Locators, Universe Sandbox, The Purple Arcade, and 3R Technology. Guys, we could not do this without you guys viewing and our wonderful devs here. Thanks again, Ben and Victor.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome. Your job is simple. Decide which news to publish and inspire the next generation. Fraternize with your coworker. Endorse genetic modification. Babysit your brother. Put your country first and shop domestic. Meet colorful locals. Don't forget to feed the doggo. We trust you. We trust you will help our nation flourish.
When it comes to getting the right food and supplements your body needs, don't guess, test. Your body often sends you signals when something is out of balance, expressing themselves as different symptoms. Science has shown that gut dysbiosis, an imbalance in your gut microbiome, can naturally trigger immune responses inside of your body, potentially causing bloating and stomach pain, constipation, and even intestinal flare-ups. As your biology is like no one else's, you respond to food, supplements, and even medications in
Hey everybody, welcome back to 6 Online. It's my turn to host. What's going on? I'm Rick Jur, your host for the evening, joined in with Mac and Cheese, please. And we have some developers with us. We have Seth, the writer, and Caleb, the designer of the content designer of Spirit and Stone. Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Good. Just want to correct one thing real quick. I'm Caleb, and that's Seth.
Flippy floppies.
That way. We'll fix that in just a second. It's all good.
No
but
worries.
Hey, tell us a little bit about your game before we go check out the trailer.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Spirit and Stone is a city builder, castle builder game. Dwarf Forge is aspects of Spirit of Stardew Valley, but then also like the building mechanic of Townscaper. So it's kind of got a few different blends there. So I think one of the biggest, coolest things about our game is the way you build. We place block by block. You build your castle walls and your cottages and everything using this block-based mechanic. And the game will figure out how to present a beautiful crafted cottage or village or castle or cathedral to you. So yeah, that's kind of the X pitch there.
Well, awesome. When you say block by block, I saw that you're able to like build buildings, but are you just like you build a house, or you're like, here goes a house? Or are you just building like, here goes a block that's built into a house?
So they select your tile set, right? So we have cottages, we have manors, we've got castles, we've got cathedrals. And then you're literally just placing blocks, right? Like cubes. And then as those cubes connect to each other and define the shape, the game goes and fills in what kind of house could look like in that shape.
Oh.
Same with the cathedral. So like if you build tall towers on the cathedral, you'll get those nice pointy castle towers. If you build a little gate on your castle, you'll get an arch with a gate. If you build a kind of a pointy cottage, you'll get some kind of really steep roofed cottages and that kind of thing.
Okay, cool. Well, hey, let's go check out that trailer real quick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go.
There it is.
Did we get the names? We got the names. Nice.
We're good. Yeah, we're good, guys.
So I've noticed that it's like a hex style movement type of adventure, and then you go in and you build your castle or your your environment that you want to be able to like survive winters and other things like that. Is there environmental changes within your game?
Good question. I will definitely say it is not survival whatsoever. So it's not your Frostpunk, it's not your Timberborn. You're not going to lose all your beavers to drought, and you're not going to lose all your people throughout winter. This is meant to be a chill, like design and craft, and let your people kind of thrive in your village. You know, they'll respond to the changes that you give them. Right, you give them different types of food, they'll celebrate that. You throw a little harvest festival, they'll celebrate that. You give them different types of weapons, they'll be happy. They'll go to the stall and pick up their weapons and walk around with a new weapon. So it's more like a roller coaster tycoon of a castle builder than it is like you're gonna have to, you know, in Banish where all your villagers die and that kind of thing.
Okay, cool. So that
you know,
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Matt.
I was gonna say, is there anything that displeases the villagers in your community?
A little bit. It's, you know, you've seen that enough where it's like, yeah, if I'm not hungry, you're going to get maybe a little bit of a slowdown, but it's not going to send you into a death spiral, right? It's more like you're rewarded for meeting their needs by them being happy. And then they're going to generate a currency called authority, which is the thing you get to go do to expand your village and recruit more characters and kind of, you know, exert the power of your kingdom. So the individual villagers will have to earn revelry or piety or luxury or food and hunger. And once they get all their needs met, they'll be happy. Yeah.
Very cool.
But that leads to progress, right? It leads to more options, to more upgrades, more buildings. One thing that happens in our game is you can install rooms into the buildings you make. So you're going to design these big castles, right? Design these big cathedrals or these big town centers or cottages. And each of those buildings has special rooms you can insert. So you can insert bedrooms. You can insert garden rooms. You can insert farming rooms and that kind of thing. That actually go and exert the features of each of these buildings.
And here, I thought it was just building like you just build what you want to build and call it done because that's what it is. But now you just said that we're able to put things inside those buildings.
I like that.
So that's another layer.
Yeah,
a lot of the progression is tied to characters specifically. A lot, as Caleb mentioned, like RimWorld was a big inspiration for this game, but we wanted the scale of this game to be much bigger. So you're not just going to have the one settlement; you'll be controlling multiple provinces, cities, and castles all over, trading things around. But we still want like that core group of characters, like with RimWorld. So a lot of your progression with like industries and exploring are still tied to specific people in game.
Okay. Wow. So you have specific characters that are like hero characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Characters will have classes, and the class of your characters will define what special rooms they get to set up in your kingdom. So, for example, the adventurer character class will allow you to set up your adventurer post, which allows you to go then send off adventuring parties into the surrounding wilderness to adventure and bring things back and explore as well. Crafter characters will allow you to set up special crafter rooms that allow you to come from black weaponsmith to armorsmith, etc. But based on that character's individual progression, they get to set up their shops inside your buildings.
Whoa.
Yeah. So really, and that design choice is all about allowing the player to customize and craft and create, but then also like see the game and the simulation kind of watch the fishbowl of their village kind of play out.
This is way more in depth than what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Just from the video, I was like, okay, cool. I'm just going to move around and build castles, and that'll be cool. And you're like, there's way more to it.
Yeah. And that, you know what? I'll speak to that. Sorry, Mac, but that's been one of our biggest struggles. Is that like we wanted to have this very artistic, creative mode, but then there is a lot of depth to it. So we want to attract the people who want to build creatively, but we also want to attract people who will enjoy that depth and get a little deeper on some of the economy management. It's all kind of a hidden people factory game in it, a little bit, right?
Is there an amount or a scope that you can expand your town, or is it kind of infinite in the sense of if your adventurers venture out further, then you can go further for your civilization?
It's not infinite, but you can expand quite a bit. So you might have been able to see here, there's kind of a world map that's randomly generated, and it creates all these provinces. And each of those provinces has connected to it some like explorable nodes around it. So all those things are generated randomly, but you can continue to expand as you earn that authority. You can add more provinces, have your different types of provinces. Some that are more city focused, some that are more frontier lands that are worried about harvesting certain special resource nodes that only exist in certain places. So yes, but there's a limit to that expansion.
Sure.
That's really cool that after you build it, you can just build things on top of it or around it, and it just keeps adding on. Wow.
Yeah.
Are there
and one
any...
thing
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just going to mention that a natural part of having the multiple provinces connected is multiplayer. So this game will support multiplayer. We plan to do 2 modes. One where it's co-op. So we'll ship this one first, where you and I can be on the same design as castles and villages together. But then also as you expand, maybe I'll go work on the frontier, you work back on the big castle land. So that'll be co-op. And then multiplayer will include things like multi-kingdom diplomacy, things like that, where we can trade, set up convoys, but also some light competition about like who's got the better the marketplace, who contributed more to the Harvest Festival, like these types of events.
Okay.
If you're feeling a little, I don't know what the right word is, but if you want to play God a little bit, are there like doomsday events that you can trigger, like maybe fire or a tornado? Oh no! And then kind of watch your civilization react to it.
Seth, you want to handle that one?
That's not really the current intent. We've designed a lot of the game around just enabling the player to build as creatively as they can, and because of that, we kind of expect people to get a little attached to things.
Sure.
So there isn't like a wave defense system. You don't have to worry about people coming and knocking down like all of the cool things you've built.
Right.
Partially because we want you to build the castles how you want to. We don't want there to be like a best strategy to build a castle in this game to survive X waves. We want the core tenet of the game is really just creative expression.
I love that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be all about this. Give me my abilities to create and do things, and that's all. I could sit there and do it forever.
Good.
How did you land on wanting to make that your gaming experience?
There's just so much stress in the world these days. There's we don't want when you come into these games, you stress out and panic and stress. There's too much in the world to worry about.
Oh yeah.
And that's I can tell this really small story. I played a lot of Minecraft with my brother. And we built these big, huge towns in Minecraft, and it was always great that we spent all this time building the Mage District and the Farming District and whatever. But then when you sit back and it's all done, that doesn't come to life. So we want the game to kind of come to life and be this fishbowl of a city after it's done being built. So, yeah.
All right. Well, where can people catch y'all at? Chat you up.
Right. So at the moment we're not in early access. Early access is probably 6 to 12 months away. You can hang out with us in Discord and talk to us design. We're hosting playtests there. Follow us on Twitter. We're decently active on Twitter, but that's where we're at right now.
And we are on Steam, so you can wishlist us. That's
go wishlist it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for coming in and joining us and showing off your game. We'll be right back with some RoboCo after this quick break. Catch y'all later.
Thank you, guys. Pleasure.
When's the last time you seriously thought about your browser? Does it look like this? With Chrome, ads and trackers are everywhere. monitoring your browsing and slowing you down. This is what browsing on Brave looks like. Notice the difference? Brave block.
Hey everybody, welcome back to 6 Online Seattle Indies. I am here joined with the whole crew. We're going to be checking out RoboCo. Let's get to that trailer, shall we?
Ooh.
That's this year. Oh yes. Telling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, get to build robots, do tasks. Oh, I'm down. I wonder how the programming works. So
I'm curious about that too. But I love the misdirection of how it was like, there's only one hope, and then this little cute robot rolls in, and the music changes to something very cute, and it's like, oh, this is one of those games. Very cute.
Yeah. Oh, is that a ladybug?
Oh no!
Oh, it's a hand playing the piano. What? What?
It was cute until he got yeeted. Then he got yeeted, and it was no longer. It was very sad.
Because it's a cute game.
I feel like some things you just can't de-cute, and a little cute robot friend getting yeeted is still a little cute robot friend.
This is true.
What do we have?
This is true.
You're legit building. Okay, cool. Yeah.
So
I am
for those
so
of
for
you
this.
In chat, for those of you in chat that are wondering, RoboCo is a wholesome sandbox game about designing and building robots to serve the needs of squishy, hapless humans in the world of tomorrow. Build, test, and control your robots to conquer tricky challenge levels, or use a powerful and easy-to-learn Python language to automate your creations and let your robots conquer the challenges while you kick back and relax. So if you happen to be a programmer, you can program these robots in actual Python to completely automate their tasks or be complete agents of chaos. It all depends on your programming style.
Oh, I'd be down to not program, but to just do my own chaos.
I think games like this
I'm
are really,
so
really
down.
cool. Yeah.
Oh, that
games
is
like
so
this are
cool.
to me because you can imagine some teacher somewhere is looking at this stream, watching these games because they might, let's say they teach game development, and they see this one and they go, I can show this game to my students and teach them Python at the same time. I love the educational element that can be added to games like this. It also can teach you things like don't go into goo because it's dangerous.
It's caution.
Hey, that's a simple robot to complete a task.
Yeah.
Don't go into goo.
I also love when you can bring the thing that you're trying to teach to the level of the person you're trying to teach it, you know? So if you have a kid, or even if you're in college and you're like, oh man, coding is so hard. But if you put a fun aspect to it, your brain will grasp it quicker. And I really like that.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of games.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, there's definitely been a lot of games that like have some type of coding aspect to it, but to legit use Python and then be like, yeah, do the thing, robot. That's a high skill.
Which is really cool because this isn't just a development aspect to this and like a game development aspect. There is a full-fledged robotics thing to this. So having like educators that are robotics coaches and things like that is huge for this. This is fantastic for like especially lower level, like K through 5 through high school education system. This is fantastic to see.
Did you notice the Dargan?
Oh, that's a hand.
I did notice the Dargan. It's such a wiggly hand.
Ooh.
That looked like the squid, the grandma squid from Squidbillies.
There is just so much cool things to this.
And then it's like, I'm pretty sure there's physics to a lot of this too. So the physics engine has to. Oh, what?
Oh, that's a cool robot.
Cool.
Is that a robot? The merry-go-round?
I
think that
suppose
was
it
the
could
robot.
be a robot. Yeah.
I feel like everything we're seeing is okay. The number of things.
Oh yeah,
robots.
Rock'em Sock'em robots.
Okay. And the thing about so maybe this is just me. Maybe I'm just a colossal nerd. But do you like when some of these robots you can see like the gears and stuff turning? It genuinely feels like with the way these things look and how much detail is in it, that you could take some of these robots and actually try to make them. Like they feel like they are things that are makeable, which just lends to the authenticity. I love it. I'm sold.
Yeah. But hey, we're not going to be taking a break. We're going to be, just going right into the next game, and we're going to be looking at Riposte. Such a weird word.
This is the game Alchemist was super hype about during Hype Hour.
He
was several hours ago.
Has it been that long? Time flies when you're looking at indie games.
It has.
I reckon we might as well. We just go right into the trailer and then pop out of it and start talking about the game.
Let's see it.
Huh.
nerf or nothing.
So here to fight.
As a person who played this, there is quite a bit of stabbing. Lots of it.
A lot of
Sounds like
stabbing.
my
Now,
kind of game.
you're controlling both hands, right?
You control, both hands on one side, and so if you ever played a game like Swap, right? It feels kind of similar to that, but it controls a little bit better. So
Okay, I was like,
control
that's
the
a really
angle of your
sloppy
weapon.
game.
Well, so you control the angle of the weapon with one hand, and then you move it with one stick, and you move it with the other. You can also freeze your stick, you can also freeze the weapon's angle so that you can move forward with just the one. And there's a couple times where you see a weapon will glow yellow. That is like each weapon has a skill. So for example, one of the weapons has a skill where you freeze in place, and if someone hits it, you parry their weapon back and you get a bunch of forward progress. Because the goal is to tap one of those pieces of armor. Each piece of armor has a certain number of hits that it needs. So like the chest piece needs 3, the legs need 2, and the helmet needs 1, if I'm not mistaken. So notice how he just hit the helmet once and it flew off. The next time he gets hit in the head, that's game over, right? So you end up in this situation where you're trying to use offense and defense to kind of push your opponent's weapons out of the way. You can hit their hands, which will make their weapons kind of recoil a little bit as well. And then you just try to get that tap. If you ever watched kendo competitions where it's two guys with their bokken, it's structured a lot like that. This is meant to be a party game, but there is a single player mode that will teach you how the game works. And one of the cool things about the single player mode is that it teaches you, it only gives you one weapon, but you fight against all the different other styles of weapons that exist, which is a lot of fun in learning. Your enemies will have random pieces of armor in different spots to kind of help with your strategy of like, okay, well, this guy has no helmet, so the fastest place for me to go would be at his head. But the AI knows that enough that it will try to block that angle. Also, they all talk trash at the beginning of rounds. So during the trailer, I don't know if you noticed it, at one point, one of the gentlemen said to the other, "Verily, boomer." He's basically saying, "Okay, boomer," to the other dude.
Wow. Dude.
I love it.
And then they have a lot of different modes than just jousting or not fencing like this. They have like you're like trying to stab fish.
Yep. There's the fishing mode. There's one where your head is giant, so it's like a balloon, so it's really easy to hit. It's a really dope game. It's really cool. I enjoyed it.
And this one came out, if I'm not mistaken, a couple years back. Correct, Alchemist?
I believe so.
I think this was a 2020 game, so it is out and is available for purchase through Steam. And it is 4 to 8 people. It's 2v2 duels and 4-player free-for-alls, and there's some other mini games in it. And it is honestly a lot of fun to play.
Now it's not a question, but someone said, "Is there going to be a mall sorting mini game called Riposte?" Or mail, not
like
mall.
mail sorting games.
Sorting game called Riposte.
Riposte.
I hope so. It's going to be a Christmas game. It's going to be a Christmas special game that comes out just for a limited time. 100%.
That one hurt a little bit. I'm going to be honest.
The game's
You're welcome.
so aggressive. All right.
Again. Give it to me.
So the game's out. The game's out on Steam. It's a 2v2 party game like Quap. It looks like you could do single. Yeah, you can do single, so 1v1s. But I do like that 2v2 aspect. But
Yep. You can do 1v1, 2v2. There's a single player mode that's kind of like a training mode. That's you have to survive against 10 waves of enemies. You have a full set of armor, and they have various sets of armor. There are also other party modes like 1v3 completely fair duels, which aren't fair at all. It's not fair. 3 people with swords. That's like the 3 of you all picking up Nerf swords and then handing me a Nerf shield. Like it's rough.
But hey, with this group, you can check them out on Twitter at Misdirection Dev. The game's coming out or already out on PC. I don't know if there's going to be on any other consoles, but so far it's just out on PC. Check them out on Steam. If you don't have enough money for it, just put it on your wish list. You never know. Something might happen, and then you get the game. But hey, Thanks for checking us out. We're going to go into a short ad break, and then we'll be over with Super Pickleball Adventure. I'm excited for that one.
Ghost weapons.
Hey everybody, what's going on? It's me, Rick Jer, coming at you live from 6 Online, the Seattle Indies show, where once a year we get together and talk about all these indie games that are coming out. And I'm here joined with Andrew, who is a developer on Super Pickleball Adventure. Hey Andrew, how's it going?
It's going pretty well. How are you?
Oh, we're doing just fine. Get to talk to so many different people and see so many different games. So with Pickleball, tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, so it is a like one-player story sports game is the idea. So you sort of get to the world. It's very sort of Pokemon-esque in that you're exploring the world and finding the champions and defeating them. But whenever you hop into a match instead of an RPG or something, you're playing a little bit of like a sports game against them. So pickleball is a Washington State invented sport that is a lot like tennis. I don't know if any of y'all have played it, but
I mean,
I played pickleball. I didn't know it was Washington State invented.
Yeah,
neither did I.
Cool.
What? That's like with whirly ball. I think that was invented out here or something like that.
Was it?
Oh, nice.
I've whirly
Never
ball
heard
before.
of either of those.
What?
Whirly ball is
we
like
gotta go play.
wiffle ball and go karts.
Yeah. No, wiffle balling bumper cars. But enough of
Yeah.
that. We got pickleball. And there's all types of little strategies that you can do and different gym leaders that you got to defeat. Like what Andrew said, it's kind of like a little bit of Pokemon, but it reminds me a little bit like Mother 3 with like its humor and stuff. But let's go check out that trailer. Shoot, did I see that right? Did it? Yeah, that was pretty great. Did the game already come out? That was 1/1/22, right?
Yes.
We can go and pick this up right now. It's not on Steam, is it?
It's not. It's out online for free on the web, so you can play it on itch.io or on Newgrounds.
Okay, I was just about to say it because I think I saw it on Newgrounds. I was like, oh, let me go give it a shot. So I got to go play a little bit of pickleball because I mean I played pickleball back at home, but that wasn't up here. That was just like something that we did in the gym. I didn't even know it was like a full-fledged on sport.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's growing really fast, and I play a bunch with one of my other game developer friends, and he was like, "You got to make a pickleball video game. You got to make a pickleball video game." So here it is.
Yep.
So,
Now what we need. Oh, go for it.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say now what we need is an arcade version. Pickleball arcade. Let's go.
I was going to say, from conception to release, how long did it take you to make this game? And from when your friend said, hey, you got to make this game, to where you are now with it?
Yeah, that all took about 6 months, I think. It was about June through December last year. And just in my spare time.
Whoa.
This is my side project. So it was, I tell people it was 6 months, but it was 6 COVID months. So
Sure.
I had a bit of time to sink into it.
Basically, 2 years.
Yeah, right. So
something that I just noticed about, the first thing I noticed was the graphics and the art style that you went with. I had said a couple hours ago with another game that I feel like the art style really lends a hand to the aesthetics and the vibe that you're giving to a game. What was the decision making for this art style? It's so perfect. I love it. And yeah, how did you land on this?
Yeah, I think I've been sort of experimenting with style for a long time. I wrote a webcomic kind of in the style for a while, and that was kind of developing it. But it's very much the inspiration is very much like MS Paint style. Those remembering when people would draw random drawings and in MS Paint and post them online. That was kind of that whole era. So that sort of hopefully I don't know if leveled up per se, but take it to a point where it's it's fully animated, it's fully realized, but it still has that feeling of being this sort of goofy little drawing that someone drew with their mouse on their computer.
I love it.
Yeah, so what got you into wanting to create a story of pickleball? Is it a story about pickleball, or is it just something different?
Yeah, it's sort of about pickleball. I think one of the big themes of the game is that just the goofy things that matter to you are important. So you kind of go out in this world and your character has a really good attitude about the world, and encounters just all these people who are totally different and play pickleball in different ways, treat you in different ways, but they all respect that you're all about pickleball and that pickleball is cool, and they're yeah, that's awesome. So I think I really wanted to get that into the story, and I was just having fun making story games in general, so I thought it'd be fun to make a pickleball game and a story game.
Sorry, he's cheating.
He's shooting it. Oh
yeah, this is a match against Sheriff, who
is not a cop.
Is not a sheriff. Yeah, but you have to win by hitting him with the ball, because no matter what, they can always just shoot it back at you, no matter where you hit it. So it's a tough one.
So different leaders have different mechanics then.
Yeah, I chose to keep the base set of mechanics for the game pretty simple. So you can see there's just basically you can hit to one of 3 locations on the other side. There's a simple dash that you can do to hit it if the ball's sped out of your way. And if you time your dash perfectly, you'll do a spin. So there's the dash there. And there's the spin.
Ooh. Yeah, that had the spin on it.
So those are that's all you can do, but the different bosses that you face have very dramatically different ways of playing pickleball.
Okay.
And so it's more about kind of the puzzle of how do I defeat this boss, and you still have to be light on your feet and have good reaction time, but it's more about how do I defeat this boss conceptually rather than necessarily being really good at the pickleball mechanics.
Well, this sheriff is really good at the pickleball mechanics, but they're also using a gun. So
I was gonna say, I don't know about as a I've never played pickleball. I had never heard of it before this moment, but I am fairly certain that bringing a gun to a pickleball match is illegal. I'm just saying.
Yes, it is. It is illegal. Though I think that some of the characters, there's a character, for example, that uses 2 balls at a time.
Whoa!
And
Cheers,
he'll
you're a
remind
pumpkin
you that
eater.
he'll remind you that there are no rules in the rulebook that say you can't do that.
So is there anywhere in Washington that has like a pickleball place to go play pickleball?
Yeah, absolutely. There's in Seattle, there are they've converted a lot of the courts, the tennis courts in the city, to be like pickleball and tennis courts. So you can like pull smaller nets over for the pickleball and combine. So it's growing really fast actually right now. So it's exciting.
Okay. Wow.
I have questions. So just now you had that fishing mini game, right? And I feel like that fishing mini game also doubles as kind of a tutorial to show you how to, kind of hit the ball to different directions and such. How much thought went into like not only taking, because again, the mechanics of this game is fairly simple. It's basically tennis-esque. How much thought did you have to put into each of the different, like, I want to say gym leaders? I know they're not called gym leaders, but how much thought did you have to put into each of the masters to kind of figure out different mechanics and ways to play with them?
Yeah, it was really interesting. Actually, this is a really good, the one that just started is a really good one to talk about. So this is Momoko, and she is a ninja. So she has ninjutsu powers. She just shadow clones and with replacements that you can see there. And this was a really tough, I really wanted to do something like this because I thought it was fun. I thought it was like a cool idea to have, but making it actually interesting where it was hard to beat, but not like too hard. And I have to actually think about it, but you can't think too much, was like really difficult. So there was a lot of balancing that went into like making her not too good. So the big crux is that she won't stand in the middle ever. She has her 2 clones go to the edges, but she won't really stand in the middle. So if you keep hitting it to one edge and use up one of her clones, then like you can like overpower with that. So like there's a lot of things like that where it's like, how do I make this so that it feels fair in some way, that's telegraphed in some way, that is interesting, but not like their ability doesn't make them too good at the game.
Okay. Well, Andrew, thank you so much for coming in and showing us. Where can the viewers go check out your game again? I think you said Newgrounds and
yeah,
it's what the other one was.
Itch.io. Yep.
Itch.io.
And if you go to my site, it's andrfw.com. You can see this game and a bunch of new ones. I just dropped a new game yesterday that's also for free online too. So
congratulations!
There's a ton of stuff on there. So
look at you, just making all types of games. Awesome. Well, hey, next up, we have a game called Starlight Explorers, and we'll check it out after this quick break.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
Hello, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, everybody. How's it going? Oh, man. I'm just blank because I saw the names and I'm like, the names are all flipped. But hey, hey, everybody. What's going on? My name's Richter, and welcome back to 6 Online, where I'm here joined with the developers, Brittany and Stefan.
Let's see if I can get lighting a bit more evenly. Okay, that's a little better. It's weird seeing my...
What? It's weird seeing what? Your reflections?
No, I'm reversed. Yeah, it's reflected when I move.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I'm like, hey, point at the screen, I do that, and I'm like, oh, wait, it's that way. But hey, tell us a little bit about y'all's game.
So our...
Cool. Oh, you're good.
I hear echo.
Yeah, I hear a reverb. I think that might be...
Hopefully we won't hear each other because we're in the same room. For another opposite sides.
I see. Okay.
I'm gonna carry mine over to a room really fast.
Yeah, because it's your voice is picking up on his mic, and your mic's picking up your voice, so it's like double.
Yeah, there's a rock show right outside of our studio.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's already better. Yeah, perfect.
Oh yeah, perfect. Look at
Awesome.
that! Oh whoa, look at the artwork. Nice.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of lag going on. I'm not really sure what to do about that.
Looks fine on our end.
Okay. I guess that's not too bad then. So
we have like
someone
5
start,
minutes
I guess.
before our game starts, right?
Well, yeah. So, go ahead and tell us about your game, and then we'll watch the trailer.
Okay.
Okay. So, are we online right now?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, shoot. Okay. So our game is it's called Unstable Scientific. You're playing as a scientist who your friends and your friends on the island with mysterious and you're also rescuing.
The audio's cutting out, I think.
It is a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just like pickups. But hey, I know that we'll get into it. Let's just go check out that trailer, and when we'll get back, we'll talk more about the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about it.
Oh no, it's fine.
It's just okay.
All right.
When we were in
everybody,
Hype Hour, I was so excited for this game. So I'm excited. So.
In this game,
yeah.
I'm just going to correct a couple things. At the start, we went. We were going to have devs for a different game, and this game came over, and I didn't know. So we're actually looking at Unstable Scientific, and we're here joined with the devs of. What are y'all's names again?
I'm Dustin Sudak, and my partner there's Masha Falkov. I think she's having a little bit of problem with her connection right now, so it's kind of frozen.
Okay.
But yeah, it's pretty much just an action platformer. It's kind of retro style, but it also, I built it with a physics engine. I'm the programmer, she's the artist, and she also does the sound design and all the level creation and stuff like that.
Whoa.
Very cool. So you mentioned a physics element to it. Can you elaborate more on that?
We just lost his camera, so.
Oh no.
I mean, he did say physics engine, so that's kind of interesting that you have a 2D game. Let's do this again.
Yeah,
Hey everybody,
take
what's going
two.
on? My name is Rick Jern. I'm here joined with Mac and Cheese for I was gonna do a thing for 6 Online, and here I got some devs for Starlight Explorers. I have Brittany and Stefan. How's it going?
It's going okay. It's Steven, but I am the real Steven this time.
Oh, Steven. Sorry. Words.
There's imposters everywhere, I understand.
But actually, Brittany's not a dev. She's an artist, correct? Or are you deving on this one?
What you term as dev. We make games together.
Yeah.
Okay. Now wonder.
So, tell us a little bit about Starlight Explorers before we take a look at your trailer.
Sure. I guess I'll take the first one. So Starlight Explorers started out as like a long time ago as a little project that I did in conjunction with the Carnegie Science Center in Pittsburgh. And basically the point of that project was they had a summer camp that was aimed at trying to help with the problem of like preteen girls start dropping out of STEM fields because of like cultural pressure. And so they didn't want like an educational game. They wanted a game that encouraged young women to sort of like be a part of that space and to feel comfortable there. So Starlight Explorers is a next evolution of that with writing and Brittany's amazing art that is basically like an incredibly chill space puzzle simulator with a wrapper of just like a really nice, pleasant sort of adventure game that encourages young women to get out there and explore the stars. And also, if you want to approach it as like an ultra competitive person, there's that angle too, but we hide it to the side.
Well, that's awesome. Let's check out the trailer, and we'll get back into more questions. So first off, I know Brittany, and she's a very talented artist. And when I saw this game, I went, "Huh, that looks like Brittany's style." And look, it's you.
Right.
It is. Spoiler.
So many games that you've did art for, and it's so good to see all your work.
Oh, thank you.
So what do we have going on? Where you were Stefan? Stefan?
Steven.
Oh, every time I see Stefan, I say it's Stefan. I have too many Stevens and Stephs and Steve. But yeah, it's all the things. But you said that it's aimed more towards girls because when they get into that field, you said that they feel what's that word? Feel like that they don't really belong there, or it's like too
discouraged. Yeah,
discouraged.
I mean,
there we go.
I mean, everyone has like their own experiences, but it's pretty well documented that up until like middle school, if you do like who's interested in science, basically, between all genders, it's pretty even. But once you get into sort of that like, you know, pubescent age where people are sort of discovering themselves, there's a lot more sort of social pressure and, you know, societal pressure and things like that that are honestly like pretty gross and unpleasant that sort of push a lot of women out of that field. So hopefully this is, you know, a useful drop in the bucket to sort of tilt things the other direction and make people feel a little bit more welcome. We've also certainly had a lot of playtesters who are men who enjoy this game also, but we very much are building this to try and welcome women specifically sort of into those spaces.
I love that inclusivity aspect of it. Because, yeah, as a woman, like STEM stuff is really intimidating. And I appreciate that there's a game where you can kind of explore and kind of figure it out yourself. I remember during Hype Hour, we were looking at this and we were just really amazed by the gravity aspect that the game has. Can you go into detail about that and what we're seeing here?
Yeah, definitely. So the mechanics of the game are incredibly simple. Like as you see sort of the probes flying around, the player is not doing anything. Like the player sets launch velocity and angle, and that's the entirety of your input. So like when the probe is flying, it's a very chill, like meditative game. So basically it's an actual gravity simulation. Like some of the numbers are a little bit fudged, but it does its very best to represent how objects actually fly through space and gravity wells and that sort of thing. And there's a few different objectives. Sometimes you're trying to get probes to stars and planets. Sometimes you're trying to get probes to like fly past as many planets as possible without hitting anything. So a few different ways to manipulate that. You'll see in a little bit the probably the hardest of the modes, but also like the most compelling for people that have played it a while is Blackout, which is you're trying to get a probe to each of the stars, but we don't show you the stars, so you have to like figure out where they are based on how the probe is like reacting to gravity wells. But that's basically the entirety of the game, is just sort of figuring out how different gravity wells interact to like manipulate objects in space. Just takes a little while to get used to, but then you can pull off some really cool tricks with it.
It gets hard later on.
It does get hard later on.
Because someone was like, "Oh, just hit this one planet." And you're like, "I did it," and then there's like 8, and I'm like, I can't get past this.
How do I do it?
I'm so stuck.
I like that there's a 3D mode where you can be the probe rolling, moving around.
Yeah, to be honest, I built that specifically for the trailer, and then I was like, wait, but this is fun, and people should get to do it in the game.
Yeah, you're like, but I want to be the probe.
So, Brittany, did you do any of the animations or like the effects that are going off of the probe and stuff?
No, I did the UI and the character art and the little like spaceship and stuff, but not the effects, and the planets were already there in the first version. So I think, Steven, didn't you do something with the planets themselves at one point?
I did. Yeah, I mean, these used to just be spheres, and then I learned how to be a visual effects artist for this game to the degree that look, Brit's art is amazing in this game. I will not evaluate like the non-Brit art, but I think it's functional. Oh, and I actually do want to say, as a brief time, like I said, like the point of this game is not to be educational; it's to be encouraging. So there's not like a curriculum, right? We don't quiz people on like, did you understand gravity? But we do try and make sure that the game never lies about things. Like we want things to be sort of passively true, the way that like Civilization is not, you know, an educational game franchise, but you do learn a lot from it if you actually like pay attention. Sorry, tying into visual effects. this is never like brought up explicitly, but the way that star colors match star sizes is scientifically accurate, which sort of is just one example of things we try and do with the game where like there's not a big dialogue sequence where we talk about, you know, the sizes of stars and stuff like that. But if you played this game for a couple hours and then, you know, someone asked you like, hey, do you happen to know what type of star is the largest? You'd be like, oh, like the supermassive white, like light blue ones. And you would be correct. So just had fun like integrating some of those things into the game.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. I didn't even think about the sizes of the colors of the planets are true to one another. It's like really good facts you get to put into a game and to be like informational for others to play. I like that a lot.
Are there any, because you mentioned versions. How long did it take to get to the version that we're seeing right now?
So that's an interesting question for this, because the very original version, which was like a Flash game a million years ago that had like the gravity but very little else, was like 12ish years ago. When
oh my goodness.
Britt and I decided to make this together, and then we started on all the current graphics and story and most of the current gameplay, that was probably about a year. I mean, we launched this last November, and I think we really started talking about it around like Christmas break the preceding year. So it's about a year of development.
Cool.
Yeah, a little bit under.
Yeah. And as most of the people have said, not as our full-time job. Like we're off doing other things just on weekends. But
sure. What were some of the major challenges that you guys faced when putting this together?
Do we have major challenges?
Or no challenges?
I'm trying to
it was great.
Now, I'm like, what?
I think
physics, maybe?
I had one major challenge, I guess, which is just and this sort of when I first started this game again, it was like 12 years ago, and I was just starting off. And one of the problems with that version is like I just sort of threw everything in, and it wasn't a very guided or structured experience. The current version of the game has 3 distinct modes. It's got a story mode, which is intended to be like very low stress, like you can't fail it. You're just out there with these young women explorers going through puzzles, and there's a plot that I'm not going to tell you about right now. And there's also a practice mode where you can like set all the variables. And then there's a challenge mode called Expedition, which is there are consequences to missing probes and you can go for high scores and that sort of thing. And I think that's a pretty good balance. Like you can have super chill, relaxing times. You can also get that competitive itch. And like I sometimes, friends will send me screenshots and be like, I got 3,000 points. Has someone done that before? Which is always satisfying. But I think for me, the hardest challenge was arriving at those 3. Because when you just have like a big bucket of mechanics and you're playing them and they're all pretty fun, it's hard to figure out how to like structure those into, you know, a player who's logging in for the first time gets directed to the thing that's the most fun. So actually like deciding the best combinations of stuff was the hardest part for me.
So do y'all have anywhere to go from here? Do y'all want to do more space knowledge games?
Not specifically. I don't know.
We have another thing in development that's very, very different in like every aspect from all of that. It's not space. It's not very educational or any of that stuff. So
it's almost the exact opposite of this game.
Yeah,
So
I
we don't
like
have
it
it covered.
completely different.
And that's how sometimes it is. You create a space game and you're like, all right, cool, nice and relaxing. Now I just want something that's brutally hard. Let's go.
It'll be, I guess, minor plug. It's going to be about dating wizards. It's a wizard dating game. It'll be out someday. We're just having fun.
Say less. I'm already in. I want it.
Yeah.
We did discuss with Liz, who wrote the story on Starlight. She was like, I wouldn't be opposed to making a dating game if you wanted to make these characters dateable. And we're like, yeah, we're probably not going to do that for this. But then we're all like, but next time. So we're
dating wizards. I love that. That's so fun.
Spoilers.
Cool.
Secrets.
Super
so have
teaser.
y'all worked with one another for quite a while, or?
Yeah, we actually started working together at our day jobs, like what, in 2014, 15? It was a long time ago now.
That's not that long ago.
I got very lucky in my day job. Like, spoilers, people who want to make games, you should just become friends with a wildly talented artist. It makes your life a lot easier.
It's true. It's a really good place to meet other game devs is working on games. Surprise.
Right? And that's why you have a 6 Online that brings people together. They have game jams where people get together and create games in a matter of 24 hours. And it's like, whoa.
Craziness.
That's so fun.
Very cool.
In the video, this is where the planets start moving, alluding to Britt's earlier comment about how it does in fact get much harder.
It gets harder.
No. Yeah. Oh, that gets way harder.
And there's
You have
missions
to
like this where the
take
planets are
into
moving.
account. Is it gonna go? Oh.
Oh, so close.
I thought that planet just blew up. I forgot that it reset the rotation. I was like, it exploded.
Oh, it resets the
gone
rotation. Okay.
forever.
I thought it would have kept going on
This,
that.
this
But
particular mode is keeping the puzzly aspect. So every time you fire the shot, it like resets. There's other missions where it just keeps orbiting forever. And
Okay.
Ooh, okay. So they did keep ordering forever. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Where can the viewers go check out your game? Is it out on Steam or
out on
get you on
Steam.
Discord or Twitter or?
We are Dire Kitten Games on Twitter, but the main place you should go look for Starlight Explorers on Steam. It's the main way to go do this.
Yeah, you heard that right, people. Go get on Steam. Go add it on your wish list. I think it comes out this year. Was it 20?
It came out last November. You could be playing it right
it
now.
came out last November. Oh, then you can go play it right now.
Why aren't you playing it right now?
I'm gonna go play it right now. I'm playing it right now. But hey, come stay tuned because next time we're gonna be checking out Star Stuff after this quick break.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Washington State homeowners, you are going to want to check this out. As of August 6th,
Hey everybody, what's going on? Welcome back to 6 Online. Please welcome Michael and Daniel.
Hello.
Our devs from Star Stuff. So, hey guys, welcome. Tell us a little bit about your game. Whoever wants to go first.
So yeah, our game is a coding puzzle adventure, I'd say. It takes place on a star factory in space. And we really wanted to focus on kind of higher level coding instead of getting into the nitty gritty. So I think that's the general quick synopsis of it for you.
Okay, well let's take a look at this trailer and then we'll get back to some more questions.
Cool.
that and you see that, you go wish list that right now. You go get on Steam, type in Star
Right now.
Stuff, super simple. Put it on your wish list. So y'all said that there's coding. Like you could tell your robots what to do, but you have to code. Like what type of coding are we looking at?
Yeah, so it's a block language, like kind of if you've used things like Blockly, like any sort of like code.org kind of block language. It's similar to that, but yeah, we focus on giving your bot really useful commands so that you can think about the puzzle as a whole instead of like go left, go left, go left. It's more like go pick up this thing and drop it here. So you're kind of thinking at a higher level of the puzzle.
Yeah. Oh, I really like that because, like you said, the other games are like, hey, just program to do this and call it good. And it's like, no, I kind of want to program it for the whole stage, and that's really dope.
Yeah, and I think the other kind of major differentiating factor for us is that we have kind of one of the things we wanted to do is leave the player in control of an avatar. So you play as Miha, which is the character you see here, grabbing these boxes. So while your bot is running code, you also have to make sure you're in the right place at the same time. So it kind of has this dynamic where you're coding, but also directly involved with the success of how your bots are doing.
Okay. So I guess we'll see in a second when we start getting to the coding aspect.
So we're seeing just kind of the tutorial here. So this is just kind of teaching you about some of the mechanics and how the player moves around, how to interact with everything. It's also like we've added so much more stuff, and now it's like hard kind of to just see the really basic mechanics. Like we'd love to show the newer stuff.
How long have y'all been working on the game?
Oh man, so I think it's been almost like a year and a half now. Oh yeah, we can hear you now, Michael.
Okay.
Hey, Michael.
So yeah, we made go ahead. We made like a 2D version of this first, and then we kind of decided we wanted it to take place in a 3D world. So we kind of rebuilt everything, and it also has a strong narrative element. This one, so you're going through a Star Factory, and you can see right now there's been kind of a power glitch, and as you're going through, there's kind of a story of getting the Star Factory back on track.
Was it hard to develop a narrative for a coding game?
Yes. Is a short generally like we really feel like we made this as hard as possible for ourselves on every aspect. Like having the player involved with a puzzle game is with like free movement is also pretty difficult, and adding narrative to like a coding puzzle game has also been an interesting challenge. Like
a whole nother layer.
Yeah, just all the layers. We just figured let's do them all.
I think something we wanted to do that was different. I don't know if Daniel touched on this because I was out for a little bit. It's just like, a lot of coding games are just the coding part, and then a lot of puzzle games are just puzzling, and, kind of wanted to see if we could have an interplay between those, and, so you're also controlling your character while the code is running and stuff like that, which lends itself to some interesting things.
So you can see here, like the bot has instructions like pick up, drop at, and go to. So really, this is like a puzzle about. A lot of times, the player will think they need to like stand on a thing, and so it's just the idea of having the bot go grab this crate and bring it back to that side. So the code is simple, but you're kind of learning to think of code in the back of your head. It becomes less scary and not like such a lot of time coding sounds like it's going to be so hard, but the idea is to make it kind of feel like just part of solving a puzzle, and it's not so scary.
Yeah. My biggest thing with coding is that even though I can read it, it's writing it that I have trouble because I don't know what keys to use for references or how to build a library and like other things like that. It's like it's all a bunch of symbols, and it's just I don't know the symbols all that well. But if you have it all built in front of me, I can go, oh, it's trying to trigger this to go to the I got it.
Yeah, so and a lot of our game is kind of about triggers and stuff like that, but we also have been developing a lot of new things. This level's kind of fun. Oh, they messed up this one. So we have like some laser bots that come in later, and there's crates that you can burn away with the laser bot, and We have bot spawners so that you can kind of have a lemming sort of situation where you have to keep spawning more bots to make things happen. And and it can get pretty interesting with all the extra bots, and trying to even work with 2 bots at once and have the player move becomes an interesting puzzle of keeping a lot of different moving parts in your head.
Yeah.
How did you land on bringing in more bots and just adding more layers of complexity to this?
I think it was just about exploring different ideas and seeing, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we wanted to add that also isn't in here.
Sure.
But so, it was just trying different things and what worked. And, the more bots, the more abilities, but then they're also restricted in different ways. So, the laser bots can laser things, but they can't move, for example.
Okay.
So you kind of have all these different things that go on. And that just kind of play well together.
Very cool.
Yeah, nice. It kind of seems really relaxing though when you're trying to.
Yeah,
like, even with the
definitely
music,
part of our goal was to definitely give that vibe. So glad we hit that mark.
Are y'all a 2-man crew when y'all built this, or is it a little bit more?
No, we have so there's the 2 of us. There's my wife actually, we just had a baby 3 weeks ago. So
congratulations!
Oh, wow. Congrats!
Watching the baby right now, but she's doing the narrative and also handles a lot of the logistics. And then we have an artist also who's making all these beautiful scenes for us.
It is very beautiful.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh.
What other challenges did you guys face when building this story out, coming up with different bots? What were some of the things that you're like, man, I'm just stuck on this?
I think it's all been challenging. But I think it's just a different paradigm, I think, that makes it difficult, that we don't have like a lot of great examples to pull from where the things are either coding games or puzzle games, and mixing those, I think, has been quite a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all said this game was originally in 2D. How hard was the process of switching it to 3D?
I mean, we had to rewrite everything. it was
yeah, okay.
Rewriting of the whole game for sure. Yeah. The 2D version we didn't get too far. Yeah.
Oh, the 2D version didn't get too far. Okay.
We basically got far enough that we tested it with people and they seemed to enjoy it, and we said, all right, this seems good enough that we're happy to kind of switch over now. But we had mostly like temp art that Michael and I made, which did not look good. So.
Yeah, part of it was also looking for, trying to find an artist that we really liked, and we were open to 2D as well, but we found Patrick, who's doing our art, that we really loved his stuff, so we decided to go for it, and I think it was the right choice.
Okay, right on. Yeah, I mean, it's a really pretty game.
For sure.
Do you go to different planets, or are you on the same planet? You said it. Well,
so you're
not a factory.
It's a star factory, yeah. So this will be. This is kind of the intro. You're actually creating stars in this factory. They get flung out into space. So this is the first area, the shipping zone area where the arrivals come in, and then you'll be going to different zones of the factory to explore different kinds of robots, and there will be a lot of different kinds of stuff to play with.
Yeah, there's like a garden zone, there's like a goo zone, you got a gas zone. There's a bunch of different themes. So you can think of them as like worlds, like in a Super Mario kind of way, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, thank y'all so much for joining us. Where can the viewers go check y'all out?
The demo you were looking at just there is, it's on Steam, so you can just look up Star Stuff there and download it and get coding.
Yeah.
Great.
And I think I saw like an Instagram and a Discord that y'all have, so people can come and
Yes.
join and chat with y'all.
Yes.
Well, awesome. Well, thank y'all so much for joining us. Next up, we have a game called The Curse of Grimsey Island. After this quick break.
Okay,
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome back to 6 Online. I'm here joined with the magnificent Mac and Cheese, the fantastic Steph, and the amazing Alchemist Joker. I am your host for this evening, Rick J. We're going to be checking out some games before we close out this evening's stream. I think we have about like 4 or 5 games left. So let's get to them. I think this one that we're doing right now is The Curse of Grimsey Island. Let's go check out that trailer.
Listen, what I do with my time is not really any of your business. And if you're implying something, just say it.
I can't find any trace of John. How could he vanish so quickly?
This is for everyone. Stay focused on the artifact. Don't let any distractions take away from that. I hired each of you to do a job, so do it.
It.
Hello there, my name is
Yep,
Larry,
yep.
and I am the developer for
the mystery.
Curse of Grimsey Island. And in this short
for the
video, I'd
record,
like to just go over a little bit
I didn't do
about
it.
the game.
Trying to discover who did it.
Sure?
Some of the-
I feel
Wait,
like
what?
it might
Did
have
he just
been
put that?
So,
Did he put that robot on his head?
let's get
I am
this,
pretty
like
sure he
it.
did.
He just legit just went bloop.
I'm hoping that he's just looking through it Because if he just put that robot on his head, I didn't see where that robot was before he just stuck it on his head. So I'm concerned about, how, like, you know, you never know where that robot's been. You might want to check that out before you just go attaching it to your face.
The immediate scene, which takes place.
Okay, so you do fly. Nice.
At,
I get such
like
missed vibes from this. Yeah, right? It does look like a simulation.
Of Grimsey Island. So right now I'm...
Investigate the lighthouse.
Okay. Ooh, okay.
And you can start in different places.
Oh. I like how everything's voiced over. That's really cool.
Yeah, I like it too. When you're playing games, sometimes you just want to feel really immersive, and I feel like a voiceover or even just anything voice acted like helps you be a player instead of having to read and do all the other stuff too.
I'll just start over here.
100%.
So that's Laud there.
So it says here that you're playing as a remote forensics investigator who investigates a crime in the nanodeck, a place where the scene is reconstructed to the smallest detail. So that's what the helmet is. It's helping you to reconstruct the entire scene rather than, you know, some weird helmet that you're just plopping on.
Help me
Okay.
understand what happened, and if something did happen, then give those findings to the district
That's so
attorney.
nifty.
And go from there.
Oh, lockpicking. Let's go. Oh, wait.
Like it.
You haven't inspected a key that'll work on this door. So you mentioned that it's a holodeck. So I assume that you have to inspect those keys to be able to create a digital reconstruction within this hologram. That's a really cool concept. I dig that.
Check this out.
I dig that a lot.
Whoa.
Okay, so he's inspecting the bottle.
Objects.
Oh, no, you're making a model of it.
We need to scan it.
What?
Do sort of a surface scan.
That's so cool.
Wow. And then you can figure out who's the person who used it. That's super cool.
Bottle here. There are
also, to what Mac was saying, I wholeheartedly agree that something voice acted is much better than kind of reading it, because the other really cool thing that ends up happening from that at least I noticed in my end, is you start to get a different idea of what that character might be like, and in a murder mystery, you can kind of start to go like, oh, this person is being way too nice in this scenario. Maybe they are a little bit more suspicious than I thought.
Tone of voice is everything.
It is. It makes such a difference too.
Oh, you can fly through the building. That's so cool. Yes. I love these like mystery solving games. It's so good, especially when you have fun mechanics like this.
So this is inside the museum, and there was an earthquake recently, so it's
also who needs a key when you can just go up to the cracked open roof and fly in.
There's graffiti and
it's all the small details, man. The small details make a game so much more important.
Which, you know, has some old Norse mythology, which I was
okay. Nope, I'm out now. Nope, no mannequins. Sorry, nope. Mannequins always bad.
But yeah, there's a bunch.
Why
of
are
that,
they mannequins? Ain't bad. They okay. They just
this
plastic.
out. Oh, so we found a key.
I'm gonna need you to go play Resident Evil 7 and tell me mannequins ain't bad. Especially when they move on their own. If that mannequin moves out of that corner, I'm burning this entire holodeck down.
Fair.
Hey, look, he digitized the key.
Oh yeah, that's the key we needed.
From the 12th century, when we have fingerprints from Cecilia.
Or is it another key?
So after inspecting evidence, there's a notebook that can be used, and this is it, and it's sort of a way to see a snapshot of everything that you've encountered.
Oh, cool. That way you don't have to remember everything.
People, and you can quickly filter by, you know, people, evidence. We don't have much here, but, you know, it's just a way to sort of quickly build a mind map. And there's also a timeline view, which you can see the order of events as you uncover them. So, just, you know.
Oh, timeline views are so good for things like this.
Yes!
Go in this area here.
Especially if you find things out of order, being able to know what point that it was relevant for.
These digital fragments.
And see, for me, for like mystery solving games, the Sherlock Holmes games were my jam. But boy, were those games tough. They were so hard.
They're pretty good too.
Signal here.
So they mentioned like having Norse mythology in here and different things like that. So having like influences of the mythological aspects is really cool and really interesting for things like
So
this.
That was Anna.
There's another.
She was in an
Okay, so right there on the
altercation
left side, you see
with,
the purple bar that said
it sounded like
0.10%
gunshots. Check
confidence.
this out.
So I'm assuming that the more evidence you find, the more confident you are of who done it. But if there's a confidence bar, that means you might be able to actually maybe accuse the wrong person. I wonder what that would do for replayability, because if you accuse the wrong person of it, then you'd have to go back and look for evidence again.
Unidentified.
Yeah, definitely.
So we can click
Or if
this person
decisions
and see,
affect
they're
further
associated with two
parts of the game.
objects here,
that would be
which
cooler.
Was interesting, and we've got blood here, but
this feels like a game for those people who play games like Assassin's Creed and collect all the feathers, because they're just like, I need all the collectibles. This game feels like it has that written all over it.
Sort of
Plus a little phasmophobia with trying to figure out the whodunit,
the crime scene, both
but not scary ghosts.
Below water.
True.
So,
and without the fear of them reaching in and plucking your eyeballs out.
Yeah, fair enough.
At least I hope that there's nothing that's going to pluck my eyeballs out. It's a holodeck. We should be safe, right? Like it should be fine. Virtual reality, you can go under.
Oh,
so
nice.
There is, evidence. That's something that I really wanted to focus on is, both above water, below water, and day and night, which I'd like to share here.
Oh, nifty.
We have a few minutes left.
Day and night. A few minutes left.
So we'll cross this and.
Yeah, probably for daylight is what he's probably referencing. There's a few minutes left of daylight.
Where potential evidence areas of interest that
that's
we need
neat.
to check out.
That is neat.
And right here, I can see two things that are worthy of.
I wonder what the balance is between giving, because that kind of lets you know how much to expect or where to kind of look for stuff.
So
I wonder if it's very difficult to balance how much you want to give the player in terms of like, hey, here's where stuff is, as opposed to just kind of leaving them in the dark. Because, if you're like 99.8% confident in this case, but you really want to be 100% sure, finding that last piece, I want, like, having that ability to just go, okay, it's in this area. I wonder if that makes it easier or harder.
Conversations that are reconstructed, based on any sort of electronic device.
I want to say maybe easier, because you're already gathering data for things, so it's just like piecing stuff together then.
I wonder if that can be disabled then. Like if you could turn that setting off to make sure that you like are having to search every inch of the place that you're in, because that would be kind of cool too.
So they're interested in this. Well, actually, they're not that interested, but what I'm going to do is...
Whoa!
Let's check it out at the daytime, and let's...
Oh, so you can manually turn time.
Oh.
What we can find here.
Interesting.
There's loot.
I wonder if day and night you're finding different clues and different things become more apparent as the day progresses.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
In the eye sockets. So I can, well, this is all virtual, so I can't pluck those out and pocket them, huh?
Let's call it.
Cannot, no.
I play a lot of Resident Evil games where you have weird gems in random places that you have to take out of stuff and put in other stuff. So my brain, if I see gems in a skull underwater, my brain goes, you're going to have to take those out and put them in a statue somewhere else.
Yeah, really appreciate you.
Definitely.
Check it out. Okay, until the next video. Bye.
Wow.
Definitely looks interesting.
Yeah, definitely miss vibes, but like a whole other level of gathering clues and solving things, because you have so many, like you have futuristic tools to I want to say to your advantage, but to use as you try and figure out your surroundings or what happened and whatever mysteries that you're trying to solve. But hey, that game, I think it's out on PC or wishlisted on Steam,
It's on
I believe.
Steam.
There we go. Yeah, it's on Steam. They do have a Twitter if y'all want to go check them out. It's Twitter at Games from MIGA. Mika? Can't remember, but yeah.
Mika. What?
But hey, we'll be right back. We're going to be checking out Throne of Bones after this quick break.
I need this game in my life.
I know. So you're drafting minions to defeat those who oppose the honest work of necromancy, and I love just that intro sentence in itself. It's so perfect. It is. But there are a few key features to this game via their Steam account that says that there are 50 plus unique minions, 30 plus necromantic spells, 30 plus relic weapons, 20 plus castle restoration quests, and 30 plus mysterious events. And
you can change your runs.
I'm so here for all of it.
Yes. Yes.
All of it.
Steph just wants
The
to
honest work of necromancy.
Love it.
Always here for it.
There are some sentences that you just don't expect to hear, and the honest work of necromancy
is one that you should hear
be
all the time.
one of those sentences that I didn't expect to get assembled.
Has randomized quests and a variety of enemy encounters.
But then again, Steph said it, and I can see Steph seeing necromancy as an honest work. So
you're welcome.
You know what? We'll call it a wash. It's 50-50.
You're welcome.
50-50. Interesting.
But it is currently on Steam to add to your wish list, and it's got a release date of late of 2022. So we're hoping to be seeing that soon.
This fungal wizard poisons enemies at the start of the fight, which will trigger the ability of my zombie.
Go into this one too.
Whoa.
I think our team looks pretty good.
Yeah, just type it in, add it on your list.
You can also join the playtest from Steam as well. So if you go there, you can also join the playtest of this spectacular game. It has DLC for it that is free. That is the Halloween DLC. So if you get the playtest and you just want to make your playtest extra spook. Oh wait, nope. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. A whole different game. My bad. That's a whole different
game.
Well,
Wow.
I had a moment of dyslexia. Leave me alone.
Getting us all
Right next to
excited
each
for
other.
Halloween DLCs for a honest necromancy
different.
game.
But the playtest build is coming out at the end of this month, though.
Okay, perfect. Just in time.
Aren't bad. They're just
My
That is sorry
birthday's
about
Monday.
that. Brain is dumb. I apologize. But since you're in
You
chat,
should be
I can
sorry.
ask you, could we get like Christmas DLC? Like, I want to see skeletons and Santa Claus hats. I'm just saying, like, this is easy to play for Halloween, but let's think of some other seasons. You know, skeletons and Santa Claus hats, necromancers with like little bunny ears for Easter. Like, we can make some of this work.
the same minion
I'm
merges
saying.
them.
I'm trying real hard to save this one because my brain is dumb and I feel horrible now that I screwed that up. So now I'm just trying to save it desperately.
It's fine. I like what he did there, though, where he leveled up his necromancer with a cloak. Like, you're able to level up your little minions. I think that's really fun.
And put equipment on them, too, which is really
Yeah,
neat. And the equipment
yeah.
doesn't go away. So, if you
So
like
you're really
roguelikes,
getting to
card games,
customize
auto
your
battlers, or
run and
just
your
beating up on
playthrough, and
clerics, Throne of Bone
yeah,
is
make
a
it
game
different
you
every
want to check
time.
out.
Try something new.
There's
And
one
even
poor
if
cleric
you
left
lose
with
your
no
card
attack.
at the end of the turn, or at the end of the game, they come back. That's cool.
I'm gonna be the most honest necromancer, and I am gonna be so excited for it.
Slaughter your world.
You can join our Discord. The link's
Yeah, that's all that came to my head is like when I read honest necromancer was slaughter your world. If you haven't heard the LFG song for it,
Yeah. That would be a really cool difficulty name too. Slaughter your world. What? Wait, what? What did he do? Oh no, it's
So
the
you
equipment.
can recycle your undead
Yeah, so you can buy multiples to upgrade your units, and when he did that, the equipment that they had came off, so you don't have to worry about actually losing that equipment. So
that's so good.
Shut down this
Yeah, I like that.
Loot, gimme.
Loot. I instantly think of mimics.
Ah! Yep, you're right. That was. See, this is why I would lose a hand.
Oh, that's a mimic. That's a mimic. Who are you gonna hit? Buff him up. Knock him out. Ooh,
we got loot.
got some loot.
We got that loot.
I can feel the trepidation of this player. Like, I really don't want to hit another mimic. So there was some loot in there. Okay. I hate mimics.
Yeah.
Throne of Bone is not
There we go.
complete yet, but you can wish list on Steam, and playtesting will be enabled in the next month, right in time for
Wish
Halloween.
list.
Ooh, right
Let's
in
go.
time.
Let's wish list that Steam.
Right in time for
Throne
Halloween,
of Bone.
Throne
Spoopy. Give me the spoopy.
All right.
Spoopy. We love the spoopies.
So, go check them out. Go wish list them on Steam. Looks like a pretty fun little deck builder game that looks like a lot of replay value, especially with the customization that you're going to be able to do with your cards. But let's roll it on through. Let's go check out the next game, shall we?
Yeah.
All right, that's
Unstable Scientific.
Hi, this is the game Unstable Scientific. I'm the artist
mean-
and designer, Masha Valkov.
And I'm the programmer and architect, Dustin Sudak.
In this game, you're Lev Hoffman, a high-energy physicist collecting a strange ore called Absurdium. You're building a lab, you're rescuing other
Absurdium, I love that.
I just love it.
Possibility.
So it wasn't.
Doing
So
all
it was
this
like
while
a
fighting
chemical,
Cosmoteer
like
Jones,
supposed to look like a chemical
survival
element.
of
That is kind of cool.
And dealing with some extremely aggressive wildlife.
This is so giving me like Sega Genesis platformer
There's
vibes, and I'm
power-ups.
digging
Right.
it.
Batteries for double damage and superconducting coils for multiple shots. You can purchase more upgrades
Whoa.
in between levels.
Scatter gun.
Yes, give me my upgrades
Mhm.
on all the weapons.
Oh, look, there's a double flipper.
Coffee.
Oh, double espresso.
And now we're moving fast.
Now we're zooming.
Look how fast you can climb up the tree now.
Zoom, zoom,
Man,
zoom.
that's what we heard the first part. She did the art, and
Yes.
not the audio, right?
The first actual gun you
But
get
just
in the
like
game
all the
is a
art
dark
she's
gun,
done.
which you can use.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, I think she did all of
it.
it.
Kind of take the non-violent option. Or
Non-violent.
You can put them to sleep.
I thought you were taking
Oh, that's cool.
A little bit more.
Oh,
There goes the goddamn
and then
fly.
you yeet him off the cliff. Oh my god, that's wonderful.
Eat him off the
So
cliff. Are those
Put him
bananas?
to sleep and
Banana.
then push him off
Yeah,
a
you can
cliff.
defend your creatures by
Does that
feeding them
still
bananas.
count as non-lethal?
Yeah, sure.
Mean.
That's their own fault for falling off the cliff,
Yeah,
not
these
mine.
guys will actually
Yeah,
tell
they
each
were
other
asleep.
where you are via line of sight
Okay,
communication,
I
kind of like a
will go
hive
with that.
mind. And if you destroy their,
It's like saying,
Masha
oh,
said
yeah,
that they did the art and the audio, but the Super Marcado brothers did the music.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, I think there's a researcher that you can rescue. Yeah, keep going
Again,
this way.
I'm still questioning the whole put someone to sleep, push them off a cliff. Like, I get there's natural causes, and I get gravity's natural, but you know,
Dual
the
shot.
whole
Yeah,
put to
really
sleep
good for taking
thing.
them out.
Sweet. You got
doesn't
I mean,
work.
it is unstable scientific. It's just we're scientifically testing gravity.
We just have to buy them labs for Skip Everett.
Labs are us.
Skip over this part.
Oh my gosh, I love the humor.
Now
So
you're
Dustin
gonna
did
have a
mention that the
genetics
banana
lab
gun
and an
was
engineering
inspired
lab.
by
You'll see those
the
guys
bananas
showing up
in
there.
worms. So if you guys have ever played worms, you know bananas are
There's Delaware.
dangerous weapons of mass
And
destruction.
there's West
So
Westwood.
They are, and it's
Dustin,
wonderful.
you just rescued this.
Yeah, it
didn't
is.
you?
The super banana,
Yes,
my
it seems
favorite.
settling in.
I'm digging this a lot.
So
Banana.
normally the sleep dart doesn't do anything to drones, but if you electrify them with the battery, it'll actually knock them out for a few seconds. And
Okay.
if they happen to be over a part of the
Whoa.
environment that's kind of dangerous, this can be a really good strategy.
That's another
Oh,
good
yeah,
I'm
that-
actually not aiming very well
Why
here.
do the scorpions
still
have
super
little
satisfying.
hearts?
Yeah,
They
sometimes
just
it's
want to
almost
love
a
you.
little bit too OP,
Aw.
but it's just so fun.
Into lava it goes.
Oh, I would dart everything.
This
Making
looks
things
so
fall into line.
This is
fun.
a Silver Craters level.
Ah,
It's kind of based off the Diamond Craters area in southern Oregon.
what?
Nope, that's probably
Oh,
Using Simple Scientific, we decided to go with a physics engine, and this kind of allows you to interact with the environment and creatures in a more organic, unscripted way.
Whoa, there's parkour.
And
Nice.
That can be kind of fun,
Like it.
and it can also lead to complete chaos.
I like that everything is also just coming to you as well.
Fruit. It has like a little mini black hole that sucks you in.
Yeah, this part of the
Plasma
puzzle is
gunshot.
to, like,
Okay, that's
Oh, man.
new additions
that
to
is the
our
gun
engine,
use.
just to make sure
What?
that there's
Nothing says
Yeah,
love
there's
in
so
like
many
scatter
different
guns. I don't care what
attractions
anybody
that take
says.
place
If you have a game that fires a lot of projectiles in a very tight cone, it
You
is
can use
literally
chaos
the
responsibly
best
and
thing
just inflict it upon your enemies, though in this case it looks like someone...
Yeah,
There's just a
definitely
lot of
all
things
about-
to shoot
I
at.
just want blast stuff.
Just
How
just
often
blast
have you
stuff.
been? See, listen. Now you can be. We've all played bullet hell
So,
shooters where
there's
things have been
a
shot at
scorpion
us in
right?
multiple patterns.
You make
This
eight of
game it looks like you
No,
with the
no, I
right
just
foil
exposed
can
bananas
be
on them.
the bullet hell shooter, which I think is
no.
spectacular.
Are you lasting while using this area?
Oh no.
Oops.
There are
That's
explosive
okay. I got
bananas.
it. I'm happy.
Never mind.
Explosive
Look at all the
bananas!
More bananas.
Look at all of them. Oh
See,
my
this one, I don't
goodness.
think she's even trying to get to the door.
I love it.
So
Did you
many
just fire
bananas.
all-
There's so much
Just fire
damage
it.
happening.
Look at them go!
Look there.
I really want to use my voiceover right now saying banana.
Masha,
Justin, you're a
it
physicist.
seems
Tell us
like
about
fire and
the
forget
dynamics
is
of
the
bananas.
the order of operations for the banana gun. Is that what we're looking at here?
I think it is.
So
Bananas.
and we're having a lot of fun just putting it in God mode and just launching ourselves around
There's
the board.
a really
And
bad
that's
joke I
how
want to
we
make
end
that I
up
know is
making
going to get me in
Bubble,
trouble,
which is
but this game
like a
does
rocket,
feel like
except it doesn't
it
hurt
kind of
every time
warrants
it
that
explodes.
because I gotta say that gun is bananas.
You can, like, punch
B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
I
Just
swear.
right?
I just negatives. Okay, I'm cut off from all my puns.
Cut off, you're done.
I'm a little bit insecure at the level
Oh.
design because you really
I like that there's
actually
parkour.
want
That's
to
really
launch
cool.
yourself all over the place.
There's a lot of those
I
old
love
school
how-
platformer.
Yeah.
But in some areas, we want to teach you precision.
I was going to
so
say
we
a lot of
find
those old school
limitations,
platformer games, they were
like
like,
bubble
oh, you better be
blocking
pixel perfect when you jump on this thing. But here it's just like,
there's
no,
plenty of
you'll just
areas
grab
where
it. It's
you can,
fine.
like, really take to the skies.
If you time that
You
right, you
apply
can use that to
power-ups,
climb.
batteries or double shot, you can really send yourself flying.
Launch those 3 at a time and just not even worry about the timing.
Device.
I just think this level is so beautiful. Like this whole area, I love like the blues and the purples. It just like it feels really tranquil, but you're like pew-pewing through, and I don't know. I really like it.
We're aiming to finish around Christmas.
I do like the bubble pogo stick aspect that we have going on here.
So much fun to make. Thank you for watching.
I dig aggressive science. I love it. And you can run. Okay, that physics engine that they talked about, seeing stuff like that where you you jump, shoot the bubble down, ride the bubble down, and you gotta believe that there's gonna be some absolutely insane platforming in this game. It's
The bubble pogo stick, love it.
And you can make structures.
It's so perfect.
What? You can make structures out of the bubbles.
Wow!
It's so cool.
So you make
Do they like
platforming
super
bubbles.
explode you when you step on them though?
That's what it looked like when there was 3 of them.
Because
it
if you
bounced
get like 3 of them, yeah, you bounce extra. So if it's a whole structure, do you just?
So here's what I'm thinking, right? If you can make a structure, you make a line of bubbles, you get an enemy to walk off to land on them. And if they also are affected, they then get bounced into the sun.
Into the sun.
Saying.
Speaking of bouncing into the sun, I mean, it doesn't really have anything to do with it, but we got one more game to show, and that's going to be that Voodoo Detective. Yeah, I tell you, man. You get that, bring that voodoo? Let's go check out that trailer right now, man.
If you're looking for adventure, you will find it in Voodoo Detective. There's no case he won't take.
I can offer you a $200 advance, plus expenses.
For that kind of cabbage, I'd voodoo investigate most anything.
No mystery he won't investigate.
Dining alone?
Who did you say you were again?
No crime he can't solve.
I'm on to you, Crumsford. You can't hide from justice.
How did you get into my office? And now he takes on his most puzzling point-and-click adventure yet. A mysterious client with an unforgettable case of amnesia.
You lost your memory, huh? Did you check the couch cushions?
There's action, romance, voodoo, and more. Starring Voodoo Detective in Voodoo Detective. Available May 24th.
This year,
I'm
next
excited.
year.
Wow, Voodoo Detective.
I'm excited. I want it.
Yeah.
I am too.
How did you get in my office?
We got super excited about this during the hype hour, and somebody mentioned this being similar to Monkey Island. I can't remember which one of us said it, but somebody mentioned it being similar and reminding them of Monkey Island. And I'm looking at their Steam page right now, and it says features that Monkey Island inspired point-and-click adventures. So it is part of it. So like, nailed it there, and it looks so cool. There's just so many details into this that seem so well done, and apparently there is a full soundtrack recorded with live instruments composed by none other than Peter McConnell of Grim Fandango, Monkey Island, and Psychonauts fame.
Wow.
So there's a few extra things in there that are really, really cool. With addition to a lot of voice talent. And the fact that this is a hand-drawn background and animations is really, really cool to me.
Love it.
Yeah.
Take you into Voodoo Detective's office. Which is
I will take my points for bringing up the Monkey Island connection.
There you go.
There you go.
Designer Josh Happerman.
For some reason, I thought the detective would have had more of like
And a joy to work with.
voodoo voice, but I mean, he is living in the States, so
My goodness.
just be.
Voodoo Detective, so handsome.
I mean, he's been a detective
So
for a
handsome.
while, so he might have been here long enough that he, has lost his accent.
Yeah, lost his accent. That's true.
Joy to work with.
And a joy to work with.
Curious about the voice cast because it mentions some of the games that cast has worked on, and I wonder if some of those are familiar voices.
And that's his voice.
Oh wow.
There's a lot of really nifty things about this. The art style is just fantastic for
A joy to work
what it's trying to get across. The environment and everything, it just all flows together so very well, in my opinion.
Up a candle. Look at that, beautiful. Beautiful. Ooh,
Makes you want to go watch like a noir where it's like the mystery. I don't know. I really like this. I loved the like all the voices and the music. I don't know. I just think the vibe and aesthetic that it's like putting out is achieved. Like we get what it's trying to be, and it is that. I don't know. I love it.
Done by Peter McConnell.
Oh, I'm so glad that it's like Monkey Island stuff, because that Monkey Island is just full of tons of jokes and like witty humors. And just to see that in a point-and-click adventure crime mystery solving game, that's it's gonna be great.
So I was curious about the voice actor because I was listening to him talk in the trailer, and I was like, that voice sounds so familiar, and I couldn't figure out where. So I went and looked up this person's IMDb page. Steph, do you remember Back 4 Blood?
I do.
Do you remember Walker in Back 4 Blood?
I know exactly who the voice actor is.
He was the voice actor of Walker in Back 4 Blood, but that's not where I personally recognize him from. Did you know that he was also the voice of Bloody Rude in Final Fantasy VII Remake?
What?
Here again,
For those of you who may not understand why that's so important to me, I have cosplayed Rude twice. And so the voice actor for Rude is the Voodoo Detective, and I can't now. I can't.
Now you have to.
Yeah,
It's
now
not
you
that
gotta dress
can't
up as
even,
them.
now it's that you have to.
Yeah, guess what? Halloween's coming up. You're gonna be Voodoo Man, Voodoo Detective.
I'm gonna have to figure out a tie a skull. That won't take some.
And I guess I'll play like. We can talk
That's fine. We'll just build it out of clay and harden it and call it good.
That could work too.
So there's one little thing that I'm gonna read out of the about this game that's on Steam that really stuck out for me and I think is really cool in all of this, is that it says New Guinea, a small island town steeped in rich voodoo culture, overrun by chain stores, infested with privileged tourists, where local color and colonial corruption clash in a desperate battle for survival. And I think that is such a huge kind of like excerpt to kind of fit into what we're seeing even on screen right now.
I guess a tribute show.
Yeah. So she was a real lucky find. Actually,
I'm loving the setting is great. The voice acting is spectacular. The music is amazing. Again, Monkey Island is a spectacular game to be pulling your lineage from, because that is one of those like pantheon of classic games kind of game. And on top of that, point and click adventures are always kind of unique in that the puzzle solving for them is it's not standard solve the puzzle, right? It'll be, I think I know how this thing is supposed to work, and I think I'm supposed to do this with it. And really good point and click adventure games will subvert that expectation. So you may see a rope that you need to cut, right? In your brain, you go, okay, there's a rope. I need scissors to try and cut this rope. Well, he picked up a candle. The thing that you might actually use is to set the candle on a bookshelf underneath the rope. But to use the candle, you need to find a lighter, and it ends up being really cool because you end up going to all these different places in the game and then putting things together in really unique and innovative ways. So that's one of the things I always loved about point and click adventures, and I'm happy that they're kind of making a resurgence, and this game is kind of riding in with that.
Feel free.
Yeah. I am glad that they're making a resurgence, because my favorite point and click was Roger Wilco.
Promise you won't regret it.
Or Space Quest, I believe. Space Quest was the actual name. But that's what I grew up on, and those were, I had never finished them because they were just way too brutal for me at that time. But being able to play the newer ones that come out, or other ones that come out with point and click adventure stuff, it's really neat to see the similarities. It's still just 2D, 3D playing, clicking around, trying to figure out the story, trying to collect your items, in order for you to solve whatever it is that you're trying to do within the game. And it's that same concept that's been around forever, and it's so good you don't really have to change it all that much. Because I always say I like games to evolve. I like them to grow out of what they started out with. And there are some games, I guess, that you don't really have to do that with, because it's just there's so many other things that you could do within the game instead of changing its core mechanic.
Job for all of our character animations.
Absolutely.
They certainly did.
This is definitely high on my list as well. And again, it is on Steam, guys, and it came out in May of this year, so you can actually purchase that and play it today.
I know what I'm doing.
Looking it up right now.
He splashed this man with water, hit him with a chair WWE style, and now I think he's about to, like Bugs Bunny, slap him with a metal gauntlet. If this doesn't make him wake up, I don't know what will.
Well, I think in one of the trailers he hit him with a chair, didn't he? In the high power trailer? Yeah.
Hit him in the head with a chair and it did nothing.
Not a thing.
So fun fact, the Rogers and Premac Rogers PC, our campaign sponsor, was the head of marketing for the Sierra Online back in the day, who made King's Quest and Space Quest.
Yep.
Whoa.
That is an interesting connection that I would not have imagined.
The indie game community is super, super deep.
And
How's it gonna?
I kind of need this game.
Yep.
That beautiful animation.
Yep. Also, Chad has already decided that you need to cosplay this, and the devs
As a
would
Voodoo
love you
Detective?
for it. Yep.
I'm pretty sure that I can find an overcoat and a fedora, and I have no issues figuring out how to do the makeup to make sure you have the white block and the it would be dope.
Yeah. Oh, that's easy peasy. Yep. We got you.
It seems like Steph is very excited about the idea of getting me to cosplay the Voodoo Detective. So you know what? I might have to do that. But what we're gonna do to make sure that we are also supporting the developers is, I don't know, maybe if they can let us know that from this stream they had maybe 50 new people wishlist this game, and they get 50 new people to wishlist this game, they might reach out to me and say, hey, we would like you to do some cosplay of the Voodoo Detective. Not throwing a challenge out there or anything, but
in the meantime, you can play
and dropping the metal gauntlet.
I mean, you heard it here first then, chat. Alchemist is going to cosplay the Voodoo Detective and then stream again for us, playing the Voodoo Detective.
Yeah,
you heard it here first.
Go.
I think we should support that.
Bye, everybody.
That sounded like that mutated from what I originally said, because there was additional things.
I mean, it sounded like what you said verbatim. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't remember the streaming component being a component of this. I feel like I said I would cosplay the Voodoo Detective.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think it was in there. It was in between.
Heard what episode heard. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That's right.
Okay, I see.
I just agree.
I see how this works. I see how this works. I know what it's like to be outnumbered. It's okay.
So if I heard correctly, before we go, Tim is actually going to be playing the end boss of one of the games that we kind of cut right as they were fighting or about to go fight the boss. So Tim actually wanted to go in and show that boss fight. So I think we'll do that now. I'm sure if we wanted to close and then show that, or show that and then close.
I feel like we should thank all of our sponsors and then say our goodbyes and then show that
Take a look at that.
Close and then show it. All right.
That'll be how we send people.
So here we go. Hey, all you sponsors, thank you all so much. Our sponsors, organizers, exhibitors, juniors, and Patreon supporters for making 6 Online possible. And for those sponsors, our headline sponsors is ID Azure, which is a great Microsoft product for creating games, or just creating however you want to develop your games. We have our champion sponsors. We have Play Everywhere, Premark Rogers PC, AIE for Culture, Hooded Horse, Mega Crit. Our partner sponsors is Unbound Creations and Stock Studios. Did I say that right?
Stoic
Studios. Oh, it's so stoic. And our community supporters or sponsors is GG Locators. Oh my god. Yeah, I told you it's going to be worse. Universal Sandbox, the Purple Arcade, and 3R Technologies. We really appreciate all y'all for helping support 6 Online. Without y'all, this wouldn't be happening. Well, other developers creating their games wouldn't be able to get things out, so others would be able to see it. And with y'all and y'all's support, we're able to make this happen. I am Rick Jur.
Don't forget to check. Wait, before that, we got to let people know to make sure to check out 6.seattleindies.org for more info on all the games that we saw today. Don't forget about the Steam sale that's going on right now. So if you want to get your Voodoo Detective a little bit more discounted, it's going to be right over there, if I'm not mistaken. The Steam sale is happening now, so you can find that linked in the chat. We'll get some discounts on some of the released games you're seeing today, and make sure you wish list the games that are not out so that you get notified when they are released. Also, if you want your very own 6 Online 2022 t-shirt, you can pick that up by going to seattleindies.org, and you can buy one for yourself. And then, like Rick was saying, 6 wouldn't be possible without the generous support of our sponsors, who he's listed, but also our Patreon supporters for as little as $1 a month. Okay, that's like, I think just under 4 cents a day, maybe just about somewhere around there. You can support Seattle Indies and help us put on spectacular events like Seattle Indies Expo and Seattle Indies
For
Expo
4
Online.
cents a day, you too
Can save an indie.
Can save an indie dev.
ID Azure. You can go to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find out more and show how you can support. So with all that being said, I shall now throw it back to the illustrious Rick Jur.
And I thought you said the illustrious. Okay, yes. Hey, yeah, this was a very fun time being able to host this with my wonderful crew of other hosts: Mac and Cheese, Alchemist Joker, Stephazoid. Have been y'all's host for this evening. Thank you all for joining us, and until next time, hopefully catch y'all again so we could talk about more indie games.
Woo!
That's
See you soon.
Later.
Adios.